welcome back to Adobe Live.
Yay!
Isn't it amazing? We're live. We've made
We're
it.
live.
Incredible. First of all, welcome everyone who's watching at home. And in case you don't know who we are, my name is Tim. I work for Adobe for the community team. And next to me is the one and only Lila from YouTube. Welcome for the second time.
Thank you. Thank you for having me again.
I mean, there's a reason we have you back, because your last stream went so well.
Let's hope this one goes as well, because, you never know. If you don't see me back on the channel. Just
That's one way to find out, I suppose. Anyway, today is going to be all about the latest and greatest updates in the world of video, because NAB is happening. And famously, that is all about video. And to celebrate, we are going to talk about some new features which made it from various betas, public betas, private betas, into the release version of Premiere Pro and After Effects. So hopefully, if you haven't had a chance to try those out yet, we can give you a walkthrough. By we, I mean mostly Lila. I'm just going to sit here and look pretty.
I'm really excited. I didn't want to say it, but here you go.
All right.
I'm really excited about the updates, and I'm excited that we can talk about it publicly and it's happening and everyone can start using these tools today, because, and I don't say this because I'm here with Adobe, but these updates are actually life-changing for editors.
I know. It's really cool. But
yeah.
Before we dive into the stream, of course, if you are at home and you're watching this live, then you can have your questions answered, hopefully, in the live chat, either on YouTube or on Behance. And I already can see some people in there. We have Robert and Sean and Jack. Hi, Jack. And, how do you pronounce that way? Suri?
I'm the worst with pronouncing names, to be honest.
Well, you are very welcomed. Mike, and who else do we have on YouTube? Fatih and Tony. Hello, Timo. And Lila. Who's that?
Who is this girl?
And many more. So if you have any questions, please feel free to put your messages in the chat, and I will do my very best to pick out the most interesting ones and forward them to you.
Okay, great. I would actually like to know where you're watching from, because I know that in California, it's 7 a.m. So if you are in Pacific time, we're very sorry in advance for being maybe a little bit too energetic for how much coffee you've had so far. So
Big
definitely,
party!
grab another cup of coffee if you're going to be watching this in Pacific time. If you're in Europe, like us, this is going to be the end of the day, so hopefully you'll have some energy left, and we'll give you some energy to keep going and to start editing tonight after watching this walkthrough, right?
Yeah, and if we don't have the energy, we can always search for energy in the new panel. So
that's a nice segue.
Woo. Right, so then I suppose, without further ado, let's hop on over to your screen, because we're going to start out in Premiere Pro, the new and shiny version. Which version are we on? 25.2. 25.2. So make sure you are updated in your Creative Cloud app so you can take advantage of all the new features that we're going to show you today.
Yes. Okay. So we're going to start with one of, in my opinion, the most exciting updates. They're all very exciting, and I'll probably be very excited this whole 2-hour stream that we have. But one of the things that I'm most excited about, I definitely have a favorite, is the search panel. And I know the search panel, it sounds like such a boring concept, right? Like, why can you be excited about a search panel? It's because it makes life so easy as an editor. Right now, what we're looking at, if you caught the last live stream that I was on in February, you might recognize this episode that we're going to be viewing and working on. We specifically then worked on this clip, which is a clip that we generated in Adobe Firefly, because I wanted a sunset shot, and this is what we did in that stream. So we're going to continue working on this project. And the reason why we're going to continue working on this project is because I have not been able to work on this project because I'll just show you. It's 2 terabytes of footage almost, and that's a lot. That's a lot. And I shot this in October, and it is now April. So you can imagine that when I go into such a project and I revisit this project and I have a million different bins because, you know, I shoot with different cameras on different days. It's at one point, you know, when you just put this on the shelf for too long, you just never want to look at it again, right?
Yep. Been there, done that.
I think we all have. So you can probably imagine how excited I have been about, because this has been in beta for a little bit, and now it is out for the general public in the general version in 25.2. And I'm so excited about it because this is going to change everyone's workflow and it's going to make things so much more efficient. So first things first, here we have a new panel. It's a search panel, right? You can, if you don't see it in your Premiere Pro, because maybe by default it's not there yet, you just go to Window and then go here and enable search. First, it will take some time to index everything, which should be pretty fast, right? It'll index all of the files that you have in your project. But not just the files, but also the text that's being spoken and the metadata. So when you search for something, I'm just gonna go ahead and search for something. Let's see, I'm just gonna start with something simple. I'm gonna say drone. So I'm gonna search for drone and then I'll show you everything that it does. So it does a lot of things. First of all, it's super fast.
That's good.
Right? I mean, it just went through everything very quickly through all of the files that I have. And this is because the search panel is powered by media intelligence. And this is it an AI? How do we describe media intelligence?
Yeah, it's AI, but it's not generative AI. So it doesn't generate anything. It's just the good old
it's
regular
an assistant.
Adobe Sensei AI.
Yeah, because there is a difference between generative AI and then assistive AI, if that's the right word for it. Yeah. So that also means that the search panel you can use offline, so you don't need an internet connection for that, which I think is great because we don't always, like, for example, coming here to Germany, I was on the plane editing, and it's really great to not have to always be connected to the internet. But yeah, so that is done in seconds. And then what it does is it goes through everything. As you can see, it's everything. It says all. So everything, both on the timeline as well as in the project bin, it goes through everything. And since I searched for drone, it is now showing me, I don't know if I think you can see it.
Yeah.
It is showing me all different clips featuring a drone, but also drone shots. So that is very helpful because now I can also click on view all visuals, and then I get all of the different visuals right here, which takes a second to load right now, but there's, as you can see, a ton.
A lot of in 2 terabytes.
Yes, exactly.
It's understandable that you can't see everything everywhere all at once, you know.
Exactly.
Also, film
one can
edited,
wish, but
a film edited with Premiere.
And then
everything everywhere all at once, you know.
Yes.
Movie.
No, you're so good with movie references. I'm like the worst person to talk to when it comes to movie references.
Moving on.
Let us know in the chat if you're good with movie references. If you're the person that Tim should be talking to instead of me.
Just gonna deduct 50 points.
Okay. So besides drone and like visuals of the drone or drone shots, it will also go through all of the, like I said, all of the text, all of the spoken words. So there's drone, and then the metadata. So there are some stock footage that I've used that are drone videos. So we'll look that up as well. But now the beautiful thing is that this is everything, which is a little bit overwhelming if you have a lot of files. For example, right now we're looking at 163 visuals, which is a lot to go through. And there's also a lot of doubles because it can be, it is in my project bin as a source, but it can also be on the timeline. So let's say that I'm looking for something that's already on the timeline, but I forgot where I was because it's been like 6 months since I touched this project. I can just click on sequence and then I see every single shot that is either including a drone or it is a drone shot that I have used on my sequence. So I think this is by itself already a game changer. And then if you want, you can also filter, because now it's going through everything, which means visuals, text, as well as metadata. But you could also, up here, you could choose for visuals, text, or metadata if you're looking for something specific, so you don't get all of the results.
And when is it scanning for this? When is it analyzing the footage? Can you do that when you import, or do you have to do that manually?
From my experience, it does it automatically. As soon as I import something, the media intelligence is just tagging that visual. How do you say that? It's tagging the visual?
It's analyzing it.
Yeah.
And then applying tags to that.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is just if you go to the settings in Premiere Pro, because some people at home, maybe they don't want this, which is fair enough. Then you can, there you go. Then if you don't want this, you can turn it off there. So you can say, don't analyze my clips. Or also, which can be helpful, is especially if you want to have a quicker performance, if you don't want to wait for Premiere to analyze the transcript, there's also a checkbox that says automatically transcribe clips.
There you go.
Which can be useful if you want.
Yeah.
So
well, the more you know.
That's where you can check the boxes if you want. All right.
That's great. Yes. So besides this in the property or the search panel, you can use the search panel for a lot more, because something that as I was editing on the plane last night, I saw a song, because you know how it goes, right? If you're working with projects, especially like larger projects, or maybe I'm an unorganized editor, I don't know. But you start importing a bunch of songs. You don't use all of the songs, but they stay in your project bin, right? So I have, if I make this a little bit bigger, I have a folder here with a bunch of songs, but I haven't used all of those songs. And, you know, maybe I'm reworking a sequence or whatever, and I want to use a specific song, but I'm not sure if I used it. Instead of scanning my whole timeline and trying to find and listen and see if I have that one song, if I've used it before, I could also just look for it. So let's just go for the first one, Independence. And then I can search for it on the sequence and see, well, as you can see, it doesn't show that song, because it would show it right here with metadata. It would say, because if I would go to source, it says right here, metadata, it shows me the song. In sequence, it does not, which means I have not used that song yet. So now I can go ahead and use the song.
I didn't even think of that.
Told you, the search panel is so good, and now I have no excuse but to finish my projects, which is, you know, there's something to say for that.
I mean, we always have an excuse, so...
Yeah.
There was a question in the chat, how to enable the FX badge in Adobe Premiere Pro. I think they are talking about just this one here.
Or maybe this one right here. Of course, this one. Is it this one? The global mute. If I just drag that to, are we talking about this one to turn off all of the effects?
Let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
Otherwise...
Because if so, that is your answer. You just go to the little plus sign right here, and then you just drag and drop the FX button, the global FX mute, to your toolbar, and then you can toggle all of the effects on and off.
Okay.
Cool.
Let us know in the chat if that's what you were asking.
Yes.
Okay. And Vanessa says, woohoo, go Lila and Tim, looking stunning as always.
Ah, thank you, Vanessa.
I don't know how she knows, because there's a black curtain between us, but I think we can trust her on that one.
I mean, we're right there.
Okay.
You forgot to hide us.
Finish your projects, Lila. You know the one.
I know.
You know Timo.
Oh, Timo knows.
Oh.
Timo knows. Yeah. Outing me like that. Jeez. Okay. Thank you. No, but it's true. It's true. It's true. But anyway, I think the search panel is incredible. And it's not like, the thing is, like, right now, I just searched for something very simple. I said drone. But obviously, when it comes to the search panel, the beauty of it is that we do not actually need to use keywords, but we can just ask for things and it understands.
Right. It's like person in the foreground at sunset.
Yes. Yes.
At the beach.
Yes, exactly. Whatever. It should be able to understand that and then show you the results for that. To be honest, since I haven't looked at this project for 6 months, it's going to be a bit hard to come up with that. But we can actually, let's just try.
Let's try it.
Do I have palm trees, so let's start palm trees at the sea. Nah.
Yeah, let's try it. Maybe this is a good way to discover what you didn't even know you had.
Yeah.
Like I could type in good clips and it will show nothing for my work. Good camera works, just empty.
Oh, look at that. Okay, so palm trees at the sea. Now it's showing me all kinds of videos, palm trees at the sea. Look at that. This is what I mean. That's how smart it is. What else can it do? What else did I do?
How deep will the search panel go, and what is it using to learn? How deep does it go? I mean, of course, anything that is indexed by you. Remember just a moment ago where we went to the system or the Premiere settings and said visually analyze. So everything you drag into it, if that's enabled. But I think that's it. I don't think it analyzes more than that. Yeah. So I think that's the answer. Everything you put in there will be analyzed if you want it.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah. I just searched for another one while you were talking. Drone shot at sunrise, because, drone shot is we don't want just a drone shot. We want the drone shot at sunrise to show the passing of time, to show a new day has come. So you can just type in drone shot at sunrise and you can get way more specific than that. But now it's just showing me drone shots at sunrise. And if I go to my sequence, I can see which ones I have already used, which is great. So I love the search panel, and I honestly, after having used it for a little bit, I do not know how I was able to function before. Because you would have to, I'm not even joking, you would have to go video, cool, flying to LA, cool, A7S3, and then I would have to go through all of that and like, oh no, wait, that wasn't that day, that maybe it was my first day in LA, and I have to open that. And did I shoot that with the A7S3 or did I shoot that with the ZV-1? It's a lot of work, and now you just type it in and you're done.
Pretty cool.
Bob's your uncle.
Is he?
That's what they say, yeah.
Okay, just gonna let that.
Okay.
Let that go.
So, moving on from the search panel, do you have anything to add to the search panel?
Timo says perfect. And that person, Raz, who asked about the FX badge, says, thanks, bro. We got you.
Cool.
We're all good?
I assume it was this one then, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, cool. All right, so let's move on from the search panel to the next one, which I'm also very excited about. And that is Generative Extend. Now, if you follow the news and if you follow Adobe, you know that this has been coming, and this has been something that has been working on, that was in beta, but it's finally here. And what's really excited about it is that it works for 4K clips. It generates 2 seconds, but not just at the end of the clip, but also at the beginning of the clip. It also generates audio, which I think is cool, like room tone, anything like that. I don't think you'll be able to generate actual dialogue. I don't think you'd want that.
Music and dialogue is not supported for, I think, obvious reasons.
But for music, you have the remix tool, so you don't need Generative Extend. So,
but when would you use Generative Extend? Do we have an example, maybe?
We have multiple examples. We have some gaps that need to be filled.
Perfect.
So, let's use the search panel to find our first clip, because why don't we? The first clip that I want to show is Beverly Hills sign. Beverly Hills sign. And I'm going to go to sequence. This one right here. Yes, here we go. We were so close. We were almost there. Maybe I'll just first play the sequence. If you watch the other live stream, you already know what we're working on, but I'll just... From what part should I start? I'm going to start it right here, so it's short and nice. Sipping me up like brandy, make you wanna get so handsy. Yes, please, baby, I'm so fancy. Yeah. Beautiful Adobe Firefly at the end. Okay, so I don't know if you were able to catch that, but what we don't like about this clip is that I basically held it on for not long enough. So we have a little bit of footage, right? And then I don't know if you want to call this a camera shake or I just basically put the camera down, even though now in retrospect I see this, I'm like, if only I would have held on for just another second. I think every editor feels this way.
Yeah, I mostly feel whenever I want like smooth dissolve transition between two clips. And then you're running out of frames and it has to repeat some frames. It looks weird.
Yep.
Wish I had that.
Yep. So what we can do now is with Generative Extend, of course you can extend the clip, but in this case, we don't want to extend this part, right? But the beautiful thing about Generative Extend is that you can also say, cool, we're going to cut it like right here, and we want to extend it from this frame. So instead of extending it from the end of the clip, we can just find a frame where we want to start the extension. I can cut this, I'm going to delete this part, and now I'm going to turn on, or I'm going to enable Generative Extend right here.
There.
Oh, yes. I think if someone screenshotted my face right there, I was like, huh?
Right there.
Okay, you click on it?
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3.
Yes. It's okay. It's enabled. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Okay. I'm going to zoom in on the timeline.
We're professionals. Premier professionals.
Yes. We are Premiere Pro pros. Okay. So I have enabled it. And now what I can do is I can just drag the end to this cut right here. Gonna let it go.
Ooh, new splash screen.
It's pretty.
And now we're going to read all the different languages.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the first and you do the second one. Generating extension. Your turn.
Generating extension.
You're good.
Yeah, it doesn't say it in Dutch though. Oh, sad.
What would it be in Dutch? Do you know? Or can you take a wild guess?
Extensie genereren.
Extensie
maybe.
genereren.
Yeah,
that's
close enough. I think that's what I would call it. Yeah.
So, but jokes aside, what's happening right now with your clip? Where's it going?
Adobe is sprinkling some fairy dust on my clip. And we're now getting extra frames generated by Adobe.
The thing I wanted to ask is just, this actually does require an internet connection.
Yes,
this
sorry.
Is not offline.
Yes,
but thank you for the fairy dust. I mean, it's true. Just Adobe Sensor behind the scenes. But yeah, this is now being uploaded to the Adobe cloud, where then much more capable, like beefy servers with lots of graphics cards and computing power extend this, because as of right now, unfortunately, our desktop hardware is not powerful enough to do that in a reasonable amount of time. I mean, it can do it, but it would take like ages.
Yes.
So, it's happening in the cloud, and then once it's ready, it will be downloaded again, and then we can use it. And in the meantime,
so
yeah, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, so it does depend on your own internet connection how fast it can generate.
Well, yes and no. So, of course, to generate, Firefly needs some frames from your clip. So we actually upload, some frames from the clip. I think it's about 28 frames. Don't quote me on that. So Firefly, for example, if something moving is from left to right, then of course we need to know that it's actually moving. If we just send one still image, we couldn't know that it's moving in a direction. So that's why we need a bit more. And that is uploaded. So for that part, you need relatively good internet connection. But as you can see, I think the most time is really just generating it. So the upload and download is just a small bit. So, and once it's uploaded, I mean, it's not on your machine to process, so we don't need to be connected for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so in contrast to the search panel for this, with all the generative stuff, you need, like, even in Photoshop, you need an internet connection. That's true. Thank you for pointing that out. But now we've got it, so this is always the exciting part. Did I get it right? Just gonna play through it. I'm just gonna mute. I don't even think you were able to catch that.
Honestly, no.
Wait, let me just, I will go. I'll make this bigger. Full screen. Are you ready? I was not able to see where the extension started.
If you told me that it was just a longer clip, I would have believed you. I don't think
I'm not even joking. Like, let's, oh, whoops.
And I feel like that's something where people sometimes ask me, like, hey, what's the difference between the Firefly generated video and the Generative Extend? And Gen Extend, we always say, it's not supposed to add anything new. Anything you extend, it shouldn't be surprising. That's how we trained that model. So it's not going to add suddenly a person walking through the shot. That's hopefully not going to happen. Yeah. While Firefly Video, you can actually type in a person walking through the frame, and then it would add a person walking through the frame. But yeah, that's sort of the difference. So the idea is for it to be seamless. So you actually don't notice that it has been extended.
Yep. Okay.
And,
yeah.
Rowan is asking something about the cube spin. I'm not sure.
The cube spin?
I think maybe, Rowan, you mean what? Do you want more transitions? Is that your question? Maybe you can let us know, because I'm not sure entirely what your question is. Maybe you can just try one more time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what I actually want to do is I want to go through this frame by frame. And you can see it right here where the AI generation starts. But you just can't see it. Wait. You can't see it.
That's what we're going to do for the next 2 hours. Just can you see it? No, I can't. Can you see it? I can't see it.
But isn't this fascinating? I mean, the Premiere Pro team did such a great job because this was in private beta for a while. And since it was in private beta till now, it has made such progress. It's insane how fast and how hard the team has worked on this and how fast it has developed from what it was to what it is now, where you can literally not see where the extension starts. And this is so useful because in this case, like I said, I showed you that we had this, like I was putting the camera down before I actually editor Lila wanted it to, right? Mm-hmm. So this is a great way to use it, but also, because I could have just cut that out, right? But then you have a gap between this shot right here and then the Beverly Hills shot. So that's another great way why you would want to use Generative Extend is if you want to just hold that just a little bit longer, either to match it to the beat or for an emotional beat, because sometimes you want to hold on to a shot for just a bit longer to really drive the emotion home. But yeah, if you don't like the AI generation, you could actually remove it. You could, as you can see, you have the little label here, so it will show you exactly what part of the video was generated by AI. Now, if I click on that, if I right click on that, I can either generate again if I'm not happy with it. Well, I think you could tell that I was very happy with it. I could also say revert to original, and you can give feedback, which I highly recommend because this is how these apps just keep getting better and better and how we all benefit from it. So every time that you like something, I'm gonna do it right now. Good output, let's go. Submit.
It's like giving a treat to five, like, well done.
You get a sticker. All right,
and
but yeah.
Timo says, I tried it a lot, with all caps lot, in private beta, and it even does clean generation of very busy frames. It's magic.
It is magic. Yeah, it is. So I also have another shot right here. And what I don't like about this is I wish it was just a bit longer, because here I think we go a bit too close. Obviously we were driving very fast, so as you can see the framing isn't perfect. So what I would rather do is just move this a little bit to the front and then extend this part. So hopefully, and as you can see, it's quite shaky, blurry. So I'm very curious to see what Generative Extend is going to do here. So I'm just going to extend it again. And then after this, I want to take a look at a shot with audio to show you how it generates audio as well. But yeah, so I just enabled it again without Tim's help this time. Thank you for that. You have one job. Come on, Tim.
Like, see, nothing happens if I press it.
There you go. It happened.
Oh, there you go. Look, I did something. But actually, speaking of audio,
yeah,
I assume this could also be really helpful if you want to cut to a beat, and that clip is just a tiny bit too short to actually be on a certain musical beat, like the chorus starts, and then when you want to move over. So that's helpful when you just need those extra few seconds. And I think it's great that it supports 4K, because I think nowadays a lot of creators are using 4K. If that, by the way, if you do get an error about the resolution, it might just take a moment for it to roll out for everyone across the world. Yes, yes. But the general, the public version should support 4K, so just take a second. Yes, because this is the public version. We updated this and it's working for me.
And yeah, I mean, in the meantime, as we're waiting for this, maybe I should already maybe mention why you would want to extend audio as well. Because I feel like a big question that a lot of people might have is like, why would you want to extend audio? I mean, there's a lot of reasons. In this case, what we're going to be looking at next, it will be for the use of diegetic sound. Diegetic sound, in my opinion, is often overlooked, but it's very powerful because it really brings back the atmosphere and it brings back, or it helps with the experience for the viewer to be in a certain environment or a certain location. Because for B-roll, it's very tempting, or for montage, it's very tempting to cut away all the audio and just use the visuals, right? But if you keep the audio in, or if you, of course, you build it up yourself with like sound design and a bunch of sound effects and whatever, but if you keep it in, you'll actually add so much more to the viewer experience.
Sometimes without even knowing it. Like if I'm watching something and we have a busy scene at an intersection and it's just completely dead silent, looks a bit wrong.
Exactly. Okay, this is actually done, so.
Oh!
Okay, so as you can see, it's just a small part. Let's see what it does.
Yeah?
Let me see, which part is generated?
I mean, it added some buildings even.
Yeah, it added something here, but other than that...
It looks like you're driving right into it.
Yeah, but I think if we would regenerate it, which we won't do for this stream because it's going to take too long, I think it could definitely... And also, it's just like, what are we're looking at just a few... We're looking at like 3-4 frames, so it's... Even this is barely noticeable. But I would regenerate it, but even this is just... It's so quick.
Yeah.
It's great.
And Roger says, I can picture using it for the end of an interview question, where the interviewee starts to move out of shot right after answering. Could the AI extend to keep them in the shot? Yeah. If you, let's say, you have the interview and then the person walks straight away, you could just cut before they walk away and extend from there. And just have those extra second or few frames.
Yeah.
Just make it work.
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Okay.
So, but when you extend it, you also want to extend the audio, because if you're on the red carpet and suddenly it's dead silent, looks a bit weird. Or sounds a bit weird, I suppose. So how can we do that?
Even though I filmed this in LA, I was not at a red carpet, so I have to disappoint you there. But I can show you.
I'll take any carpet.
Okay, well, you're easy. Okay, so I'm going to use the search panel because I know that somewhere on the timeline I have something with graffiti that should be, I think it's this one right here. Boom, there we are. So I'm just going to solo this one. This is how easy the search panel is, right? I'm like, I want to navigate to the next clip. So instead of zooming out and then trying to find that one shot, I could just be like, oh, I remember there was something with graffiti in there, so let me just search for that, and boom, there we go. Bubs, still your uncle. Such a bad joke. Definitely don't ask me back for my jokes. Okay, so we have a clip right here, which should have audio. I don't know if you were able to hear that, but it's just...
I'm just going to turn off the noise reduction.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure this is very noisy.
Okay, I'm going to play through it again. Let me just increase the volume. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, that tracks.
Perfect. Okay, so that is the audio that we have with this clip. And when it comes to diegetic sound, it's about like adding, I don't know, like building up the world that you're in, right? Because you're not just, I mean, it really helps with telling a story. So right now we are in a place called Sunken City. It's near LA. And instead of just showing the visual of being in Sunken City, I like having that sound of the breeze through the palm trees and the sea in the background. So I caught that on camera, and instead of having to rebuild that whole thing, I'm just going to use the audio that I captured in camera. But as you can see, again, there is a bit of a gap. This is my friend. So we have this shot right here, and then I just want to cut to this shot right here, because this could work as well. But I personally like it better if we just keep it going. So once again, I'm just losing my voice here.
Oh no!
Can I generatively extend my voice? Okay.
I guess we can try.
I mean, we could. Okay, so now as you can see, it's showing uploading, by the way, which is interesting, right here. So you can see that it's right now uploading, as you explained before.
Cool. I think the audio is already done.
The audio is already done. What I wanted to say, but it's already done now, is that you could see here that it's generating the visuals, but it's also generating the audio. But as you can see, audio is fast.
And I think you can extend more than just 2 seconds of audio if you need it.
I think so too.
Is it like
yes.
10 seconds? Oh God, I should know this. I think it might be 10 seconds.
I think yes. I think the video is 2 seconds, but the audio you can extend for longer.
It's more than the 2 seconds if you need it. Okay. Let's see.
Which would actually be great, because one thing that I preach about a lot on my channel, I have an editing channel, is using J and L cuts. So in this case, we've just generated the audio till this point, till the cut.
What's a J cut?
A J cut is when a cut is shaped like a J, which means that the audio comes in a bit before the visual comes in.
So you already hear the busy intersection before you cut to it visually. I see.
Yes.
Okay.
And then an L cut is the opposite. It's where it's shaped like an L. So it's shaped like this, which just means that the audio keeps going for a bit longer, but the visual is already introduced. So in this case, what we could do is we could potentially create an L cut, because we can extend this a little bit further so that it doesn't feel like harsh cuts going from one shot to the other shot, but it all flows together. And then at the same time, you can, if I had audio for this one, which I don't, you could extend this maybe a little bit forward, and then you would have a J cut, and then everything just flows beautifully.
Yeah. I think J cuts I would use probably more often than L cuts, but if you wanted, now you can. And Sean says, yes, 10 seconds of audio, so I think we should be.
Perfect.
We guessed correct. I
mean,
we knew it. We definitely knew that. I wrote that down earlier. You just can't see it. It's just off screen. I'm sorry. I think they believe us. Okay.
It's generated, so I'm just gonna... Okay, my volume is up. Let me just do the whole thing again. So I like the visuals.
There you go.
I think the audio is also, because the thing is, like, we're not going to listen to the audio this loud anyway. The thing with audio is, because I feel like with the audio you can hear when it's being generated, you can hear a little switch.
Yeah.
But again, we're not listening to this at this volume. So we're going to actually, like, if you put that all the way down, I'm just doing something now.
Of course.
And then you have the dialogue and you have the music, you still get that ambient sound, and you won't even notice the AI generated part of that. And then you could, of course, go ahead and you can generate more of the audio here to create an L cut.
Brilliant.
Pretty good, right? I could fix my whole project right now, but maybe...
Do it.
Okay, next one.
Let's go.
Should we talk about another one, maybe? Is there anything else that we want to talk about when it comes to Generative Extend? I feel like we've covered most of it.
I'm pretty sure, I mean, it wasn't asked in the chat, but I've received that question quite a lot when we did when we had a chat with beta customers. And the question was, why only 2 seconds? And is it possible to do more? And the answer to that is, I guess nobody would stop you from taking that video, extending it, and then putting that into another sequence and extending that again. Or even if you really want to, you could export it in a super high codec and then re-import it and extend it again. But the reason why it's only 2 seconds is because with AI, after, like, imagine you would extend it for 15 minutes. At some point, the quality would degrade. It's just the way it is.
Yeah.
We're working on, of course, more for that, but as of right now, 2 seconds is just a limit where we feel like it makes sense, still looks good.
Yeah.
And I mean, for just the transition, 2 seconds is more than.
I think in most cases 2 seconds is more than enough, because normally we're talking about needing an extra second, a few frames.
Yeah.
I personally have not really found myself needing something for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, and if you need it, export it and extend again.
Yeah,
that's one workaround.
Yes, absolutely. I feel like if I need anything that's longer than 2 seconds, I might just try Firefly and see if I can generate something.
Yeah.
Depending on what clip it is.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right.
Do you want to talk about the next one?
I would most certainly like to.
Okay, so we have 2 more left. Do you want to do which one of the 2?
The second one.
The second one. Okay, we're going to talk about captions. And then we're going to save the best for last, which is color, because color is exciting.
Were you going to say captions either way? We'll never know.
You'll never know. Okay, cool. So, in the new 25.2 version of Premiere Pro, we can now automatically translate captions into how many languages? 27 languages, including my language. So that's definitely the one that we'll be testing out. We can test out German. And I would like to know if there's anyone here that can speak another language than English. Let us know, because then we can generate it in that language and you can tell us if it did a good job. Okay?
Let us know in the chat. I'm pretty sure we have lots of people who speak languages other than English, German, and
Dutch.
Netherlands.
Nederlands, yeah.
All right.
You know what's funny? When people hear that I'm Dutch, they think that I'm from Denmark. That seems to be a very common mistake. Like, genuinely, I hear that a ton. Where they're like, oh, yeah, I've been to Denmark. I'm like, cool. But it's a bit far from each other. Or German, because Deutsch. Deutsch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, well. Swedish.
Swedish. Oh.
Spanish.
Is Swedish, is that one supported? Do you know?
We'll find out.
We'll find out. Okay.
Sean's asking, is this lip sync? No, this is subtitles or captions.
Yes.
Cromulent captions.
So I think last year or the year before, Adobe introduced text-based editing. Mm-hmm. Was that 2024 or 23? Do you remember?
I would have to look that up.
Okay. Anyway, I was very excited about it, and it's gotten even better now because with text-based editing, first and foremost, I mean, text-based editing is also a great tool if you're looking for something like where you set something and you want to navigate to that on the timeline. You can now also do that in the search menu if you want to. Fun little side fact. But with captions, captions has been a thing in Premiere Pro for a while now where you can generate subtitles for your video. But now you can also auto-translate that into 27 languages. So what I'm going to do is let's first just play this clip right here where I am talking about just arriving in LA, and then we're gonna generate the captions, and then we're gonna translate the captions in whatever language we please, as long as it's within the 27 options. Okay, so this is the original one. Hey, welcome to LA. I am so excited to be here. It is my first morning here. I'm in my very fancy car. Still cannot believe I'm literally driving a spaceship right now. This is not the car that I booked. I booked the X3 and they gave me an X5 with all of the features, which is insane. I feel like we have enough to transcribe, right? Cool. So we're gonna go to text. It says no dialogue found, but that's not true. Okay, I think it's just not been... I'm not going to transcribe everything. I think it's this clip right here, transcribing.
This is where the automatically transcribed clips on import setting we showed earlier in the stream would probably be helpful. So you don't have to sit here.
Should have probably done that. But what's also helpful is that Premiere Pro is so fast that it's already done. Wow. Ha! Okay, so we've got our transcription. Now... It's always 5 p.m. Come on.
We get paid for this. You do. I don't.
Okay, so we're going to click on Create Captions. And I hope it's just going to be creating the captions for this part. Here we go. So as you can see, that was super fast. So what it did is Premiere Pro just generated... First, it created its own caption track. So it's not overriding any of the other, as you can see, very many video tracks that I have. So it creates its own caption track, and
I mean, that was possible before the update too.
Yes, it was. But now, whenever you generate a new language or you're translating into another language, it will create another caption track, right?
Precisely.
Awesome. Okay, I'm just... Welcome to LA. I am so excited to be here. It is my first morning here. I'm in my very fancy car. Still cannot believe I'm literally driving a spaceship right now. It got that right. like everything word for word, I would say it got it right. It's transcribed everything.
And if it doesn't,
very well.
you can edit it.
You can edit it because as you can see, as I'm clicking through the timeline, it's also showing like right here where I'm at, right? And then I can just double click and I can change it. But right now, we don't have to. Yay. So now what we can do is, I believe we have to click on the 3 dots right here in the text panel, and then translate captions. So first you need to pick a source language, which in this case, it's English, it's auto-detected. Thankfully, it knows that I'm speaking English, which is nice because that's actually not my mother tongue. And then target language, there are now 27.
All right, so we had Dutch.
We have Danish and Dutch and English, Filipino. Do you want to go through all of them or should we just try?
No, I think we wanted to pick the ones from the chat. So we had Swedish and Spanish.
Okay, so we have both.
There you go.
Well,
might as well.
Well,
both.
let's just both. We're also going to do Dutch. German. What else do we have?
French.
Oh, wait, I cannot read. We have to go up.
It's under F.
I know. I started with German and I scrolled down. I was like, no, wait, I'm not. Never mind.
Honestly, you can't. You wouldn't know how many times I have to sing the alphabet song in my head just to. H. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. Thank you for making me feel better. Okay, so we've got German. Is there anything? Hindi. There we go.
Okay.
Okay, I feel like we've got like 5 languages right now, which I think is great to try this out. So.
What are the advanced preferences?
Oh, yes.
Because I like just looking at that.
Yes.
Yeah, German is, I think, pretty famous for making everything in English. That's like in English, just one sentence. In German, it's like so much longer. So I assume it can be helpful to have the double lines enabled, which you already have.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then this looks good to you?
I mean, 42 and 3, those are my favorite 2 numbers.
Oh, there you go.
Use them all the time.
Cool. Translate. So now I'm gonna make this a bit bigger so we can see this in real time. These, as you can see, these are all the caption tracks that have been automatically generated or created. And as you can see, it's already done. Like all of the 5, can I count? 6 languages, not 5, 6 languages we have. They're all ready already. So, do you want to start with, I don't know which language this is Spanish. Should we try Spanish first, or do you want to first start with German and Dutch, or?
You can just plaster the screen with subtitles. I've once seen a TV show where they had like 10 different languages throughout the entire screen.
Oh yeah, true.
It's great.
True. Okay.
Which sometimes, I mean, perhaps not for 10 languages, but if you have 2 languages in different colors, perhaps, so people can read.
That could be very helpful. Yeah. So I've just disabled the English one, and now we have the Spanish one. So who was the one who said Spanish? We're counting on you.
Mike.
So Mike, we're counting on you. Tell us if this is correct. Welcome to LA. I am so excited to be here. It is my first morning here. I'm in my very fancy car.
That looks correct to me.
Yeah, same.
Yep, that's Spanish. Yeah.
Okay, then we have Swedish. Who said Swedish?
I think it was Robert.
Robert, we're counting on you for this one. Let us know in the chat. Good morning. Welcome to LA. I am so excited to be here. It is my first morning here. I'm in my very fancy car.
That's definitely
right?
Spanish, muy bien, very good.
Love that. Yay. Okay, 1 point for Spanish.
We did that.
Yes.
We checked the box.
I mean, honestly, isn't this great? Because you can also export the text and everything. So it's just very helpful to have this if you have a client who wants your content to be bilingual or whatever, and you don't have to use Google Translate. You don't have to know multiple languages. You can just let Premiere Pro do its magic.
And copy, paste, time sync, everything. It's like, yeah. Pretty cool.
It's super easy. Did Robert? Perfect. Love that. Okay. I just wanted, the next one is mine. Let's see.
Maybe we can continue watching so we can see more clips.
True.
We don't always have the same thing.
True.
I don't know. Maybe.
True. Still cannot believe I'm literally driving a spaceship right now. This is not the car that I booked.
Ik bookte de X2 in ze gaven. No, I don't speak Dutch.
It was pretty good. You just need to practice the gaven. This is great. I love this. I think this is spot on. Next one is German.
Oh,
that's you. Pay attention. Ready?
Book the X3.
Ich habe den X3 gebucht und sie haben mir einen X5 mit allen Funktionen gegeben.
I didn't know you speak German.
I don't? Okay.
I booked the X3 and they gave me an X5 with all of the features, which is insane.
Yeah.
Was verrückt ist.
Was verrückt ist.
Ja.
Sehr verrückt.
And then we have two more. Okay, I want to, because, this was the input from you, so I want to make sure that we play through it. I'm going to rewind a little bit.
Ooh, French.
Let's
see
features, which is insane. Come on.
Allez.
Look at this car.
Yeah,
what is this? And then at night, there's like LED lighting. It's just... I can't believe it. I cannot believe this is the car that I'm driving here.
I mean, as far as my high school French goes,
I think this is pretty good.
That is French to me.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm reading this as someone who speaks a petit peu, I feel like this is pretty good. Maybe it's
and the last,
très bien.
And the last
one is Hindi.
Hindi, okay. Well, I can't help you with that. I no idea. So you have to tell us in the chat.
Come on, look at this car. What is this? And then at night, there's like LED lighting. It's just...
Okay, let us know.
Let us know.
Vanessa says Polish. Well, too late, Vanessa.
You had your shot and you blew it.
Someone wasn't paying attention to the stream, but that's okay.
But yeah, as you can see, this is something that's gonna be really helpful in your workflow if you work with multiple languages, or you could, I think you can also export these and then import them into Premiere Pro, into YouTube, so you get the captions. Great. Yes. High five.
And on YouTube we have heel good. Oh.
Thank you.
Would you say that also, heel?
What? Heel goed.
Heel goed. Okay.
Yeah. Very good.
I'm learning. 95%. Okay.
We're getting there.
Can I see Vietnamese?
Does it have Vietnamese? Do we want to do one more and see if it does?
Well, might as well. We have an hour left, so.
Okay, let's try.
Might as well do it, and we can also add some Polish, just so Vanessa is happy.
Okay, let's do. So we don't get fired.
Let's see if we have Polish. Vietnamese. We do.
We do. All right, two more. Let's go.
And Roger says "c'était bien," so I think Roger's happy with that.
Is it Roger or in French?
Roger
Blackmore.
I don't think.
Roger Blackmore.
Yeah.
Okay, they're done. Super quick. Love that. Okay.
Non plus.
Here we go.
Good morning. Welcome to LA. I am so excited to be here. It is my first morning here. I'm in my very fancy car.
Vanessa?
Well, I think that's mighty small to...
Was that too small?
To see it on stream.
Let me make this bigger, actually. Or actually, I could just... Wait, let me just play this.
Still cannot believe I'm literally driving a spaceship right now. This is not the car that I booked. I booked the X3 and they gave me...
That will. There you go.
Oh, yeah, you were blocking it. Well, Vanessa, let us know if that was any good. Or actually, was it oh my god, it was Vietnamese, wasn't it? Oh my god, I'm so dumb.
What?
No, it was Polish. I was like, Polish. Wait, yeah, I was like, wait, no. Okay. Cool, next one. This is Vietnamese, for sure. Okay.
Still cannot believe I'm literally driving a spaceship right now. This is not the car that I booked. I booked the X3 and they gave me an X5 with all of the features, which is insane. Come on, look.
How was that? Let us know in the chat. Was that any good?
Well, Vanessa is impressed.
Great.
At least I think that's what it says. Hang on, just need to quickly double check, but I'm pretty sure that's just widely insulting us without even knowing. It's like, yeah, that's surely a compliment.
Yeah. No, I think this is very helpful, and especially as you can see, it's super quick. Now, of course, we've only done what, like 40 seconds or so, 30 to 40 seconds that we've generated. So we haven't generated the whole timeline or translated the whole timeline, but you can see how fast it is, and it's gonna be really fast if you want to do the whole timeline.
Well, Vanessa says
Bardzo dobrze.
so. I think that's very good.
Thank you.
Cool. And Huatai says, oh my god, not a single word wrong, 100% correct.
We did it. You and I, we did this.
Yeah, we
did
absolutely.
this.
Yeah, that's you can see the ton of work. But jokes aside, imagine. I mean, for this, like, how many seconds was that? Like,
This is like 35.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Fine. You
Yeah.
might even can translate that if you speak the language yourself. But imagine you have like a documentary that goes on for like hours and hours.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to do that.
But even this, I mean, as you can see, it didn't just
Oh, yeah.
generate this. It generated
Yeah.
like way more here as well, which it did very fast, as you could see. But this is like 14 minutes, which again is not too long, but at the same time, having to generate the captions in English manually for 14 minutes is a lot of work. And then having to do that again in, let's say, Dutch, German, French, Vietnamese, Hindi, it's gonna take too much time for anyone. And now it's just click and go. You don't even need to tell your employer that Premiere Pro is this handy nowadays. Just say, oh yeah, sure, I speak 5 languages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. But now that we've generated those captions, what do we do with them? Can we burn them into the video, or are they on an extra caption track? How would you do it?
It depends. I think for me personally, I wouldn't burn it into my video, especially if you wanna have it available for multiple languages, because then you can place them above each other, but it's going to take up a lot of real estate in your video. So I would just export it, because I believe that's possible, right? You can just export it, and then what I would do is I would upload that in YouTube, because on YouTube you should be able to then choose the caption language there. And obviously YouTube generates captions automatically as well. But if you want a bit more control over it, I think this is a way better option, because you know what the captions are. You've quality controlled the captions, let's say that. So yeah, even though YouTube is getting smarter with that as well, and I think right now it can even dub your voice in multiple languages, I would much more prefer to do that myself and upload it that way. What about you?
Yeah, you have the option. If you don't want to have it translated, that's fine. And then you can just use the captions. And yes, just like you said, you can then upload this with these captions as a sidecar file, and YouTube would then understand, and you can pick and choose from the different options. And probably better than the YouTube auto-generated ones, because here you can actually see and edit. You can specify the timing exactly where you want it.
Yep.
And if there's a brand name, sometimes the auto-generated captions, doesn't matter if it's on YouTube or even somewhere else, sometimes there are mistakes in there. So maybe you just want to double check if the brand name is in there correctly.
Or not even brand name, but also just like people's name.
Oh,
because
yeah,
my
that
name
too.
is Lila, but you write it as Lila, which in Europe makes a lot of sense, but overseas in English it doesn't make a lot of sense. So it usually writes Leela, like the girl from Futurama with the one eye. So, and that's, and that is not something that I would want to have in my captions, obviously, because you would like the names to be written down correctly. So it's nice to have that kind of control. And then also, if you would go, this is German. Let me just go down to English. Here, like, you can even, obviously there's a lot right now, but you could go in and you could search for words to make sure that, for example, I don't think here we would have Lila, but I could write down Lila to see if there's anything that says Lila this way, and then I can replace it for the way that you actually write my name, which is Lila with an I.
Oh, yeah. That's probably the way I would do as well for brand names. So maybe we can just quickly, for those who don't know how to export, if you go over to export, then you can enable the captions in there. And in there, then you can decide if you want to have them burned into the video, or if you want to create this sidecar file, which I mentioned. So burned in, for those who don't know, means the text is going to be literally as pixels in the video, so you can't disable it.
Yeah.
But if you create it with this sidecar file, then on YouTube, sometimes you can enable and disable captions.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Yes. And I would suggest, depending on what you need it for, because if you need to burn them in, then totally do that. But if you burn in the captions and then later on you decide that you want different languages, or you're taking advantage of YouTube's, we're on YouTube, right? We're on Behance, but if we're talking about YouTube, it's automatically generating in different languages, but it's going to be a very awkward viewing experience for your viewer, because if they turn on the captions on YouTube, your captions in Premiere Pro are burnt into the video. So it's going to be overlapping that, so you're not really going to be able to read the captions well. So I feel like that is something to keep in mind as well when it comes to burning captions into the video, which is not a bad thing, but just something to be mindful of. Even if you think, I just want one language.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much. There's one question from Bob. Does the translation feature also work with imported SRT files? I would assume yes. Have you tried that before?
I have not. No.
Okay, so just for those who don't know, instead of creating the captions from the clip in Premiere Pro, you can also import from other files. And I think we have supported the text files, SRT files. Can you just...
Where do you want me to go?
On the 3 dots. You already have captions.
Yeah.
I can double check and get back to you on that.
Is it maybe under transcribe? Import.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah.
So under transcript right here, go to the 3 dots, import.
Yep, and then you would import that, and since you're just creating captions based off of that, it should work. I don't see why not. Okay.
Cool.
So maybe if you have a captioning service already and you don't want to recaption this and you don't want to proofread everything again, if someone already has done that for you, or you have older files perhaps.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
Cool.
So, what's now? What's next?
Oh, we have one more very exciting update in Premiere Pro, and then we probably have plenty of time to go into After Effects, because that's going to be exciting too.
Sounds good.
But to finish the story in Premiere Pro, there is one more thing that is really exciting about Premiere Pro, and that is...
Colors?
Colors.
Colors.
Who doesn't like color? And who doesn't like accurate color? And who doesn't like effortless color? Who doesn't like... No. We want to go. We're going from this to this. Very quickly and easily, without actually knowing how to go from this to this. Premiere Pro can do that now for you.
And you can purchase this for $9.99 on the Adobe Fan Shop.
Yes. Okay. So, the biggest update is that Premiere Pro has gotten a complete overhaul when it comes to the color management. And what this means, I'm just gonna go right to Lumetri color right here. And I think the biggest thing that we should be talking about is the brand new wide gamut pipeline that's been introduced. Basically what this means is that you just get a lot more color, and the more detail and latitude, as they say, and like the shadows and the highlights and blah 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 blah. But what I want to do is I just want to explain it in a very easy way, in case you hear the word wide gamut and you're like, I don't know what that means. Basically, the way that Premiere used to work before this update is if you let's say you're filming a video, right? And you're filming this in log, because now Premiere Pro can automatically transform log and raw video from almost any kind of camera, any kind of format. And before, what would happen is, let's say, I shoot everything on my Sony camera, so it's S-Log3. So when it comes to log footage, it's that very grayish, low contrasty video that you shoot, because that actually contains a ton of data and a ton of color, right? So let's call that our cake. And we've baked this amazing cake, amazing flavors. We have added sprinkles. We have added a bunch of things. It's beautiful, right? It's like a 3-layer cake. It's the best thing you will ever see and eat. And we've worked on this very hard. But now we need to take this cake, we need to transport this cake. And this is where your This is where your video file is imported in Premiere Pro. It is, we're transporting our cake. And the way that Premiere used to work is that we have this beautiful cake that we have beautifully decorated. It's glorious, it's everything. And we now have to kind of like jam this, shut up, jam this into a Tupperware box, which basically just means that we have all this data in our log video, but Premiere, since we're working in a Rec 709 workspace, we don't get all of the colors and all of the data that we shot in Premiere Pro. But now with the wide gamut, we get a beautiful cake box that fits our cake. Did that not make sense? To me, in my brain, this makes a lot of sense. Like, if you were to explain it to me like that, I'd be like, yeah, I understand. If this made any sense, please just drop like a cake emoji to make me feel better, because I get very excited about cake and I feel like it just makes a lot of sense, because now our cake is not, you know, jammed into a Tupperware box, but it's actually beautiful and we can all enjoy it. And that's what the wide gamut pipeline does.
Okay.
So, if we go into Lumetri color and we go into settings, we now on sequence level can change the color setup. And right now it is set to Rec 709, which is the standard. That's what we've been editing in. That's what we've been color grading and color correcting in. But now, as you can see, there are actually 6 presets, and the best one, the most popular one, the flagship one, I guess, is the brand new wide gamut. Now, if I were to click on that, you don't necessarily see the biggest shift, but actually a lot has happened, because in Rec 709, this shot right here that we're looking at, this is actually shot in log, which means we've got so much color. We've captured a lot of colors. We've captured a lot of detail in our shot. And in Rec 709, even though it looks good now, we don't have as much room to color grade and to color correct as when we use the wide gamut. So, did anyone drop a cake emoji by? Oh, I see a cake emoji from Adobe Live. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I needed. That's all I needed. Anyway, let me just show you what it does, right? Because with Rec 709, I think if you've ever color corrected in Premiere Pro, you've probably seen this. Oh gosh, I made the timeline so small. Let me just go to that clip right here.
Timeline.
Okay, here we go. So I've selected this clip, and right now I'm in Rec 709. And what is important to know is that even though the update now includes wide gamut, and I would highly suggest you to try out wide gamut and to work in wide gamut, by default it's going to be Rec 709, so that your legacy projects will not be ruined in any way, or like ruined, you know, like the colors are going to be shifted. So in order to maintain that, you can, by default it's still Rec 709 is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So then on sequence level, as you can see here, you can change this to wide gamut. So right now we're in Rec 709. So I'm going to go to edit. And then one thing that you'll see is that, and again, if you've ever color corrected before, you've probably seen this as well, is where if you were to either increase the exposure, for example, or you would lower the exposure, it becomes kind of flat, right? And if I get the scopes, where are you? Let me just get the right scopes here as well. Is this one? No, that's not the one. Which one am I looking for? This is the one I'm looking for. Cool. So the biggest difference is going to be here. So right now it's set to 0. If we're going to be increasing it, as you can see, it just gets kind of flat, right? It's not really the way, if we were to lower the exposure in our camera, the exposure looks different. And this is not the way that we intend to lower the exposure in Premiere Pro, is what I'm trying to say. You can see that here as well. It's like everything is just kind of like smooshed and pushed together. Our cake is just being cake mush. I'm gonna keep the cake reference in here. Okay. And then if we go to settings again, I'm gonna now change this to wide gamut. And then we're gonna go back to edit. Whoops, I need to click on this clip again. And now if I'm changing the exposure, you'll see that it's not as flat, right? You'll see that there is a lot more room and certain levels are maintained. So The best way for me to describe it, without getting too technical, is that when I look at this and I lower it or I increase it, it's not just like a flat increase. It's more dynamic, it's more layered. I don't know what the words would be for this, but does that make any sense?
Can you try lowering again?
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I was just mostly looking at the sky. Which...
Yeah, that's maintaining, yeah.
Yeah.
And if I were to go back to Rec 709, and again, I'm gonna click on the clip. Now, as you can see right here, the highlights, everything, yes, everything is being pulled down. And that is not what exposure is supposed to do. But now, if you choose to edit in wide gamut, which again, I would recommend, wide gamut, and then set the color output color space to 2100 HLG, you will now get, right now the colors don't look as great because I clearly haven't optimized and I haven't color graded this yet. But now you will optimize your colors for HDR. If you're a creator, this is the output that you wanna go for, basically. And now you just get a lot more. You basically, everything that you intended to color correct and color grade, like when you're shooting, because that's the whole reason why you shoot raw or why you shoot log, is because you want all those colors and you want to be able to have all of that dynamic range, right? And wide gamut is exactly what that means. It means that you get all of that dynamic range back that you don't get necessarily in the Rec 709 color workspace. Are you still not on board with my cake reference?
No, I like it.
Okay, good. And what this also does is because if you've been editing in Premiere for a while, which I assume you have, you've probably, and color corrected and color graded in Premiere, you probably know that for a while there has been auto tone mapping and also auto detecting log footage, and it would automatically transform already. So you might think like, okay, cool, but what's new besides the wide gamut pipeline that we have? Now it actually supports a lot more formats. So right now, as you can see, it's using the color space S-Log3 because that's what I shot it in. I don't know if I could best show it here. I think I'm just going to do that. You could also go to sequence, and then let me just click on the sequence settings, and then go to color management, and then color setup. No, that's not the one. Advanced. No. Oh, wait. I know what I want to show, actually. This is... What I wanted to show is if we go to that specific clip in the project bin, because it now supports most formats, but maybe, you know, you have a clip that it doesn't support just yet. You can go to that clip in your project bin, go to modify, go to color, and then you can change it right here. So this is exactly the same as what I showed in the Lumetri color, but I just wanted to show, like, if you end up with a clip that is not automatically transformed, this is where you do it. And then here you can just pick any of these formats. So you can also see how many formats are now supported, which is a lot. Almost any format, I feel like. It's a lot.
Definitely is. And if you have, I think if you even have some special profiles installed, it can be even more than that.
Yeah. So I think this is great because before we had the auto detection of log footage, right? But it would only, it was more limited because it wasn't every camera format just yet. So what would happen is that people would maybe turn it off because now you have a timeline with like half of it auto detected and convert or automatically transcoded, or not transcoded, transformed to Rec 709, but half of it is not. But now, because almost every camera and all of the log and the raw video is now automatically transformed, you can definitely use auto detect and automatically transform your beautiful colors. Yay.
Yeah, someone says in the chat, Be Cool Theo says, there's too many formats if you ask me for colors.
Oh, come on. There's no such thing as too many formats, right? When it comes to camera formats?
Someone should make a new standard. Like, that's how it always starts.
Yeah.
Someone thinks, oh, we should make a new standard. Like one that works for everything, and that's how you get a new format. And then it happens again and again and again. So
True.
That's how we got there.
But yeah, what I like about this update, to kind of finish this whole story, is that color management is normally it's a lot, and you need to know a lot, and you need to have a lot of experience and a lot of knowledge. But now it's made so easy that you can just like import your footage and you can start editing with the colors there already. Whereas before, and I'm not talking about like before this update, but a few updates ago, you would be editing like gray, less contrasty looking stuff, and you would have to add LUTs and whatever. Now there's no LUTs. It's automatically transformed if you want to. You can also turn it off if you want to. But yeah, it just makes life so much easier. And not just for beginner editors or people who don't want to bother with it, but also for experienced editors, because with the wide gamut, you get all of the details that you can now color grade and color correct better than before. Do you have anything to add to that?
Word.
Mic drop. Yes, I think there's one more thing that I wanted to say or show. Yeah, so if you edit in the wide gamut, if you want to start using wide gamut, then make sure that you have the color manage auto detected log and raw media on, and make sure that you have this one, the enable color workspace aware effects, that you have both of them ticked, and you're good to go. You're off to the races.
Incredible. To add a couple of more things, that if you are interested to learn what else is new in Premiere Pro, because I know some of you have been waiting for some of those features for a long time, I'm just going to quickly, unless you, sorry.
I'm good.
Okay,
no,
okay,
I'm
good.
good. I don't know if
good.
there's any questions about
We're going to
this
see them
topic.
in the live chat once we are ready. So I'm just going to quickly hop on over to my screen, which is just...
Oh, and one more thing that I think is very important to mention when it comes to the transforming the log files or the log footage and the raw video is that it's non-destructive. So it's not doing anything to your colors or to your files. Mm-hmm. And I think that is important to just know as a little side note, in case that's something you're worried about.
I might just need to steal the cable from you because... yeah. Okay, we'll just quickly go to the big camera. It's just us. Don't be alarmed. Hello.
We're still here.
Yes, we're going to quickly go back. Okay, that looks much better. Just going to set the display so we can all see what's happening, because now that we've talked about Premiere Pro, there are also some After Effects features which I would love to talk to you about. And we also have more features in Premiere Pro that we didn't have the chance to talk about quite yet, because they're smaller ones and probably don't even merit a whole stream. So, with my screen properly set up, took only seconds and I did it while talking. If you go to the Help X page for Premiere Pro, or you can just Google it, that's where you can find all the other updates. So, for example, we can see Generative Extend with that lovely picture of a dog, or video actually. We talked about that, media intelligence, captions, color management. However, there's more. MKV. I know that has been a question for ages. For everyone who's recording with OBS, I see you. Yeah. Content credentials with video files, which of course is quite important for anything generated. Mm-hmm. What else? Dynamic waveforms.
Yeah.
Hardware acceleration, and more if we really want to. So,
yeah.
Oh no, we don't want the German one. Thank you very much, though. So if you have some time, read through this, and then you can find out that support for RE Raw SDK 8.3.1, it's my favorite, was now added.
Nice.
Okay.
Do we want to add one more thing that I just thought of when it comes to Generative Extend, that even though you're uploading your frames, Adobe is not using your intellectual property?
Oh,
I think
yes.
that's important.
Yes, since, of course, you have to upload the frames for Gen Extend, which we've talked about at the very beginning of this stream. You have to upload this to the Adobe servers. This does not work on your local machine. However, we don't train on that. So if you upload your own footage, you don't have to worry about. Nothing's going to be trained on your own personal footage. We only do that for Adobe stock or footage where the copyright has expired. That's publicly available. Okay.
Cool.
So, check this out, and let's move on to After Effects, because there have been some updates as well. And one of them, the first one, is HDR support. I mean, After Effects supports HDR already, but now in the latest version of After Effects, we can actually properly see that HDR. I'm actually going to go to the beta because there's one more feature that might be quite interesting. See if we have the time for that. But it is available in the release version, so doesn't really matter. So After Effects is going to open in a moment.
I just wanna know if you're ready for even more updates, or if you're already like mind blown with the stuff that's going on in Premiere Pro. I want to see something in the chat, I know what I want to see. I want to see your reaction to the updates thus far in the chat. Like, could be any emoji that best describes how you're feeling, what you think. Let us know, because emojis is one of my favorite languages, which should be language 28. I'll see myself out. Never mind. Yeah.
I see. Okay. So, HDR. What I have done is I've already found some lovely HDR footage on Adobe Stock, which, if I go back, we can actually even preview this HDR footage with only one issue. The capture card and the stream which we are sending this to YouTube is not in HDR. So I can't show you via the direct capture. However, we can try a workaround. Because I happen to have, there we go, a B camera, so you can actually see my laptop. And now if I unplug this, we can actually see, hopefully here, see, this is much brighter now. Because this display does support, After Effects. It supports HDR. Hang on, I'm just gonna paste our camera into this frame as well so you can see what we're doing. There we are. Hello. Okay, so we can actually preview the HDR. And if I turn down the brightness, it's even more obvious which one of this content is HDR.
Yep.
So, hopefully, now that we go back in here, we can now actually see that it's quite bright. Whereas before, it wasn't. So, we can now take this, and don't worry, we will go back to the main screen after I've shown you this, but like I said, it doesn't work over HDMI. I can now take this, bring it into After Effects, right here, and then, let's see if we can even just, can I? Yes, I can.
Oh.
Come on. Yes, look at that.
That was some real cinematography right there.
It's incredible.
Wow.
So now if I take this footage and I bring that onto a new composition, while making sure to enable HDR, if we don't have it enabled, we can just click on this and set the working color space to an HDR supported one. For example, this one here. And hopefully, if I now go back and forth, before and after, you can see the rest of the screen.
Yep.
Doesn't change, but the footage inside the screen does indeed change. So This is HDR. Now we're going to go back to the main feed, and you're going to see how it looks if you're not on an HDR monitor, and it's going to look awful. See? That's why I needed this workaround with the camera, because it doesn't look anything like it. Because we're not streaming via HDR. It's unfortunately not supported. Okay, so this is now a possibility in After Effects. You can actually preview your HDR files in After Effects. And if I go back for just a moment and unplug, you will see that once the profile has been properly updated, or if we were to stream in HDR, it would actually look like this.
Yeah.
Which we can't. We can just simulate it with an actual camera.
Yeah, just imagine.
Just
You're creatives.
Imagine. See it before and after. Okay.
HDR is a big topic in this update, both in Premiere Pro and After Effects.
Yeah. All right, let's plug that back in because there is more in After Effects. What I wanted to show you is also something, I'm just going to take that out, we don't need that anymore, is something that's involving the new 3D effects and elements. Because in After Effects, we can now not only import a whole variety of new file formats, well, it's just one FBX, but we can actually bring in more formats, but we can also add new lighting to those objects. So let's say I have this wonderful file here, which I'm just gonna bring into here. Oh, no, I think that's the wrong one. Let's try that again. It would help if I drag and drop the correct video file. This one, yes, that's the one. Gonna bring that in. There we are, make that a bit bigger. Lovely. So I'm actually gonna make this for me brighter. And I now want to add something to this scene, right?
Yeah.
Probably something in 3D. Let's say we have our new adventure business and we want to sell a tour around the Northern Lights and like through with a hot air balloon.
I like that.
Can be tricky. Try to film that at night, especially with the Northern Lights. Exposure can be super tricky. So why don't we try and visualize that in 3D? So what I've done is I went to Adobe Stock, of course on stock.adobe.com, and I have searched for, in 3D of course, hot air balloon. And I found this one. Already licensed it.
Nice.
Perfect.
Okay.
Of course, I don't have to do it with Adobe Stock. I can also use other 3D models, but might as well. So I've downloaded this already. It's sitting in my folder, and I think it is this one. Yes, Balloon OBJ. Can we preview it? Yes, we can.
Yes, nice.
Okay, so now I want to bring this into After Effects. Nothing more easy than that. Nothing easier than that. Just bring that into here. Drag and drop. Takes a moment. It will probably ask me to if I want to switch the workspace in just a moment. When I import it here. There you go. So it's asking me, first of all, what's the name of this object? How should it scale? And so on. So we'll just call it a balloon. That's fine. Object scale, it's going to be a quite large model, so I'm going to just scale that down straight away to like 20%. Yep.
I'm very excited to see what you're going to do.
Object scale, model units, that's fine. I don't actually care how big exactly it is. If I actually have different models with different relations to each other, the hot air balloon should probably be larger than, I don't know, the mouse sitting next to it. So that's where you can go in here. Okay, I'm good with that. It's still quite big. That's why it's probably out of frame. So we have to zoom way out, and it's up there.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is just going to, first of all, bring that to the top. Now we can actually see the basket. And I'm just going to scale it even further down. So maybe 3%, because it's way big. Theoretically, what I should do is I should actually move it further back, because it's still big. It's just far away.
Yeah.
But since we only have the one object, I can just scale it down. It's fine. The background is 2D anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And it makes it easier for me to work with. So it's probably going to sit right here. However, if we take some clues from the perspective, I mean, the trees are pointing this way.
Yeah.
So we're probably not looking at it straight from the front. So I'm going to use the Orbit tool, either keyboard shortcut 1 or via the Orbit tool here. And I'm just going to orbit the camera until it roughly matches the perspective I'm happy with. And if I want to, I can even enable the draft mode, so I can get this lovely grid in here, which can help me, if I already have some perspective lines in here, to actually position the camera. I can sort of guesstimate the horizon line, so I would assume right about there that looks, I think that looks okay. So I'm going to disable the draft mode again. And now we have our balloon. However, as we can, I think, quite clearly see, the colors don't match whatsoever. It's like way too bright. The light from I mean, those are not real northern lights anyway. I think that should be obvious, but you know. So we should match this. In the past, what we would have done is we would have created some lights manually and then try to match the lighting. Can be tricky. Now, it's much easier. So if I go here, we can now see this object is part of something called a 3D bin. So it's part of an environment in 3D. So if we add a new light, just call that one light source.
Very creative.
I
Love
know.
that.
Thank you very much. This light source is now part of this 3D bin. And that has to be the case, so the light actually affects the object we want to
Okay.
light.
Yeah.
Right, if I take this out, you can now see we have a light.
Nice.
Okay, so far so good.
Yes.
But I think it made it worse.
Yes.
Because now we actually have to adjust the light. We don't want a parallel light. I could have done it while setting up the light, or what I prefer, I do it in the properties panel here. We can say, this is not a parallel light, this is a new environment light. And that's the new bit. And in this environment light, we can then specify the source. And in our case, I would like to use my video as the source.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I can choose anyway, so let's do that. And hopefully immediately, if I of course enable the background again,
Oh, yeah.
we can see before
Yeah.
and after. Now, while this might be quite accurate, and also if I play this back, we should see that if I zoom in, that the light is actually, if you look at the balloon, it's actually,
changing.
adjusting.
Yeah. Yeah. I love technology. This is
And I
even
can,
I could do this.
there you go. I can of course even say, all right, actually it's a bit too much, or I want to have it much brighter. So that depends on sort of the realism you want to achieve.
Yeah.
I probably even would just darken it ever so slightly, because I don't think there's much light in this scene naturally. So I'm going to go with that. And if I want to, I can also rotate the light. Won't make as much sense because it's fairly evenly lit, but let's imagine you have one light source, like a sun or a lantern or whatever, and you want to have it from the other side, or you can have it from higher up or further down, then this is the way where you can rotate the light source.
Yeah.
But yeah, since our scene is fairly evenly lit, doesn't really make a difference. So I'm just going to undo that. Okay. We can also cast shadows if we want. So if we have a 3D layer, like as a floor modeled, and we want to cast a shadow based off of that, or if something is standing on the floor, of course it should have a shadow, so we could do that. Here, we won't see the shadow, so
Sure.
just going to disable that. Or just not enable it, which will save me some render time. Okay, so now let's perhaps add some animation to this, because otherwise this is a fairly static shot and I feel that would be boring. We are in After Effects after all, so why not animate some of this scene? And to do that, I would like to first of all move our hot air balloon from one side to the other, and perhaps even add some, like another rim light, because right now it's blending in with the background quite a lot, which is, I mean, realistic, sure.
Yeah.
But since we're going for a more stylistic look, I certainly wouldn't be opposed to just have some pop to the edge, so just so we can see it a bit better.
Yeah.
So-
Yeah.
okay, so to do that, I'm going to just add another light. And in this case, I won't do an environmental light, I'll just use a point light,
Okay.
which means the light is emitting from a single point and going into all directions.
What's the difference between the point light and the shot light?
The
Or
spotlight.
spotlight, sorry.
Spotlight is, if we can have a look at that, this is throwing a cone of light.
Okay.
So if I rotate, you can actually, oh yeah, that's okay. Point of interest. And if I move this, you can actually see that it's,
Yeah.
I mean, it's a spotlight.
Yeah. Yeah.
What should I say? So yeah.
And then the point light.
And then the point light, which of course we can still change, that's literally just a point radiating in all directions. Where the spotlight is just shining into a circular direction, this one is in all lights.
Okay, understood.
And while we're here, I mean, parallel light, think of it as the sun. If something is very far away, the light rays essentially are parallel. So we tend to use this if we want to simulate a sun.
Okay. Yeah.
So we don't have to actually put the light 7 trillion kilometers away. It would be quite difficult. Ambient, that's just general light from all directions, everywhere. So think of it as a cloudy sky, perhaps. Sometimes you just want to have some general ambient lighting.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think I wanted to have the point light, which I can now bring down and actually bring further back. Just so we can, right there.
Nice.
So if I remove the old light source, and if I just disable the background for a bit, this is what we've added. It's not much, but I think it will just give that bit of extra contrast. Probably not going to want a white light in this case. I think we should go with something that's actually more cool, on the cool side, and then just increase the intensity.
Yeah.
Like I said, if we want to go for realism, probably reduce the intensity, but I just want to really have some lovely contrast in there.
That's cool.
There you go.
Yeah.
And if I don't want that, I could also just honestly reduce the opacity even, or go with that. So you have your
whole...
whole...
go on forever.
Yeah. You have your whole arsenal
Yeah.
of After Effects. Anything that glows. Yes, thank you, Sean. Yeah. Right. So we want to animate this as well. So, ooh, that's also interesting. I think I'm just going to move it off shot, off the frame, and just bring that down a bit further. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so let's animate. Ooh, look at this pop-up. This is another, well, technically not new feature. This has been in there for a while. If I don't do anything for a bit, After Effects will render some frames in the background. But what's also new is the new and improved playback. So of course this is not quite fair because rendering 3D lights does take some processing power. But for longer compositions, After Effects will now try to cache those frames more efficiently. So instead of trying to load it all into my RAM, which might be limited, especially if I'm on an older machine, or if I have lots of other apps open, then After Effects will dynamically load the cached images, so the rendered images, onto my hard disk, which of course has much more space available.
Yeah.
And then you can just see it happening right here. You can see that blue line.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening. Those are the cached frames.
Yeah.
And when I go back to this and play that back, After Effects will dynamically load them from my disk. And you can see my RAM is probably full already with the green frames, so it's replacing them slowly but surely. However, once we are back there, and of course once it has rendered, which will take a while based on your scene. Of course, with a new multi-frame rendering, it's a bit faster.
Yeah.
But once we're there, it will automatically convert those back to the green ones, which then allows me to play smoothly, even long compositions, which previously, if you didn't have like oodles of RAM, wasn't possible.
I mean, I think that is that's a really good update to have, because I remember whenever I opened After Effects, I would have to go into settings and dedicate all the RAM that I had to After Effects in order for the preview and the render to be somewhat smooth. And the fact that it now doesn't just use your RAM, but also your SSD or whatever you have in your computer, right? That just makes things a lot faster and a lot, a lot smoother.
And you can double check this. I've just opened the preferences under memory and performance. And you can see in this case, on this machine, I have 48 gigabytes of RAM installed. And for After Effects, I have reserved 36. However, as you can see, if we have other apps open, which I don't at the moment, then they would have to share that RAM. And even if you have a bunch of RAM, I mean, if you have all the apps open, then of course they would have to share. So this is definitely useful. And if you haven't already, enable multi-frame rendering, because this will use all the cores you have on your system. Sorry for zooming in and out so much, but I just get very excited by this.
Oh, I get it.
It's a checkbox. I can check that. Okay, last 15 minutes, so let's do some animation.
Yes.
And I think then we can call it a day and bring it over to our friends in the US, because after our stream, there's more to come. So, animate. Well, not animate, After Effects. Animate is not the app, but we're going to animate in After Effects.
Yes.
Some jokes you just do for yourself. All right, so to do that, thank you. I'm going to hit P for the position. And do we want to animate anything else? We probably don't want to rotate it. Scaling also doesn't matter. So I think position should be just fine.
Sure.
But if we want to, by the way, quick tip for those of you following at home, and I just realized we're sitting right in front of that, so I'm just going to move us over. For those of you following along at home, if you have multiple properties you want to edit at the same time, I mean, we all know we can hit P for position, S for scale, T for opacity, right?
Never understood that one because I thought T for transparency.
Yeah, that's also one way too. But it says opacity, so
yeah.
I guess so. But what if we want to edit multiple of those at the same time? Then we would have to twirl and untwirl again. Quick tip, just hold Shift, and for scale, so Shift S adds it right there. Or Shift T for opacity.
Nice.
And that's the way you can only have the ones visible. Because otherwise, if you just hit S, it will replace it. So, in this case, I just want to set the position. And we're going to make it very easy. I'm just going to trim the comp to around, let's say, I think we only need like 10 seconds or so. I don't think we need the full 40 seconds of this of these northern lights waving around. It's not very interesting. So we all know this. Click on the stopwatch. This will add a linear keyframe. And maybe we even start off screen. I'm not sure. We'll see. Moving over. And let's just bring it perhaps up like this. We don't want much because those balloons don't tend to move as much. They're quite slow. And I mean, this is still, it's supposed to symbolize a time lapse, the background.
Yeah.
I don't think they move actually that much. So let's let this render. I'm just going to switch to half resolution because I'm not looking at that anyway. Okay, that's good. Nice. Perhaps I want to have a slight curve to that. So I can just check the graph. I could either add another keyframe or I could add via the keyframe assistant. Of course, in this case, we do want the position. So keyframe assistant. Oh no, interpolation. Sorry, my bad. Interpolation, spatial, continuous. And this will now add this, I'm not sure if you can see it, this tiny anchor point.
Nice.
Which now can allow me to have a curved interpolation between the frames. So now that balloon is not just going in a straight line, but rather following a slight curve, which I think might be a bit more realistic than just perfectly following this straight path. Okay, what else? Perhaps some text? Maybe. So, either, I wonder what could be interesting. Perhaps we can have some static text where the balloon could float in front, or we can try and tag some, or put some text next to the balloon which follows it. What do you think? Should we try both?
Yeah.
Okay, let's have some fun.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not a real project. I mean, it's totally a real project. I'm going to publish this later today, obviously. Okay, let's add some text.
Follow on Instagram for more.
Follow us on Adobe Live on Instagram. Of course.
To see the final project.
We need a name for our travel agency. Lila's.
Oh, you know how good I am with coming up with names. Not that great. What is it? Lila's hot air balloon. Wow.
Let us know in the chat.
Yes, please. We need some help.
Someone is asking an AI assistant. Okay. Well, that's quite the long text. Let's put that behind the balloon.
Nice. even they're having trouble with it. Look, nothing's happening.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I have disabled that for you. Ooh. I wonder if we could put this behind the trees even. That would be fun. Hang on. And now, welcome to the point of the stream where Tim is getting an idea and wants to try it, even though he hasn't before.
I mean, that's the fun part about the stream.
I call it the no rehearsal section of the stream. What if we just key out this part? So I think we can use extract, right? Oh, wrong way. If we just take this, yeah, look at that. And then we make that a tiny bit softer. There you go. And then we can even animate the text. Now it's behind the tree. See?
Ooh.
Right. And we could make it scale in, perhaps even. I don't know. I mean, honestly,
the world is your oyster. You can do anything you want. That's
none of this is new, but I mean, while we're here, while we have some 3D, some environmental lights, we can even add some more objects if we really want to. I have prepared some, which I wanted to actually put on another shot. So we have an island, so probably not this one. Or a sailboat, wrong one, sailboat, which could be fun, just...
I feel like you're ready for vacation with all the elements that you've picked. I feel like you're ready to go, sail, enjoy palm trees, maybe go on a hot air balloon.
Well, it's the golden age of ballooning, you know? Right, there we are.
Sailing through the sky, look at that.
Maybe.
I like that when you change the position, you can see how the light is changing.
Yeah.
It makes it feel very real. It makes it look very real. See? That's so cool.
And this could then be, yes, we can play with the position. So this
is a look inside your brain.
Oh, I don't think we could broadcast that. It's,
what is happening?
There you go. Like I said,
don't give this man access to After Effects.
See?
I love it. But then what happens to the... Does it go through the text?
Well,
or?
Right now the text is... Well, that's a good question. Right now, that text is not part of this 3D.
Okay.
I can make it part of the 3D layer, but I might have some issues with the actual text placement because... While I can put it inside the 3D bin, now we are having issues with our forest. So I might just need to do some trickery. There we go. So now it's going behind the text. If we go to the orbit view, we can actually see that it's not touching the text. But if we really wanted to, we can definitely push it through the text.
Through it, yeah.
Huh. Okay. Okay. Let's try looking at it from the left view. Let's see. I think that might be a bit too much for the stream to try and do that. I think that might be a bit too much to ask. Because right now, unless...
The sky is the limit. Go for it.
I think it's just way too far back to actually go through the text. Yeah. It's just way too far in the distance. So, but that's not a problem. We can, of course, if I had more time rather than just 5 minutes, we can fix that. Okay. We wanted to also have some text moving with the objects, or I wanted to have that. And I think we have the perfect text to add. Right. Nailed it. Gonna rotate that one. And gonna bring that in.
Zoom, zoom.
Zoom, 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 zoom. It was either this or whee!
I like wee.
Whee! Okay. Now, we can either try to match the movement, or what I probably would try is just parenting it to the position. Let's see if that works. Oh, it's way too close to the camera. It does move.
But you want it to move that way, right? You want it to follow the boat, or what do you want?
Yeah,
like
right
that.
now
yeah.
it's in front of the boat, but I feel like it should be behind.
Yes.
So, luckily, because it's a parented object, we can still edit the relative location based on that object, and it will still follow. So, we might just need to select that. Oh no, the text probably, that would be a good idea. And put that behind the boat. And maybe even a different color than the text. And now it's following the boat. And if we actually put it properly behind the boat, because right now I'm pretty sure it's too close to the camera, then it actually would also work with the perspective. Because right now I'm pretty sure it's traveling way in front of the camera, because that's why it then moves. Okay. However, that's unfortunately, I know it's very unfortunate, all the time we have for today, because after our stream, we have a whole bunch of more content ready for you to watch. And actually, let's see if we can. Do you have the stream open? Can you just open the description so we can see who's next?
Next is
Kelsey.
My friend Kelsey, also known as Premiere Gal.
There you go. And we also have, later on, Editing Smarter Not Harder, the fast track workflow to adventure video editing. I feel like that's what we've done. Color Psychology, Generative Extend, the Art of Second Chances. I like that title. Wow. So, I hope if you've enjoyed this and you want to see more, do let us know in the chat. But from all of us over here at Adobe, live from Munich, thank you so much for tuning in. I hope all your questions were answered, and even those questions where you didn't think you would ask them, like the ones I've shown a moment ago. Probably all the questions. Anyway, Lila, thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you.
Thank you for having me.
Maybe I definitely have learned something.
Awesome.
Maybe you did too, and
absolutely.
Hopefully at home as well. So thanks so much for watching. Where can people find you?
People can find me on everywhere on social media, like YouTube, Instagram, wherever, as Lila from YouTube. So it's at Lila from YouTube anywhere.
Right there.
So if you want to learn editing, obviously in Premiere Pro, but also just general editing, and you want to learn how to make videos, then I am more than happy to help you.
Sounds good to me. All right. Then thank you so much again.
Thank you so much.
Here. And we'll be right back after this message from our Be Right Back screen.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, and welcome to Adobe Live. We are here in studio in the Adobe Live headquarters studio in San Francisco, and I'm hanging out here with Kelsey Brannan. You might know her as Premiere Gal, but Kelsey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You know, it's beautiful weather here in the Bay today, and I'm excited to share my workflow.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here in studio. Thank you everyone for joining us online. We have people in the chat already. Let's check it out. Hey there, Robert, Jack, Roger, Lila, EC. Thank you everyone for joining in. This is a live stream, so if you have questions for Premiere Gal or Kelsey,
Premiere Gal, Kelsey Gal, just Gal.
Kelsey Gal.
Kelsey Gal.
Premiere Gal. If you have questions for her, throw them into the chat and we'll get those answered. And we do have a full schedule today from 9 to 2. We're talking all about new features. The brand new version of Adobe Premiere Pro was just released this morning. And there's a lot of new stuff that we're going to dive into. So
that's right.
Kelsey, tell me a bit about what we're going to be doing today.
Yeah, so I'm going to show you a bit of our YouTube video editing workflow for my YouTube channel, Premiere Gal. So I'm going to walk you through, our complete setup, my role and how it's evolved, because I'm the host of the channel now. I do a lot of research, and I've hired 2 editors, so we have a shared drive, which I'm going to tell you about, and then we're going to kind of sprinkle in a few of the new features in Premiere Pro throughout that workflow.
Sweet, that sounds great. I do see people in the chat. I see people from Nashville. Where is everyone from? Like I said, go ahead and throw in any conversations in there. I'll be keeping an eye on that. But Kelsey, why don't you take it away? But before we do that, tell me a bit about you. Tell me about Premiere Gal. If anyone has been looking up videos on YouTube for Premiere, I'm sure you've seen her face before.
Yes.
What, 500,000 subscribers? More than that?
Yes, it's crazy how it's like grown into this global community. A lot of people ask me like, where's like your target audience? And I'm like, the world, like the universe. I mean, we have a ton of followers in the United States, Canada, and United Kingdom. But if you like go through the analytics and our demographics, it's like 2% Pakistan, 1%, I don't know, Indonesia. Like, it's just all over, and I think it's so cool. And I started the channel in 2017 as just kind of like a side thing that I was like curious about, because I was always into YouTube, and I was like, how do you make it a career? I wasn't really into vlogging, and I thought, how do I take what I'm doing, which at the time I was a hashtag shredditor, a shooter, editor,
I love that term.
producer, and I just love sharing tips. Like, half of the stuff with editing is like troubleshooting and figuring stuff out, how to creatively tell. So like I would Google, and then Google was the machine that like kind of powered my channel. Like, people would be like, how to create captions in Premiere Pro.
That's how I found you. I mean, I've seen your videos, and it's like I would look something up,
Yeah.
and then your face pops up.
Google search, man. It's
Yeah.
a thing, and it still powers a lot of our content. And yeah, here we are, gosh, 8 or 9 years later. I mean, it's getting close to a decade on YouTube, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, I started out as video editing, but now I'm on YouTube now, and this is our workflow that I'm going to show you.
Would you want to, before we get into that, would you want to just pull up your YouTube channel real quick? And we do have a link there in the chat. Go ahead and check out Premiere Gal. You're going to learn all kinds of stuff about Premiere and just tips, workflows, just everything you can think of, products. You have plugins and everything as well. You got merch.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Look, Alex is reminding me of all the
Yeah.
stuff that I've completely forgotten about. So yeah, like in addition to sharing the tips on our YouTube channel, we created our own extension as well, because we started to make a lot of presets for Premiere Pro. We're like, what if we bundle it all together and make a toolkit? And that's what we've been doing. So we showcase a ton of tools, a ton of editing tips, not just Premiere, by the way, After Effects as well, and some Photoshop. The whole ecosystem of Adobe.
Excellent. Well,
Yeah.
thanks so much for sharing all that. Like I said, go ahead and check out her YouTube and hit that subscribe button, because she's earned it. She's been a huge part of the community here. Let's go ahead and dive into what you're going to be working on.
Yes. So the first thing I want to talk about right now is just kind of the infrastructure, like the backbone, because like the most important part about editing is organization, as you probably know, Alex. So it's really important for everybody on my team. And by the way, we're all located on 3 continents. I'm based in Europe. Jiva, my other editor, is in Bangkok, Thailand. And then Rickard is based in LA, although he's originally from Sweden. So,
Okay, so
we
the
have
time difference is real.
So we don't work locally on our drives. We actually switched over to LucidLink last year. And basically it's cloud storage that allows you to basically mount it like it's a local disk on your computer. So you can see here I have this gal-edits, and this is our LucidLink file space. And you can see the way that I have it organized is I have a folder called editors. So I divide up our different projects by just our names, because it's just easier that way. So you can see we have quite a few projects, a few of them that I need to archive. Archiving can take some time, and got to make time for it. This one's really important, recurring assets. So we created kind of a folder with like graphics that we commonly use, extensions that we use, which is where we store our Gal toolkit. We have all sorts of different stuff, stock video in here, divided up. So we try our best to like add assets that we use very often in all of our projects here. And then I have a toolkit folder here because we actually run another YouTube channel for our Gal toolkit where we just do tutorials on the extension.
Okay.
So right now, my role, in addition to hosting and writing for the channel, I kind of act as like an assistant editor now, where I like set up the timelines after I'm done filming. So once I'm done, I get my SD card and I pop it in. And so what I'm going to show you right now is how I set up my timeline. And then we'll move to a more advanced version where I can show you some of the effects to make our intros a little bit more engaging. All right.
Yeah, that sounds great. Hello we got Robert in the chat. How's it going? Sean, Tanvini. Thank you so much for joining. If you are just joining in, we're hanging out with Premiere Gal, and we are just now hopping into Premiere. We're going to talk about some new features. And if you want to follow along with the new features, be sure to go to the Creative Cloud desktop, download the brand new version of Premiere that just dropped 6 a.m. this morning, I believe, our time in San Francisco. Yeah, follow along. So we're on the new version of Premiere. What are we doing?
Just updated. So right here, I just put in our footage here of my talking headshots. And then I also do a screen record as well. So I use a program called Capto for Mac. It's great. You just pay like a one-time fee and it's not subscription. You know, have subscription burnout with that stuff.
Yeah.
So the screen recording is here, and I actually record my main USB microphone into the screen record, and then I have a lavalier mic that's hooked up with my talking head, because I always recommend having 2 sources of audio just in case one fails. So what I do to start is I just right click on the first clip and I just do new sequence from clip. And that's how I start my sequence, right? So that way I know that it's the correct frame rate and it's matching my talking head footage. And then I usually go in and just rename it like V1 project name.
And I
There we
see
go.
here you like to have the thumbnail view. I personally am a fan of the list view, but if someone, if their Premiere doesn't look like this, how are you switching back and forth
That's a
between
great
the two?
question. I'm kind of a hybrid. I also like the list view also. I like to switch back
There
and
we
forth.
go.
The list view, and you can also make list view bigger so you can kind of see the different icons. But when I'm looking for footage, I like to switch to icon view because then I can visually see what I'm looking at a little bit better. So then once I create that sequence, I'll just drag in my second talking head shot, and then I'll drag in my screen record, which is going to be synced with the first one. So we're going to sync that. You can see right now I have part of my script open. Sometimes I have my script and my screen record to reference. And then I'll take this one down. And then what's really handy is actually something weird happened with my new microphone. So it records like all these empty channels. I need to look into that. Like we were saying before,
Codecs.
troubleshooting.
I think half the job of a video editor is being a troubleshooter as well.
Yes,
You know,
yes,
things
tech
don't always
savvy.
go to plan.
Tech support, gal tech support is kind of what it is. So I just lasso and select all of them, and then I go to synchronize. And I usually just do mix down, but you can use either one and it should work fine. So with my setup, basically I'm synchronizing my lav mic with the USB mic. And if you guys are curious about the gear that I use a Ray microphone by Lumet Audio, and then I use a Canon EOS R with a 35mm lens, RF lens. I love Canon color. I tried Sony once, and it's a great camera, but there's just something about when you're like for example, like I've been a Mac gal for a long time, and it's just hard to switch once you're used to it.
I think you're gonna need some other hats here. Mac gal,
Mac gal.
all the different add-ons here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once that's synced, then I'll go ahead and synchronize the next one here. And I'll show you after this how I do a brief color grading and also how I delete these empty channels without getting things out of
Yeah, to
sync.
keep it nice and clean because you don't want all those empty channels.
Yeah, you'll notice that if I zoom in here on the timeline, the footage is a little bit longer, so I'll just clean that up so that way there's no gaps in the timeline. And I'll do the same here. I'll just delete that gap and then I'll zoom in again and just make sure everything is nice and snapped together, which is great. Another little tip that I have is if you press Alt or Option on a Mac, you can select just one singular layer and then just delete that because these are empty, right? And so this...
So you're holding Alt to do that, to select individual layers, which is a hotkey, just know it to memory. You're gonna use it all the time in Premiere.
Yeah. And this is a duplicate here. This is just the playback of my computer, so I can also delete that. And then you can like select them and move them up individually as well, which is pretty neat. So normally what I do is I put the screen record. Right now it's on video layer 2. I need to actually swap that. Since everything's synced up, I can just move this up now so the talking head is above. And let's go ahead and make my program monitor bigger again. So what I end up doing here is I actually lasso and select my talking head shot and I control click on it and I actually nest it as one clip, and I'll just call it talking head or something like that. We don't really have a set system. You can just call it cam.
Talking head. I
Talking
like it.
head.
It's,
Talking head. That's
It's very
what I do.
descriptive.
So that's done here, and then I can go to Lumetri color, and I really find this useful actually. And underneath basic correction, I'll just go ahead and click on auto, which isn't one of the new features yet, but it actually does a really good job of just giving a little a vibrancy boost, and you can see all of the controls were adjusted automatically with the help of AI, which is awesome.
Yeah, which is, I think, it's not brand new, but that is new within the last year. I think when you hit the auto, it kind of actually shows you now what's being done so you can manipulate it yourself, which is great. It's nice.
Yeah, and I typically go in and I like to boost the vibrancy slightly. And then you can kind of toggle it on and off to see a slight difference there. You can do a little bit more refinements too with curves. Like for example, if you want to make a particular hue a little bit more saturated, so that's what hue versus sat means. It's like you're basically increasing the saturation of a hue, which is a fancy word for color. So in this case, I'm just going to use the dropper tool, and let's say I want to make the purple color a little bit more vibrant. You can like select that, and I can be like, I want to make this super vibrant. You can see it's like super purple now. You don't want to go too extreme, but you can kind of do like subtle adjustments. I could do the same with my t-shirt. I can select that and then move this. I don't know why that didn't create any points here. There we go. Sometimes it's a little wonky. There we go. Make that a little bit more vibrant. So you can kind of like, I like to have fun and like paint all of this, and to save time, you can actually save this as a preset. But sometimes I like to do it per edit. Okay. So what you can do is you can go to Effect Controls, and you can see that it applied a Lumetri color effect to this footage here, and you can right click on it, and you can save this as a preset. So I could save this as like gal color. So I can just go ahead and just call this gal color.
And you could do a project specific for particular shots, or if you know you're going to record this same exact angle all the time, you can just throw that on.
Exactly.
Okay.
So now if you go to Effects and you go to Presets, if you go underneath, it should be here, Gal Color. So you can see that there's a couple presets that we have here already. So that way you don't have to do that. You can just drag this Gal Color onto the footage in the future, and you don't have to, do what I did every single time. It's all about saving time, right?
Oh yeah.
So then another layer that we create, and the reason why I'm not doing multicam is we actually have another workflow where we actually disable different layers. We don't do multicam for our edits, even though technically we could because we have more than one screen. We have a screen recording and my talking head. So what I do for my little tiny mask headshot, which is visible in the corner overlaid with the screen record, is I actually duplicate this again by holding Option and drag it up.
Okay.
And then what I end up doing is just turning off the visibility of the talking head nest below. And I'll go over to Effect Controls, and I'll just create a little circular mask. And there we go. Just kind of situate it over my head, reduce the feathering. And then what's really cool is from the new, it used to be called the Essential Graphics panel, but they switched it to Properties, and now Graphics Templates is where you find all of your Mogurts, right? So I'm gonna search here for circle.
Which is just a fancy word for template.
Not
Mogurt. To be confused with yogurt. So,
Mogurt is technically stands for Motion Graphic Template. .mogrt is the file extension. So I created this yellow circle just by using these tools down here, using the ellipse tool, and I just made it yellow with a drop shadow on it. So then I just drag this down here.
Oh, so you don't have to remake it, even though it's so simple to make. Like, you don't have to remake this every video you do.
Yeah, and my editor, Rickard, has a different way of doing it, and I forget how he did it, but he created some cool preset where you don't have to like reposition it each time, which is also pretty cool. So yeah, basically I just go in and reposition it, and then I re-nest the talking head and the graphic together by selecting them, and I nest it again, and I call this React Cam. So then I can take this and make this smaller as one nest and bring it in the corner of the screen, like so.
Boom.
And then it looks like I need to fit to frame. If you guys have noticed in Properties panel, there's new fit and fill to frame. So I can fit my screen record better to frame, and then I can better refine it because it's not a perfect aspect ratio here. And then now you can see my screen record in the background. We'll do that again and just scale it in like that. So now I have everything set up. So now if I ever need to switch between anything, if I'm like, I want the React Cam to be turned off, I can just press Command-Shift-E, which disables it. Or you can control-click or right-click and go to Enable. So that's what I kind of do to cut. You do the rough cut, and then you go in and disable whichever layer you don't want visible.
Yeah, and I actually use that all the time. I use probably enable and disable way more than I ever use the visibility of the track itself. Like on the side there, you have the one layer turned off, and just simply because I like to visually see what layers are on and off thing for me.
Totally.
But yeah, learn the hotkey for enable and disable.
Absolutely. So I'm actually going to, one other thing that I do is if everything's good with the main studio microphone I use, I actually go in and I press Option again, and I Command-Shift-E, like we just said. I turn off the lav mic audio so we only have the good audio. So now that this is all set up, then I'm like, hey Rickard, hey Jiva, it's up in LucidLink, and what's great about that is that they can open up this project and everything is online. You don't have to reconnect anything. It's the same file path. It's really useful. And they're on a Windows and I'm on a Mac, which is fantastic.
And how long are your videos typically? Like what are you typically, how many cameras are you working with?
The finished
like
edit? The finished edit comes down to, sometimes it varies between 8 minutes and like 18 minutes.
Okay.
But typically the best spot is around 12 minutes, we find. We try to go in detail with our videos. We don't want to make it super fast because sometimes you have to explain things, right? So
yeah, and sometimes you don't want to skip over the important details and such.
Absolutely.
So we're about 20 minutes into the stream. What's next? What else you got in store for us?
Well, we're not going to show you the full workflow here, but if you want to see all the tips that we do to create our rough cut, I do have a full video on the YouTube channel that's like our entire video production process revealed, so you guys can go check that out.
That's going to be great. I mean, I nerd out on that kind of stuff. So
yeah.
I love it.
So I'm going to go to the final timeline here that we have of this particular edit. And you can see that we have a lot of layers going on here if I move that up. But let me just play this and I'm going to show you how we add some camera movements, how we search for B-roll, and do some rotoscoping. So let's just see. I didn't render this out, so we'll see the playback how it does. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can make proxy smaller versions of your high-end footage to speed up your workflow, and better yet, how to automate this process for you so you don't even have to think about it. Let's jump on in. Premiere Pro. So that's the final edit there. And let me just take you to this intro without some of those effects added. So you can see here that it's just a still. Let me see if this, oh, there we go. I don't know why there's like a caption there in the beginning. Let's delete that. Okay.
The rogue caption.
So you'll notice that we had that, kind of zoom in the beginning there. In this video, I'm going to show you how you can make camera wiggle. Because I shoot on a tripod, right? But we want to make our intro a little bit more engaging. So we made some presets using the transform effects. And let me just open up our extension here so I can show you.
And this is your personal extension?
Yeah, so we ended up turning it into the Gal toolkit, which I have open here. And it's underneath effects, camera movement. So we have these really cool presets like a fast zoom out. And then we have linear versions and a wiggle version. And I like to use the wiggle one for the intro. So what I do is I just zoom out just to make sure nothing is going to get overlaid. It shouldn't, but I just double click on that and it applies it automatically.
And people can find these on your website, Premiere Gal, or
yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Perfect. Or just through your YouTube channel. I'm sure you got some links on there.
Yeah. I'm going to hold on a second here because I think with the new version of Premiere Pro, maybe I didn't set up everything correctly here, but we'll see.
We had to update this morning as well, so.
Yeah, it looked like it applied. It's a little bit slow the first time you apply something, and then it starts to speed up. So if you select this camera movement and you go to Effect Controls, you can see it's just two transform effects, one that has a wiggle and one that has that scale and position. That's really all it is, but it just saves you time, right? So you can move this to make it a little bit faster, that zoom in. I'm going to show or slower by pulling that out, right? In this video, I'm going to show you have the freedom to customize these presets slightly. And so then I just, drag this out so that way the wiggle stays on the full time. So that's how we do our little opening engagement of the camera zoom out. And then I want to show you how we do rotoscoping. So if some of you aren't familiar, After Effects can connect to Premiere Pro with Dynamic Link. So you can open up a cut and open it up in After Effects, so that way you can do like a quick mask and add something behind us here. So let's see here. Let's see where I wanted to do it. Let me actually put my headphones back on again.
And question for the chat, I'm curious, for
Automate
all
this
of you
process for
watching,
you.
how long have you been working in Premiere? And how long have you been in Premiere now? Like, you seem to know your way around pretty well.
Since about 2013. I was on Final Cut Pro 7 before.
Okay.
And then I switched to Premiere when they had the Creative Cloud. It just made it easier to work.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
about when I switched as well. It's been a while. And the updates just keep coming, so.
Yeah,
great.
absolutely. So what I recommend with rotoscoping is moving up your layers, because you're going to be using a few different layers here. So I recommend duplicating the camera footage, so just by pressing Option and bringing that up, and then right-clicking on it and replace with After Effects Composition. And it looks like, I'll just do this one. There we go. So while that opens up, I'm going to show you the new search panel, which is super awesome. This is one of the new updates that came into version 25.2. Did I say that correctly? It's version 25.2.
I believe it's 25.2.
Yeah. So in the upper right corner, I know I have my little rainbow wheel. Let's wait for that. There's a little search icon. And essentially, all these notices, all
like
these
we
notices.
said, you have to be a troubleshooter too, and
Yes.
just know your way around the technical side to be an editor.
I don't know why it's asking me to save, but just for clarity here, I'll just make a new folder here to stay organized and just call this Roto. Okay?
So what are we going to be rotoing here?
My talking head.
Okay,
And
so
we're
we're
just
gonna
gonna
cut you out.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna put B-roll behind me. So if I go to the search panel here, it pops open.
Excuse me. I feel like we need to pause there on that search panel, because
Yeah.
this is something that's brand new as of this morning in this version 25.2. So make sure you go download it, because otherwise you're not going to see it. Tell me a bit about the search panel.
Yeah, so you can, as it says here in this dropdown, you can pretty much search anything inside your projects that you have open. So this includes visuals, text, and metadata, and it uses media intelligence to find things based on keyword. So you can search for something like, I don't know, sunset, somebody walks on the beach. And maybe that file isn't named that, but the media intelligence can scan your footage for particular shots that match that description and show you audio, visuals, anything that has metadata attached to it. So it's great, right? So in this case, I want to add data behind me in my rotoscope, some sort of data visualization. So if I just search data here, it's essentially going to search my open projects, and I actually have 4 projects opened.
Okay.
And you can see the visual searches that have come up here, and it will set in and out points to around that particular moment in the clip that has that. And you can click on view all visuals here, and you can see a couple different options. I think I like this one. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually move up our roto onto video layer 4 and just drag this data visualization. Before I do that though, because I wanna set in and out points, because this entire thing is data, so we need to make this a little bit smaller. So what I'll do is I'll just press, probably do I here. I like to have a little bit of buffer room in the beginning, and O for out, and then drag this here and then kind of resize it to my clip, just like that. But we didn't do the roto yet, right? So you can't see the background behind me. So this is where I go back to After Effects that's opened up here. And what I'm gonna do is double click on this clip and select this moment here, this particular clip that we're on. And I'm gonna go to double click on this to open up the layers panel. And what I'm gonna do here is use the roto brush tool to select my talking head. And what this is gonna do is just kind of detect the edges automatically. It's become kind of like a smart tool, right?
And it's gotten so much faster,
It's
too.
gone a lot faster. So I'll just select my hair. Before you would have to like manually paint this, right?
Right.
And so then you just press play and you let RotoBrush do its thing. I guess I need to go back to the composition here. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so I'm gonna keep it rough for this demo, but we can just go ahead and save that. And then we can come back here and it should be rotoed.
Should automatically update, right?
Yeah, I think I might have wrote it the wrong part. Oh, there we go.
There it is. We got a lot going on the computers
Look
here
at
between
that.
streaming and everything. So, and this is so dynamically linked. It's in there. And then you found that clip. You didn't actually like. This isn't the same. Just to be clear, this isn't the same search panel of like searching in your project bin.
Yeah, it's
This
not.
is totally different. It's looking at the actual content of your footage. You didn't tell it, you know, hey, this is a data clip. It automatically recognized that with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the same way that I would kind of be like, okay, I want to find, let's actually go back to the overview. You can search for sound effects too. You can see down here like digital data.mp4 or other types of things here.
And since this is new too, and you might be going into it here, but there's a couple different like filters, and like I see at the top, you can show all results. You can do source or sequence.
Sequence only.
Yeah, and we'll be talking about this all day on all the streams, kind of till 2 o'clock today. So we're gonna get into this a lot. But why don't you kind of give us that first taste since you're the first one on this morning?
Yeah.
What are some of the different settings here?
Yes, so for example, right now, at this moment after the roto, I want to have a B-roll shot of like somebody thinking. So actually, if I listen back here, I think I say
put our
something.
ears on.
Yeah, put the ears on. So you don't even have to think about. So you don't even have to think about it. So for this, I was like, okay, maybe I can search our B-roll. Remember how I mentioned I have the recurring assets folder where we store a lot of our B-roll that we save. So right now I'm not going to search everything. I just want visuals. So I can choose this drop down and let's just put in the word think and let's see what comes up. So you can see here, I actually just want to search source. I don't want to search sequence. So you can see we have a couple different shots here. Of the thinker, and finally we went with this one here of this clip. So if I open this up, I'm going to choose a section that I want. So let's maybe about here and right before she turns her head. I like that one. Or right when she puts
I'll
her
do the
hand
sound
up.
effects.
Yeah. We have our Foley artist here. And
Very generous.
all right, so now I have the B-roll clip, but as you can see that there's a bunch that comes up here, even some versions that are in log, because some of our stock video clips that we have are like raw files or they were shot in a log format that's a little bit milkier. So you can see that this looks a little bit milky, right?
Yeah.
Another update in 25.2 is the new color management. So
Tell me more.
yes, so I have talked about this before when it was in beta, but essentially it can auto-tone map. You can have it auto-tone map it into Rec 709 automatically, and you have also different presets. So if you're working with log or raw files, you can have now a wide gamut space. Before it was like pushing all the color into this like small Rec 709, and now you just have more data to work with. So let me just quickly show you here. If I go to Lumetri color, there's now a settings tab next to edit because I showed you my basic correction I did before with the auto color.
Yep.
But settings now, if you go into project, you can choose to color manage auto detected log and raw media. If you uncheck that, you can still use LUTs if you want to color correct it into the correct color space. But this footage, if I double click on it, and this should work. I'm not sure if that one is the correct one that I wanted to show here. Ah.
You can find a good one in there. So what you're saying is I don't necessarily need to go and select my LUT every single time now.
It is it. Sorry to interrupt you, Alex.
You're
but
good.
So this is in the raw red file, but if I turn on color manage, it's very subtle.
Yep.
You can still do more correction after this, but this has been correctly mapped here. And what I was talking about before was this, is it underneath advanced here, the working color space? Yeah, so if you have your sequence selected, you can go down here and you can choose a different output color space. Normally it's gonna be Rec 709, but this is what I was talking about, the wide gamut tone mapped. So if you're primarily working with raw files, you said you should definitely switch to this so you have more information to work with when you're working with the scopes.
Yep.
Lumetri
Which is,
scopes.
I mean, it's the whole reason that we're shooting log and raw anyways, is that we can bring it in and work with that extra space of color.
Yeah, and then that way you don't have to think about it, right? So basically if I drag in one of these clips now and I'm working in a Rec 709 space, I don't have to worry, oh shoot, that log file didn't get changed to a Rec 709 color space. So it just makes everything more seamless and time saving, really.
Yeah, and I would say, like, if this sounds like really techie and confusing to you, basically to summarize it, I'm gonna think of it as like coloring a JPEG versus coloring a RAW. Like
That's
before,
great.
we were kind of just coloring and it worked, but we didn't have all the information we could potentially utilize, whereas now we bring in the RAW, we bring in the log, and it will automatically do it, like saving you time, which is, you know, you're not fiddling with the sliders, you know, trying to get it where you need to be and then doing your color correction from there. It's automatically happening.
And it pretty much supports all the cameras now, all of the popular ones, unless you use some like strange, weird camera that nobody knows about. But if you go down here to override media color space, you can see all the different, you know, we have DJI, Fuji, Nikon, Leica, Panasonic, Sony, all of it here. But we don't want to override it.
Right.
But if I check this off again, look again. This is log, and with the color manage on, I no longer have to worry about applying LUTs. I can drag this into my timeline and use it from the search panel without even having to think about a LUT, which is just what we want, right?
And again, if you're just joining in, we're hanging out with Premiere Gal. You've probably seen her videos on YouTube. She's definitely very well known in the Premiere community. And we were showcasing some of the new features, and she's walking us through her workflow using Lucid Link and kind of just her entire process of starting to create a video with her team. We've talked a little bit about the brand new search panel, and now we're talking about color changes. We got a little bit more.
Yeah.
But if you don't see these features, be sure to update your Premiere Pro as of this morning so you can get a hold of these features and use them. Let us know what you think. I do see Francisco and Jack and Robert in the chat. Feel free to chime in if you have any questions along the way. What else we got?
Yeah, so again, I took this clip right before the thinker like kind of turned her eyes. I don't want her to turn her head here. I want to, let's say you want to hold on a particular character shot, but you want it to be longer before she turns her head. And we don't want to rate stretch this or change the speed of the clip. We want to maintain the original cadence of the shot, the same frame rate. So another new update in 25.2, Generative Extend, is now in this app. So if you go over here from the toolbar, you can see this new tool called Generative Extend. So what I'm going to do is actually go to the frame that I want to hold on and just press C and cut there. Because I don't.
So we want to hold on her just kind of in this moment without turning. Now you mentioned we don't want to slow it down.
Yes.
I feel like that might be something a beginner might do. It might be kind of common. They'll just think, oh, hey, I can slow this down to 50%. My clip is twice as long. Why wouldn't you want to do that?
Well, look
Why
what
would you wanna
happens
do
when we
this
do that.
instead?
If I go over here and use the rate stretch tool, you can also press R on your keyboard. That's a quick way to just, you know, make this a little bit slower. And if you control click on it and go to speed and duration, you can see that I made it 40% the normal speed. So if I play this back, it just looks a bit choppy. It doesn't look as nice. Also, I need to scale this up.
Might be hard to see on the stream, that choppiness.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically, if you're going to stretch some footage that the frames aren't there for, you're going to end up with duplicates, and it's going to look choppy and not look good. So when you need to stretch something or cut it out, the Generative Extend is a great option.
Exactly. So I'm going to bring this back to 100% here. And then instead of the rate stretch tool, which I was using before and trying to hack it, sometimes it still didn't look good. Now I can use this one And again, this is like super, I just updated, so I'm getting all these like pop-ups right now. So now what I can do, okay, so this is actually good to showcase. So Generative Extend requires video clips with no audio to be longer than 2 seconds. So that's okay because there is more media here. So what we have to do is press V to go back to our selection tool. And I'm gonna bring this layer up and I'm gonna like make this longer because there is a little bit more here. So let's see if we can get it to work here right before she turns her head, right around here. Hopefully we can get this to work. If not, maybe we can find a different section of the clip to use.
And
Yeah, it's
what
still not long
resolution
enough.
are we working in right now?
Right now we are in 1080p in my timeline, but it does work with 4K now and vertical video.
4K, vertical, and 1080 is all working. So we can extend video infinitely?
To 2 seconds. And then audio, you can also do room tone. You can generate and extend a room tone for up to 10 seconds, which is great. So one thing to note here is that this actual clip isn't 2 seconds. So what I need to do is actually find a different section of this thinker so we can go back up here. It needs to be at least 2 seconds already to extend it.
Right,
So,
it probably needs some frames to work off of and figure out what's going on.
So maybe let's try this one instead, where she goes like this, and then I want to hold on her face before she closes it a little bit more. Something like that.
And I do love how intuitive and simple this is. There's just a tool in the bottom left hand of the toolbar,
Yeah.
and all you gotta do is click and drag. I don't think it gets any simpler than that.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, for those of you in the chat, have you given this a try yet? It's been in beta for a little while. It is now public in the public release. Let us know your thoughts. And then I seem to think of this, I mean, you can go 2 seconds with video. I think it's great for, it's kind of like a compositing hack, the way you're using it, where you want her to stay there. I also think of it as a great way to extend transitions and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for example, if you want a transition to happen at the beginning of the clip and you don't have enough media, you can generate and extend the beginning of that clip so that way you can put a transition between it. So I was able to do this now because I made sure that the clip was exactly 2 seconds. So that is one thing to bear in mind when you do use Generative Extend. You might get that red pop-up like I got saying like, hey, it needs to be at least 2 seconds to be able to extend from it. So basically what it's doing right now is it's uploading this to Firefly and it's taking the existing media from that existing clip and it's generating an entirely new video 2 seconds longer that you can then use in your edit, which is awesome. So while that is working here, I'm gonna shift this over. Another thing that we do a lot is just quickly do a zoom in on my talking head. Notice here how it just zooms in here. And that's because I have this transition here called motion tween. And this is not built in, but it behaves like a built-in Premiere Pro transition. It's by Film Impact. And so if I delete that, now between these two cut points, it's just
Jump
a
cut,
jump
yeah.
cut and scaled in a little bit. So if you create a cut at any moment, you can then go to the second clip and then scale it in however much you want. So I think we had at like 125. And so then you can go to effects and I'm gonna search for motion tween. And if you drag and drop this at this cut point here, it'll just zoom in for you.
Okay.
So you don't have to keyframe. And the reason why we use this in our workflow is that it saves time.
Did you on that clip before you put it on there, you already still had it scaled in a little bit?
So this one,
Yeah, on
Is-
the second clip, sorry.
so this clip is already zoomed in a little bit at 111.
So it
And
just
this one
kinda
is
matched
at
that.
125. So basically what it does is it takes the space during this transition. You can make it longer, so it can be a very slow zoom if you want. See how
Oh,
it's
I
like a
see. Yeah.
subtle zoom?
Oh, that's cool.
Or you can make it super short.
I
like a
love
little-
how quick all of this is. Like,
Yeah, it's
all of it.
super fast. Film Impact's great. And so motion tween is one of the most used effects that we use in our edit. You can see it was also used here in our timeline. Let me actually disable this generation layer here. You can see it was also used here, a quick zoom in. So we use that all of the time and we just love it. It's great. So Generative Expand is still working here. So why don't we actually jump into another feature that would be very useful, I think, for burning in different language translations. So out of beta right now is the new caption translation in Premiere Pro. And I use a lot of captions on my reels and shorts to, you know, make it more easy to watch without the audio on. And now you can reach more audiences. So I'm gonna go over here to a little reel edit that I have here. And you can see inside my timeline, let me actually move my program window actually over here. So that way it's bigger.
Do you speak multiple languages?
I speak a B1 level of the Polish language.
A B1 level?
Yes.
Is that a technical term?
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay.
Because I actually had to pass an exam and I have a certificate for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fun.
Dzień
And that's where
dobry,
you're
czy
living.
mamy Polaków tutaj? Dzień dobry, jestem Kelsunia.
There you go.
Dzień dobry.
This is great.
No, teraz mieszkam w Warszawie na 5 lat. I just said that I live in Warsaw for the past 5 years. I've been living in Europe actually the past 5 years. So I've been learning that language on the side.
Yeah, probably an important thing to know, huh?
Yeah, and I think Polish language is in here. I think there's 27 languages that you can translate to.
Yep, 27 different languages. I couldn't tell you all 27 if you asked me to name them.
I'll show you guys in the drop down. So you can see here when I play this back that I have captions in my timeline. English, because that's the base original language, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the text panel, which is located from our window. And let's pull this over into this area here. And if I go to transcript, you're gonna say something?
Oh, I was just going to give you kind of a heads up. So we got about another 10 minutes or so.
Perfect.
Perfect?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
awesome.
great. So I already transcribed this and made captions from it. So you can see we have our English captions already made here in the timeline. So what I'm gonna do is make this a little bit bigger.
Which your captions look very nice and clean, by the way. I like that.
Yeah, I will show you how I stylize this. So if you make your panel a little bit bigger, you'll now see this little icon that is kind of like a character symbol for translation. So you can translate your captions into multiple languages and you can do multiple at once. So from the source panel, you can see that English has been already auto-detected, but I can choose a different target language. For example, let's do Spanish here, because I have a decently sized Spanish audience. And let's see if there's actually Polish here. There we go.
Oh,
We have Polish.
we're in luck.
So let's try that.
We can find out if you were correct. Is this
Yeah.
B1 level Polish?
B1 level. Yes, I can actually read it, so that'll be good. So another thing you can do is have a different style preset that you can save. You can see that I've already stylized my English captions quite nicely. It has that nice purple background. It has a little subtle drop shadow, so it's a bit easier to read. And I'm using a Montserrat extra bold font, I think. So you can choose one of these presets if you want, but I'm gonna go ahead and just not stylize it and show you how you can from the properties panel. Another really important thing underneath advanced preferences here is maximum length in characters and maximum duration in second and the line count. Notice that I have a single line here. I prefer that. And for my vertical videos, I actually prefer a maximum length of 20 characters. So I'll go in here and I'll change this to 20 because of the social media UI that will cut off part of, you have to be aware of like where you're placing your captions, right? So I'm gonna hit translate and look, it creates 2 more caption subtitle layers here. You can see it's C1
Wow, look
for
how quick that was too.
super fast. C1 is how they label caption layer 1, C2, C3, and so on. So you can turn on and off. And remember, ignore this up here, this source panel here. Let's actually move it's distracting me, this thinking face. So look over on the right side here.
Ooh, that's an intense face.
Yeah. This is me being funny,
This is
pretending to
great.
be a...
I can imagine you have so much fun recording this.
I have a lot of I love it. It's good. All right, so I'm going to turn off the English captions and I'm going to turn on our Spanish here. And you can see it's quite low and getting cut off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the properties panel And I have track styles saved. If you click here, you can see my presets that I've made.
Oh, wow.
So I'm gonna go ahead and click on that, but you'll notice I forgot to update the position of this. So I'm gonna bring this up. Yeah, going to the left, if you click and drag this number, you can bring this up. And then maybe the Spanish, I want it to be a red background. You can change that to a red background, and voila. But if I go this way, you're like, wait, what happened in the styling? It's still here at the bottom.
Yeah.
So what you need to do is save this as a new preset. So you can click up here, press plus, create new style, and we can just do test red. And you can also save it to your local styles so you can use it in the future going forward.
Yeah, I feel like that's going to be a common question too. I did it here. Do I have to redo that every single time? So.
And now it's all updated in Spanish. Let's do the same with Polish here. And I have some Spanish from my high school here in California.
I took 4 years in high school, and I don't remember much of it. I can read some, but that's about it.
Yeah, so here we can, update the style as well. Let's go ahead and choose one of our presets. Let's use the test red again. And this time, let's do a blue color as the background. And we can bring it up.
Yeah, my head's kind of covering it up.
There we go. Typically around here is good, just below the talking head. And then we can just save this again. Blue style. Okay? So wszyscy wiemy, że nasz czas jest. So there's everything we know, like our time is important. Cena, I would probably say ważna instead, but it's about 90% correct. You should consult with somebody, I would say, to make sure.
I always go through captions, and you got to change things, especially like brand names and stuff like that. It might come up with some weird things, but always go through and double check. So we got another couple minutes left here. Is there anything else super important, or should we go ahead and do our recap over the next couple minutes?
I mean, nothing super.
We've talked about a lot. So we've talked about 4 new features that just launched in the official
version. The AI
version
generation
of
is
Premiere.
done though.
Should
we show the AI generation?
Oh yeah, we never showed that.
Yeah, while we were doing the captions, you'll notice here in the timeline that it says AI generated to that portion that we extended, clearly labeled. So it just basically, if I press play, it held on her and there's still movement in this new generation.
That's actually pretty impressive. It's not like she completely stayed there. So before, if you were to duplicate that, put it above, and then on the one below, maybe you turn off that AI generation. And how would we do that if you just click on that AI generated, right click, I think, in there?
Yeah, control click and revert to original.
Yeah. So let's see what the original was.
Okay. The original clip was, I think, the same. Pretty similar.
Oh, okay.
This wasn't exactly the best example to show here because I wanted to show originally in the beginning before she turned her head.
Oh, that's right.
But there wasn't enough media.
Okay.
There wasn't enough media. So here I just wanted to show this.
What it does, yeah.
Yeah. So when you are doing this, you want to make sure that there is enough media to generate based off of. So you may have to, play around with different ways of extending your clip. And in this case, all we wanted to do is just extend this a little bit more. But let's say at this point, she put her hand down right away. Then we could hold on this spot for longer. But it's different than a frame hold, right? Because if you duplicate this.
Because there's movement.
Yeah, because a frame hold, this is what I would do for screen recordings. This is different where you just go to the last frame. You literally use the arrow keys to just have one frame. And you cut and control click and you can add a frame hold and then you can change frame hold options to in point and you can extend out the clip, but it's just a still image. So it goes from this to just her being, what is happening here? Oh, the AI generation is there.
Still on.
I need to take the original clip and show you guys this real quick.
And if you haven't already, be sure to go, if you're not already subscribed, she's got a lot of subscribers, your name's getting out there, be sure to go to Premiere Gal's YouTube page, hit subscribe. I've definitely really enjoyed seeing your process here, and I always enjoy seeing other creatives and how they do things, and then it makes me think of how I do things and how I can improve that.
Yeah.
My biggest takeaway is speed, just use presets, and then how we can use the search panel to find things faster. I love kind of this generative extend for if we need to, like I said before, I think use it as kind of either a hack to remove something that happens in a shot that you don't want, which is more common than not, but of course when you need an example to show on a stream, you're like, oh, well, here it is. So also the color. So talking about raw color, that's huge for me.
That's one of my favorites.
That's a big one.
So I just wanted to show you guys the difference here, the frame hold. I just redid that here by taking that original source clip without the AI generation. I made a frame hold and it just goes straight to a still image of her. Like there's no movement.
It's pretty obvious, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, definitely.
But with
there's no movement.
the AI generation, it's like, you know, it's actually making this video longer, right? So that's the main difference.
The shoulders move a little bit, like it's very, very different. So play around with that. It's super easy too.
Yeah.
Just the drag the tool.
So now I can just take this and just bring it down here to be my B-roll. And yeah, you can use the AI generation to extend for transitions like we were talking about before when there's not enough data in that original clip.
And we talked, captions. We spoke a little bit of Polish, correct? So we did all kinds of different things on this stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I know I did. We did have a quick question here from Robert. Can you change between different languages as a viewer? I think that would be like a closed caption feature. So I'm not quite sure how that works on the inner workings. Not necessarily Premiere specific, but I would imagine you can map different languages in there just as you would if you were doing it separately, would be my
for
guess.
this one, this is like particularly for burning in these captions, but as Alex mentioned, for closed captions, you can take these captions and you can export them.
Yep, you can export the SRTs and work
here
off of that.
I could export it as a SRT file and then attach it if the platform allows you, and then the viewer can switch between whichever language is best for them. So,
well, Kelsey, thanks so much for being on the stream. We're going to be switching roles here. I'll be in that seat at 11, but before that, we do have another stream coming up. We have, I believe it's Courtney and Ashleigh that are coming on next, and they're doing edits smarter, not harder. We're going to be talking more about these features in depth, as well as how other creatives use it in their workflow. So stick around, and we will be right back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see you guys soon.
We're really, really excited to showcase media intelligence and the search panel. Through media intelligence, it's able to identify so many different markers from visuals to text to metadata.
We are Twitch live broadcasters. We are also filmmakers and vloggers, content creators.
So we have a yellow sandwich that pops up on screen when we hit the hype train. So let's go ahead and look up yellow sandwich. I can go there immediately and know that I can clip that moment of my yellow sandwich just by looking up yellow sandwich. The text-based editing has been really, really game-changing for us because we ramble a lot, and just to be able to delete anecdotes very quickly is amazing. We sing a lot of songs, so just by looking up Wake Me Up, perfect. I know that I can use text-based and be able to find that moment. And so if we wanted to pull that song in particular, here we go. We're right in here and I can quickly edit.
The playhead jumps right to it.
And and be able to pull that moment immediately. So I think this is a really great transition point for Courtney to take over, because I think we have about a terabyte of footage, and it's a lot. We filmed over 8 different devices, and so splitting all of that up has been a lot.
I'm gonna start with the vlog part. We're going tubing, and maybe I don't necessarily want to scroll down through my manic set of footage. And then I would like to use the search panel to find it. So tubes. So we're just gonna drag this to the back. Boom, it's on my timeline. Don't even have to worry about it. Okay, so let's open the wedding, because this is where things will kind of get crazy. So the way that I started organizing this, and this is where the metadata is about to be game-changing. First of all, it's best to do this anyway, especially when you're working with multiple cameras. You're gonna actually have to go in and say what camera type it is. You can go in and look up any sort of, basically all the footage that you have tagged. So if you type in your camera model, which would be the Sony a7S II, I would go in, which I've done before, is I go in and I just type in the type of camera that it was, and then all of those will show up under the metadata because all of them have already been tagged previously.
It's so important to have those B-roll moments and being able to just say dance and be able to be like, cool, I didn't even realize I had that moment. And being able to bring that into the timeline and have that fill space, that's huge.
Yeah, it's amazing.
We're gonna go ahead and transition over to our last project. We filmed one of our friends' music videos, and when filming a music video, it's really, really important for us that we have too much coverage. We want too much coverage because in edit, you learn that you need to have options. Kisos really wanted smoke as an emphasis. So being able to quickly find, okay, there's smoke in this take, that's so helpful, and that would have been amazing when we were editing this video. This is localized. You don't need the internet to be able to process all of these things in search panel and media intelligence.
Thank you guys so much for watching.
Yeah, this has been a lot of fun, and
Thank you, Adobe.
Yeah, Adobe, thank you so much for having us. This has been awesome.
Hi, friends.
Hi. Well, I don't know why I always do jazz hands.
I think it's because you have access to both of your hands, whereas in streaming you're normally like smacking your hands on a desk.
I mean, the desk isn't too far away, so let's not put anything behind us yet. How is everybody doing today? It's amazing to see so many familiar faces as well.
Absolutely.
Jackson,
Hi,
hello.
I'm Ashleigh. This is Courtney.
Hi.
We are CA in LA. We are filmmakers and live broadcasters and a lot of other things, but it is so wonderful to be here and talking about Premiere. Hi, Jack, Chris.
Welcome in. Hello. Paco, always good to see you. Robert, hello, Pixglow. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you again for giving us your time. We know that there are so many things happening back to back. So the fact that you guys are sticking around through all of these and just learning as much as you can is super, super, super amazing. Oh my God. Hey, do you need a hair tie? Because I don't know what I was
Holy
prepared
goodness.
for.
Courtney is channeling her emo days, and that's adorable.
I didn't even realize I did that, but I think I just kept putting them on, and I was like,
think
well,
that's a look.
you know what? Maybe I do need a hair tie, and then maybe I need another one. Okay, well, that's just part of it, I guess. So we're gonna roll with it. Oh my gosh. Okay, so some of you have seen us talk about this before, but if you haven't, we're going to be talking about media intelligence today. Ashleigh and I do use it in a bunch of different use cases between our Twitch streams, between our filmmaking, between music, and a bunch of other things. So we're really excited for you guys to dive in. At any time, please feel free to ask questions. We will be looking at the chat, obviously. And we're gonna,
kidding.
yes, and I've got different kinds. I've got just the regular elastic one, the one that's safe for your hair, and then a few others. But I guess if anybody else loses hair ties, I'm the one. Keys, what's
Hi,
up?
Keys.
How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for giving us your time today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we also want to just talk about all of these new features that are coming over from beta and coming into Premiere Pro. This is super exciting stuff and right ahead of NAB. So anyone that's not able to make it out or not able to catch sessions, we're super stoked to be able to talk about this and show you how it works in our workflow from filmmaking to vlogging to live broadcast. Because when we're streaming for 5 to 6 hours, it's really easy to lose sight of what we've gotten. And at the end of a broadcast, you don't necessarily remember everything that's happened. And you play it back and you're like, I did wear a pink wig and a hot dog suit last night. So maybe we can do something with that.
I don't know. Who knows?
Or was that 4 streams ago?
That, absolutely that. You just don't remember what's happening. And a lot of times, as a live broadcaster, you're expected to create your own stream markers to let yourself know later, oh, this moment happened. But it also takes you away from exactly what we're doing right now and engaging with you guys. If you don't, like, you just don't want to have time to, or you don't want to keep doing all of that, and you want to have an option to look up later, because again, a lot of us don't have production teams behind the scenes, and if you do, bless you. But streams are very on the fly and just go with the flow, so there isn't really anything super segmented unless you have it planned that way. Ashleigh and I don't like doing it that way because we feel, I don't know, not too regimented, I guess, but we don't want to be locked in to doing anything particular, and that's why live interaction and why live broadcast is so amazing, because it's very much based on what you guys tell us in chat too. So on our live stream, Ashleigh and I are very, very chat active, because it's not just us, it's you guys too. And creating a collective experience is really important to us. And you guys are very much responsible for a lot of the moments that happen in our stream. So we need to have an option to be able to go in and then be like, I'm sorry, I did what? What happened? What was there?
And hi, Ergo. It's great to see you.
Hi, friend. How are you?
Something that's really, really important with media intelligence, too, is that we're able to go in, and we'll dive into this in just a moment, we're able to go in and search specific key terms in text-based edit. So if we are looking for a specific cover that we've done because we want to repurpose it for YouTube, all we have to do is jump in and look for song lyrics. Or we'll also dive into the search panel so that you can check that out. I mentioned pink wig hot dog. You'll see. It's kind of one of those, you just have to see it type of things. But these are all nuances of our workflow. And as creators, and we really need to be using and repurposing a lot of our work across social platforms. So it's not enough that we just broadcast on Twitch. We now have to take our VOD, which is the recording of our broadcast, and turn it into clips and turn it into taking those covers and posting them on YouTube. It's not enough to just have your broadcast. You have to make sure that you are utilizing it and repurposing it as best as possible. And with these tools in Premiere Pro, it has expedited our workflow and also made it so that we can have so much more for so much less.
Hi, Frank, welcome in. And yes, Chris, we absolutely have the perfect lighting and green screen in our setup at home. That's where we're at right now. Surprise, you didn't know that, but now you do. And the wool has been removed. Thank you. Yes. Hi, Robert, welcome in.
Hello.
How's it going? No, please. No. Okay. But also, usually we just keep talking, but we're going to try to not do that. But Ashleigh and I also, in having all of these moments, there are other things that you could have done, or like features that other things have released where they say, hey, here's a way to just clip your stream really quick. But again, in the moment, you don't want to do that. And a lot of us have editing and Premiere Pro already into our workflow.
Yes.
So the fact that Premiere Pro has made this super easy kind of cuts any other UI or anything else to try to work in. So yeah, really, really excited to show you guys hot dog. Actually, there is a VOD somewhere where
I know. It's here. It's loaded in. I'm ready.
I'm so excited.
Courtney is a banana. And
honestly, we never know what costume's gonna come out, and Umo usually creates a poll for us to have everybody guess what we're wearing. And
Extraordinary stuff, really.
sometimes you guys are right, and you can win channel points. It's
Riveting
amazing.
content here.
Look, I think so. I have a great time.
I do too. So before we jump in, just also want to say that all of these are features that the community has been asking for. And a lot of these have been tested in Premiere Pro beta. And I can't stress enough the importance of being able to test things out in beta, because what we have found is when we were at Sundance, we had the opportunity to meet with the developers, and we got to meet with the team at Adobe and talk about pain points and talk about things that worked in our workflow, things that we would like to see change. And it really has been user-generated and community feedback that has created all of the things that you're going to see in Premiere Pro. So make sure that you're testing out all of the beta versions. I know that it can be frustrating because sometimes things aren't exactly built to your workflow in beta and things might not work all the way, but you can have a lot of feedback to make sure that when it is integrated, that it is exactly how you would like it to be. Which,
That's amazing.
I would much rather not be talking into the ether and actually be talking to people who are listening who want the products to work for you. That's literally what they're for. The haunts. Why didn't we bring the haunts?
oh my gosh,
What
Jack.
a missed opportunity.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
we were going to bring our
no.
Thermimus.
I'm so, I'm befuddled as to why. Well, there are many
The
reasons
haunts,
why.
very quickly. If you'll see in the background of our stream, there's just a giant horse head over my shoulder. His name is Arthurnimus, and Courtney is an amazing multidisciplinary artist, and she has crocheted a giant horse head with just legs called a haunt.
Yeah, if you don't know what it is, you can Google it. It's completely safe and it's hilarious. I just want to make sure it's not going to give you anything weird.
Bring
Well,
you joy.
I guess that's
We
relative.
can't really talk about what's going to happen on your browser, but you know,
Oh, there he is.
Usually safe. Yeah.
Look at him go.
Arthurnimus
You
is,
the top
is
of
right
the-
here.
Just the top of the head.
So
Yeah, just between broadcasts, I'll just make one real quick.
that would be hilarious. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and jump in and talk about some of these things that we've been alluding to. There's a giant horse head over my shoulder. Typical streamer sentence.
I was going to say sentences.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It feels right. Okay, so as mentioned a little bit before, we are live broadcasters. We've been streaming on Twitch for about 7 years now, and an average broadcast for us goes anywhere from 3 hours to 26 hours. That's on the rare side, but it has happened.
Twice.
Yeah,
Twice.
inadvertently, sometimes we go for 8 to 12 hours, and we're really sorry, Chris. But thank you. Mod, love.
26. We have to unlock certain things to do that. And what was the occasion? I think we hit a really big stream goal.
One was that we finally went full time on Twitch as creatives, and then the second time was we hit a huge stream goal. So we streamed for what should have been 24, turned into 26. We did sleep on the 26. We didn't sleep on the 24.
That's why it was 26. We decided because we slept for 2 hours and we're like, well, we have to make up those 2 hours. So we were technically live for 24. So then we stayed on for 2 more hours because we're,
But then
overachievers.
also our stream crashed, so then we had no reference of
Okay,
time.
Paco, ready? None. There was none. There was no caffeine.
It doesn't work for us.
It doesn't. It actually makes us go to sleep. There was, it does. ADHD, anybody? It was straight adrenaline. But honestly, so much of the Ohana stayed up with us, which I'm so sorry. I am so deeply sorry. But so our streams do kind of vary in time for that reason. If it's music, I think the longest we've gone is 8 hours for music in particular, but it really depends. And we also, we talk a lot.
So our streams are a blend of a lot of banter, a lot of talking, whether it's us talking to ourselves, us literally talking to ourselves out loud, leading conversations.
How's she doing?
We're chilling, You.
She's fine.
Talking to chat about philosophical terms, and sometimes we do music, sometimes we do live art. So Courtney will paint, I'll wood burn, and we do these things called hype train redeems, where we dress up in costumes and do karaoke. And sometimes we talk about film, and sometimes we talk about education in film. So
That's a lot of topics to cover. And if we are looking for something in particular to post, because it was a really funny moment, this is where transcript and text-based editing comes into play. We've been talking to a lot of our friends who are fellow broadcasters, and they have been blown away just talking about text-based edit. Text-based edit is not something particularly brand new as of this launch of Premiere, but this is still a feature that a lot of people don't know about. Usually you would use transcripts for text-based editing when you're in documentary filmmaking, vlogging. We've worked with it in narrative too, and we'll showcase that as we do some searches in the search panel. But I wanted to break down text-based editing in our VODs. So over here, you can see that I generated transcripts, which all of this is done locally. You don't have to have internet access to be able to do transcripts.
Don't we love that?
We love
that. No hotspots, no worrying about there being bad download speeds. You just don't even have to worry yourself with that, which is amazing, because normally I would assume that if something were to transcribe, it would take hours. Like, even if you were on Wi-Fi, I would assume that it would take, especially for a 4 to 6 hour VOD, whichever one works for you. I would assume that it would take a really, really long time to generate.
Yeah.
Something else to note too is that this media intelligence is assistive, not generative. So it's everything that you already have in your program, everything that you have already created. So keep that in mind. We know that AI is a really, really big topic for a lot of you, and this is, if you're thinking about that ethical line or wherever that is for you, this is all assistive in taking what you've already given it. So, yes.
I would also say, too, that what this does is it expedites your process of doing kind of mundane tasks and makes it possible for you to get more creative and play around with so many different effects and transitions. It helps you get straight to the point with what you're doing in your workflow, and helps you develop new tools and new ways of working, which we've learned.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to be... We all have to be so many things in our lives, from the producer, the editor, the marketer, the content creator. You don't want to end up sitting and doing so much of the, I call it secretarial work, but that's really the only word that I have for it. You don't want to spend so much time doing that, because it just bogs you down, and burnout is already so easy to come by with the sheer amount of output that is expected of you. So you want to make this as easy as possible for yourself, and this is a great way to do that.
Yeah, so we're not going to play the audio in this particular instance because copyright. But
Uh-oh. Is it our song?
No. I mean, I could, but I know I loaded in 2 VODs, right? So between these 2 VODs, we're sitting at almost 11 hours. That's a lot to scrub through,
Yes.
right? We do have a tool that we use on our broadcast that you will see this guy up in the corner. His name is Jervis, and he changes every month. And this is custom art that Courtney designs. And that's our stream marker, which we used to use to find and expedite. So this is still in our workflow, which is really funny. We can't change it now. Jervis is a part of our culture.
He's there, but this was our workaround for just being like, okay, I need to find a song. How can we see it visually instead of having to hit a stream marker every time we finish a song? So that is really funny that was our workaround, and now he just lives.
So this is one of those instances that our workflow has changed, but
hi Sunday, welcome in.
We have not changed bringing Jervis in as a stream marker because, again, we love him.
He's our buddy.
So this signifies that there is a song, but we don't have to do this anymore. I know that on one of our broadcasts that we loaded in, we did an excellent cover of Running Up That Hill. So I can just look for Running Up That Hill.
Boom. Oh. This also will test you to see how much you enunciate, especially when it comes to music. A lot of times we're like, I am unsure if that was clear, but this is really, really good at detecting as well, which is amazing.
Yeah, so as you can see over here on this sidebar, in chat or verbally, we were asking someone that was in chat if they wanted us to do Running Up That Hill, right? So this is the first instance of it. And you can jump through, here are the results right there. You can jump through and I know that that's the song right here. These are song lyrics. So we can go right here, and the marker is automatically moving to where it is in the broadcast and on my timeline, which is amazing. That is
so time saving. It is. It's almost unreal how much you can do and how fast you can work with text-based. So that's an instance of us specifically looking for song lyrics.
Also, for anybody who doesn't like listening to themselves sing, if there are any singers here, and you have a problem listening back, then this is also a great option to just look it up, and then you're much closer instead of constantly being like, huh, hey. You don't have to bother yourself with that. Yeah, Chris, probably wouldn't work. I was gonna name a few, but I feel that you guys can decide what those are for yourself. It is very, very true. Thankfully, Ashleigh and I don't sing as hard as Pearl Jam. We're a little lighter.
A little lighter.
Depending, because if it is a hype train, then I have nothing to tell you. You're just gonna have to go with it, which you guys will see. Okay.
I also want to talk about the fact that we haven't gotten into search panel yet, which again, we'll talk about in just a moment. But this transcript, this is specifically for this sequence. So I can go into any of these other sequences and search for where I say cut or action or circle take in a narrative sense. When we're talking about broadcast, again, we'll talk about search panel in just a moment. But I can also utilize these same terms because I do have the transcript that has been developed because of my timeline.
It's really nice that you have different projects open and or different sequences. And this one, the text base, is sequence specific.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. Because imagine it would just be like having 4 other streams open and you're like, I said this in which one now? Which one am I trying to work with? So been there.
Been there. Something that's also really amazing about text-based is that you can actually customize where your cuts are and how much dead time there is that it suggests that right here, right? There's a 2-second gap. But I know that this is song lyrics so that we're singing. But let's say
we're probably breathing.
We do that sometimes.
For once, we are not talking over each other.
So
sorry,
what,
there it was. I did it.
If
I'm so sorry.
In your example.
My example, hey, what you doing? I'm just gonna talk over you.
Pal.
Okay, hey, buddy.
So what you can do right here is you can click on this and you can literally in here text-based edit. So if we were speaking, not in the case of us singing, right? I can just delete this. I can just delete this with no problem.
Oh, that was great that it said with no problem right there.
Yeah, so if you zoom into my timeline here, it has automatically created a cut right there. What? You don't even need to be down here and using all of your shortcuts and keys and fancy buttons. You can just edit from right in here. Again, this saves so much time on assistant edit work and allows you to get right into the process of editing. So it alleviates that pain point of having to sit down and assistant edit and make all of your marks.
Oh, did you want me to go over the keys too?
Yeah, if you'd like. Would this be the best time for you to go over it?
Maybe we'll save it.
Okay.
We'll save it as a little sneak. So make sure you guys stick around. You're gonna be seeing a lot of us today. Okay.
Okay. So that's text-based transcript editing over here. Yeah. Let's go ahead and jump into using.
I love that it just pulled straight up. Come on, darling.
Come on, darling.
It's also really amusing to read the text base of some things, and you're like, I have absolutely no clue what was going on there, and it's just a nice little surprise for you. In a good way, in a bad way, you decide. Also, again, if you guys have any questions at all, please feel free to jump in chat and ask. We obviously keep a very close eye on you.
Okay.
But no, we want you guys to be seen and heard, and Adobe does as well. So please make sure you guys speak up when you're trying all of these new features. It's really, really important, and it's much easier to get your feedback in on the ground before it's released than to go back and be like, oh my gosh, wait, I did think of this. They do keep track of that as well, but it's always better to get your feedback in on the front end.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to talk about the search panel,
We're
right?
going to talk about search panel.
And again, assisted, not generative. Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. assistive and not what?
No. I'm saying the same thing that I said before, that this is assisted on the footage that you give it. It's not generating anything for you.
That's fine.
I approve this message. Ashleigh stamped.
We are basically the old Muppet Men, and that's just our dynamic.
And
that's
oddly
fine.
enough, so many people have said that. And you decide who's who. We feel that we take turns.
We're interchangeable. Jack, I love the eyes, because me too. Me too.
I do feel that way on a daily basis. Kind of just like that. About what? I don't know. It's just every day is a little...
Okay, so let's go ahead and jump into search panel. You find this right here. Oh, also, something that when we've been doing demos on Twitch, you can change your workspaces up here. So if you want to have the optimized text-based edit, you can go into Window and Workspaces and change it all right here. Isn't that amazing? You don't have to redock things, and you can save your workspace as something custom to you. So when we're editing for vertical, this is really great for us. When Courtney's doing color, which you'll see at noon, she can jump into here, and we don't have to be fighting over what our workspace looks like, because I cannot stand seeing color when I need my edit. No offense. I need my edit, but you can easily just jump up here to the workspaces and change all of this. I need my edit.
But also for people who don't have an external monitor where you can have everything docked if you want to, not all of us have that unless we're in our office. We don't have that either, and we're always on the go. So making sure that you can customize it is super amazing. I do have eyes on you.
But also something that's really amazing about this is that oftentimes when we're talking about what your workflow looks like, a lot of people don't know that you can redock things. Docking is what each one of these little dudes are over here. So I've got all of these different docks, right? So you can play around with what works for you by using the presets over here. And again, it's so quick to just change between.
And seeing what you already have open, too, is also very nice.
It's really incredible. So don't be scared to jump in and play around with what that workflow might look for you. And don't be scared of what your screen might look like. Not every editor screen is different. It's, in fact, very daunting, and that's why working with a lot of assistant editors or sharing your workspace and your screen is very daunting for a lot of people. But don't, it's just everyone has...
Does mine look wrong? Am I...
Yeah.
Why don't I have that button or whatever?
Hi, Vidor.
Hi, Vidor. Welcome
Zach.
in.
What does your vertical workspace look like? That's a great question. We don't work in vertical too much, but right here is where you would be able to utilize that workspace.
And it's already formatted for you for your video.
You got it.
Vadio.
Your Vadio.
Your Vadio to be vertical.
Courtney is creating a whole new language here.
Try and decipher it. It's going to be our own internal game. It's going to be fabulous.
You saw it here first. Okay, so let's jump into text-based, let's jump into the search panel. So we are still talking about media intelligence and the way that it adapts to your workflow and to whatever your projects are. In our projects, we've got a variety of stuff going on up here. So we've got films. So we are narrative filmmakers, and we've made over 200 films, from documentaries to narrative to shorts to a feature to music videos, all across the board. Plus, then we've got literally tens of thousands of hours of broadcast. So let's say that we are looking.
Zach,
of course.
Thanks for the question.
Yeah. And please, if you have any questions, anyone in chat at any point, please let us know. We would be happy to help.
And we appreciate your curiosity.
Yes.
It's really important, and please keep that.
Please stay curious.
Yes.
Yeah, and don't be scared to switch up your workflow too. Sometimes just a change of scenery and your windows can be really helpful in helping you figure out a new workflow or figure out a new way of working. So.
Oh, Vidor, I would love to take credit for this background. This is all Adobe, and thank you so much for being here. Yeah. The color behind us when we jump to the end is also very, very nice.
Yeah. So shout out to Paco. You're doing a great job. Can we have you on our broadcasts all the time, please? You just come over. Okay, so we're gonna jump into search panel. So search panel, to find it, is right up here. It's this little magnifying glass right up here. Okay. So you can search that, add that in here. There's a couple different ways that you can sort all of your data in Search Panel. So you can do everything. You can do it through visual cues, you can do it through text, or you can do it through metadata. So metadata, you do have to oftentimes have presets of a mid shot or a wide shot, or we have different footage from our area mirrors to Sony a7S IIs to iPhone to DJI.
So you'd want to put the camera type in your metadata?
So again, this is another thing that like has changed our workflow since it's Courtney and I that usually handle everything, and we ping pong our work when it comes to narrative or it comes to just editing in general. We don't usually use metadata because we do a rough string out and have that workflow, but this has changed the way that we go about it, just in case we're editing a large project like a 6-camera wedding where there was drone footage, there was GoPro footage, there was iPhone footage, and just remembering, oh, I remember that I want this angle in particular, and that was iPhone. It has made it so much easier for us to set up metadata. So again, something that might take a little bit more time on the front end, but will help you exponentially when you are in the midst of doing these larger projects.
Yeah, multicam setup is the perfect use case for using your metadata always.
Yeah.
And exactly that. It might take a little more time, but you will thank yourself. It's the same thing with transcribing to get your text-based edit set up. Might take a little time, but it also happens so quick that you can just go grab a coffee or do whatever woo-saws before you jump into the tech world. So
yeah.
All right, let's see what it
And
does.
grabbing coffee is huge, and Premiere has made this possible that we load our footage into and import it in, and then we bring it into a timeline, and we let her work. And she's generating captions, she's generating all the media analysis, which again is localized. You do not need to have internet to be able to access all of this information, which
Wonderful.
Amazing. Okay. So then on top of metadata, you can also do it via text, which was the text-based editing, which is taking the transcripts that you have generated from your clips, from your footage, from your VODs, and bringing it into here. Then you can search it specifically through visual, i.e. pink wig hot dog.
I'm really excited to see that.
I know, I keep teasing it.
You really do.
It's gonna be
we're all waiting for the wig.
4
actually.
minutes
That's why
till.
we're here. The wig.
I mean, we always get rated when we're in these costumes, and we're
I
like,
think that's why, though.
oh my God, thank you so much. We're gonna just play a song.
And we're like,
real quick.
ah! And that's when someone brings over 100 people or something. And we're like, we do sing, I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And so visual cues, we do a lot of different overlays and stuff on our stream, but then if you were in a vlog, right, we went to New York City, and I'm like, oh, I need to look for specific footage, you might find stuff that you've forgotten about, and then you might giggle at what it identifies as being certain things. So either way, it's just really fun to look through all of the results. Okay, or you can search for everything. It just really depends.
We feel that everything is always a good choice, just to see what you have.
Yeah.
So are you going to start with everything?
Yeah, let's start with everything.
Everything, everywhere,
all at once. Oh my gosh, do you like that movie?
I mean, a little bit. I think you also like that movie.
Yes, I can't show you mine. Mine's right
Oh,
here.
yeah, yours is not there.
I mean, it is here.
Well, yes, just
okay.
There's a bagel under here.
Okay, so, all right, so again, we've got a lot of different footage in here from across several different projects, from narrative films to VODs, our Twitch broadcast recaps, Twitch clips, documentary vlogs, all types of stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and jump in and look for men smiling.
This is, again, this is across. I mean, I guess we wouldn't really find that in our Twitch VOD, but that'd be, no, we do play films, so it might catch some of our films if any of the men in there are smiling.
Oh, good. We usually just do sad films, so yay.
He's a happy one. I mean,
yay, look, he's
I
smiling.
don't know that this one I'd say is particularly happy, but this is one that we actually haven't released yet, but it is really, really good to see the footage, and it gives you exact time code as well. Like, it only pulls that one little bit.
Yeah.
Which we love. And first, the way that it works too is first result is the closest, and everything after that is, they would say, less applicable, but still go through it, because there have been times where we've been looking for something specific and it wasn't in the immediate search, but we kept scrolling. Like, okay, it is there though, so that's good. Even as specific as you want to be, it's nice that it's also, you just keep scrolling.
Yeah.
But I'll keep that to myself. Dad.
Oh, Dad, don't worry, I got you. I've led with intention. So as you can see, this footage is all from this same project. We also host. We find a lot of different clips that we're like, where is this from?
What is that?
It's from Twitch, right? So we hosted a lovely cinematographer on our broadcast last Wednesday. This is from her reel. This is clips from one of our film that was in our broadcast. This is some behind the scenes stuff. Again, this is from our broadcast, and you can see right here where that is. So if I wanted to look for Val, right? I want to go to first impressions. It brings that up right for me right here. And I'm able to go right here and like, how accurate was that? That is specifically the clip where he is smiling. There's a little bit of lead in before, a little bit of after. And I can drag this into my timeline. Let's not do it there. We'll do it in Twitch clips. We will not do it there.
Also, Vidor, it's actually really interesting. So it doesn't pick up any chat elements. It only picks up what we are saying. What would be interesting, though, would be if a streamer, certain streamers will have their chat on their live stream. There's 2 of us, so we don't have that. But I wonder if it would work and if text-based edit or something would pick it up in the search panel visually of a chat response. I don't know. But again, we don't have that.
That's
because
a great question.
we don't have our chat on our screen, but I imagine visually I can't see why it wouldn't. But it's a really good question.
That's something that's really great, and it makes me interested in trying that because so what some streamers do is that you don't get chat replay on your VODs unless you have a specific window and it is actually broadcasting on your stream. We don't have that because just the layout of our stream, there's 2 of us, and it makes it a little bit cluttered in our opinion to have chat. But it is really interesting to think about if you would be able to find visual cues in there.
Also, I would like to just shout out text-based again and Adobe because the sheer amount of captions that we've tried to have on our live broadcast, 1, they can't understand what we're saying. 2, once we start talking over each other, they really don't know, let alone be able to define a speaker. And I would say that the transcripts in here are the closest we've seen to being able to differentiate, which is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it still spells my name wrong, but that's fine.
But you do fix that.
I do fix that. So I'll jump into something when it's a little bit smaller of search results. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna actually jump back in and do men smiling. Cool. So you can see right here that there's 304 results. So I can go back to my overview and only see a limited amount.
Kaylee, Kippa,
or
hello.
I can jump down and scroll and see to my heart's content all of these different results. And there's a lot in here because, again, we've got a lot of different footage, a lot of different projects loaded in. Another search term that we can look for is a Ferris wheel, okay?
This is also really good if you're, any of our films, if you're trying to create, let's say, a cinematography reel, and you have a bunch of footage, you're like, I know that I specifically want these visuals, then search it up. The more specific you are, the better. So you can have general terms, but it always does like when you're super specific.
Yeah.
What about alerts that pop up on screen? Like you search, yes.
Yes, I'll jump into
we'll
that
show you
because that is a great question.
Great question.
Hi, Kippa. Kaylee, it is wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes.
We really appreciate you not only watching, but jumping in chat with your questions and saying hi. It is so, so lovely.
We hope this expedites your workflow, even the slightest.
Yeah. So in the Ferris wheel, I have footage from, this is one of our films. So I know that this is present in our VOD because it tells you the exact place, whether it is in a sequence or it is in an individual clip.
That's really awesome.
Yeah.
Right. So, okay. Yeah. So that's in I'm just pointing at the screen. You guys can't see. So one is in the Twitch VOD and then the other one is something that hasn't been used.
Well, the Twitch VOD includes this clip. So that's why you see it twice. It's because most of the time you're going to see things come in twice if you have them in a sequence already, and the sequence is this right here, your timeline, right?
Nice.
So you're going to see these twice. So that's not a glitch or a bug. It's just saying that, hey, you do have this in here twice. One time right here is in this sequence, Twitch, and this other time is in the actual video file that you imported in to live here.
And the more information, the better. In this instance, I think you want to see all of the locations that it does exist.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so another instance is that we did a vlog, and we went to this really amazing art exhibit called Luna Luna. So I have both a timeline and I have the actual clip. So I can jump into here and see, oh, okay, cool. There's my Ferris wheel. Here's my swing set.
Hi, Thrish.
Here's my Ferris wheel.
Sorry.
And so I can jump in, and let's say that I want to pull all of these. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm. So you're just gonna want to...
Let's say that I want to pull all the Ferris wheel instances in.
Okay. So again, this is really important to pay attention to where your project panel is. Sometimes it'll be up here, sometimes it'll be on the bottom, but it's really important to pay attention to it because this little trick is gonna be great for you. Okay, so we're just gonna, do you want all of them? Let's say we want these four.
Just those four.
You can just select them, click, and drag to this little doohickey down here, which is gonna create a new sequence for you. And it has created a new sequence with all of the clips you've selected. Boom, baby, you're wrapped out and done. You're not. But let's say a client is like, I want all the footage that exists of this one person. One thing that we've been asking for and that we've seen a lot of people ask for is, can you tag, for instance, this is Val, he's a wonderful person. Can you tag, like do some face recognition and say, I want all the footage of Val, and pull it. So that is something else that I can't say that it's in the works because I don't know, but that is something that a lot of people have been asking for. So if a client's like, I want Mike, do you have any footage of Mike, let's say, and you can just search him up and it'll pop up. But
metadata too.
Right,
well.
exactly.
Hi,
I
Trish.
think that would be how you would tag it, and then it would search based on that. But it's really nice having a new sequence that everything. It's really easy to create that if you need quick edits or specific footage for a client, or even for yourself if you just want to pull everything really quick. You don't have to keep searching, because a lot of times too the search results will change. So if you see something, it's kind of like if you see something anywhere, you just best screenshot it for yourself and create that digital clutter. Just to make sure that you have it. Alter, oh my gosh, hello.
Hi, Alter.
Thrish, hello. There's so much of the Ohana here. If you guys are like, what is that? It is our Twitch community, and you guys are also now immediately integrated into the Ohana as well, and you all deserve an Ohana bracelet. Thank you so much.
So Vidor, you asked a very, very great question about visual cues. So one of the things on our stream is that we have alerts that pop up when you subscribe or when you follow or any number of things. So our alerts are a skull. So I'm gonna just look up skull. I also wood burned, so it's gonna be very interesting to see where this pops up. Bam, right there. So this is an instance.
Thank you so much, Jack, for popping our Twitch channel in there.
Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you, Jack.
If you want a wonderful
Thank you.
description of what our stream is, just go to our About Us and look for the quote by Monkey D. I won't say it here. It's fine, but
so
go take a look.
Let's say that a really, really big event happened and I wanted to look up a skull. So I was able to look up skull and find an instance of an overlay that has the skull on it. So I would be able to go in that way. Let's see what else it pulled.
Oh yeah, it's really specific too. All of the times they pop up.
Yeah.
Oh, even over our films. Hooray.
Well, yeah. So that's
good.
something really,
yes, it
really
does.
exciting to see. I requested the full Adobe suite from my company's IT help desk.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
We
also,
love to hear that.
Fedora, thank you so much for playing with Photoshop for iPhone 2. And just every time we demo something, you're like, that's amazing. I'm going to go try that. Thank you so much for doing that. And again, we've hoped and hope that this helps you guys expedite in any way, because again, in a world where so much needs to be output, it's really, really important that you save your time and your energy and as much as possible.
Yeah. I'm going to also just look up, I've been searching visual, right? So I'm going to look up something that we say a lot, which will only be verbal. So we say, thank you so much. You'll see.
We do, because you guys are amazing, and we really, really appreciate your time and energy and hanging out with us. And That's It is the name of our goldfish, which you see here. it came up because there was like how big was the goldfish?
It's a 95-pound goldfish that was caught in a lake because someone released it. That's just backstory. It has nothing to, well, I guess it has everything to do with this.
So we named it That's It.
Yeah, because what do you mean you released a goldfish and it grew to 95 pounds? That's very
How
impressive.
did you find it? What did like?
What was the process?
I have questions that we will never have answered, but that's okay.
So I think that this is interesting, Fedor, going into that, does it search visual cues as well? Because check this out. I looked up thank you so much, which I know was a verbal cue, and we've got big letters here that say thank you. So,
particularly, this is one of the times where we have said it over top of each other.
Yeah.
And it picks it up too.
So here you go right here. You also have text, 415 text results of us saying thank you so much.
We're very thankful.
We genuinely are very thankful.
We are, yeah.
So we could go in through here and search text. We could also go in and we've got 351 visual cues that we could further elaborate. Here are overlays if we wanted to jump in specifically.
You can see all of Ashleigh's beautiful overlay handiwork here. Look at the little palm. Like, who isn't excited about that?
This is really exciting to kind of see all of the different thank you graphics that we have. So that's really,
oh, the mushy.
Mama mush.
I mean, it would say thank you so much. I do believe that.
Yeah, and so we can just jump in and see all of these instances with such little time and effort so that we can create something like a mega cut super, super fast.
Yes.
Another one that I want to look up is Christmas lights, because we do have a lot of footage that has Christmas lights. And like Court said earlier, when we're working with clients, sometimes they want to see everything that has that particular actor, that particular person, that particular instance of visuals. And so in one of our films, we've got there's Christmas lights as set deck because she's getting proposed to. And
love.
I know, love. We love. So you've got all of these instances of where we've got Christmas lights, which we could easily pull in. And if we are looking to add all of this and search for specific instances that I know Christmas lights are a part of, here we go.
Again, cinematographers, if you are editing a reel, this is so immensely helpful. Sometimes you can just, if you have all of your projects downloaded, then you can bring them in, throw them in a bin, and have it search, and off you go. Like, there are times where we're like, okay, well, we know we want 5 different projects, let's say, to update our reel, and this is going to be so good with organizing it. Is this searching your hard drives? No, Vidor, it's not. It is searching what you have brought into Premiere. So any of the sequences that we have open, basically any of the footage in our project panel in the lower left, it's going to be searching that.
So it's searching the specific, as Court said, project file. So when you go here and you're like file new and you make a project, that is what it's searching. So right now,
or sequences,
yeah. Right now we're in an NAB 2025 preview is our project file, and then we have a bunch of different sequences down here. So everything that is popping up in the search panel is footage or sequences that we've created or loaded into this specific instance.
Right.
Now, where you have all of your footage and data being stored should be on a hard drive. That way, you're not bogging down your system and your computer, which will cause everything to run slower. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So make sure that you are checking where you're saving all of your data to, because last night I was like, what do you mean my computer's running out of space? And I realized that I did not have my render files saving to my hard drive. But sometimes you can have it saved to your hard drive. Sometimes you're saving it to your computer. Again, make sure that you are saving it to a hard drive or somewhere that is offloading that chug on your system.
Yeah, and Fedora, so it'll pretty much search however many things that you want, whatever, like we said, whatever it is that you want to bring in. And you probably wouldn't want it to search your entire hard drive. I feel like if you guys, actually, this is interesting because there are some editors who choose to bring all of their footage in and do their sorting in Premiere. And decide which takes they want to use, which ones they don't, which this, again, could be helpful for. Ashleigh and I prefer that once we're in the edit we are in the edit and we know that the only thing that's in there is stuff we're going to use. So we actually watch all of our footage prior to bringing it in. So for us, we wouldn't necessarily want it to search the entire hard drive, because then we know it's pulling things that on set we've already tried to knock down to say, this clip is unusable, don't even try it. But then there are times where we'll say, hey, what is our backup? Maybe we have something in the drive and we can go find it and bring it in. But so for our personal workflow, we wouldn't want it to search the whole drive. But as other editors have all the footage in there, maybe you would.
I'm sorry to repeat this, just in case anyone was late in joining us. All of the search panel and media intelligence is what's powering the search panel and text-based edit. Hi, Josh. Hi, Ed.
Welcome in. Oh my
Great
goodness.
to see you. All of this is happening localized. You do not need to have internet access to be able to do this. So you can be editing from anywhere localized on your system, which is game changing.
Yeah. This search panel really is as good as your memory serves of trying to find things. But even if you're live broadcasting or you're on set and you say, I know that I may want to use this later, just jot it down. Like, just have a keyword or something for you to trigger something that you might want to find later. And that's much better than trying to put a stream marker and saying this moment exactly. So yeah, just having the foresight too to get ahead of it is always helpful.
Yeah. So as we mentioned, we're filmmakers as well. So the use case for us to be able to find and cut down footage is that I usually am directing and doing cinematography, and I'm very vocal in our scenes. So I will say, circle. Let's find out where we find this.
And would you say, if you're looking up circle or cut action, any of that stuff, would you prefer to search it here, which I guess it doesn't really matter, you could do either one, or would you prefer to, search it in text space?
I would prefer to search it in here.
Okay.
But you're right. It has its pros and cons to be searched both in your transcript text over here or to be searched over here. I think just for the purposes of this demo in particular, just so you can kind of see.
Apurva, hello.
Hi, Apurva.
Welcome in.
Just so you can see kind of a different variety of where we talk this type of stuff out when it comes to like circle, cut. You can see right here, circle cut. Which that's our shorthand for circle. That's the take that we're going to use. So when we're going back in edit, we are able to say, okay, that's the circle take. Circle take is the take that you're going to bring into edit.
Yep.
So because, again, we do all of our editing in-house and it's just us, not only do we mark it on the slate, but we also make sure that we have verbal cues for ourselves that when we're going back and watching footage, we then can question our judgment on set. That's just me.
That definitely happens. But then also if you have a script supervisor, and then Ashleigh's behind camera and she's in another room or something, and then she goes, circle cut, then they hear circle and they immediately know that it's a usable take and they don't have to leave and come into the other room and be like, how do we feel about that one? Which we've done before, just running into other rooms and we're like, okay, was that a good one? Was that a bad one?
Yeah.
So having that verbal cue certainly helps you on set and really, really helps you in edit.
Yeah. So as you can see right here, right?
Yes, Umo, absolutely. I'm so sorry.
No.
You're absolutely right. Journalists out there in the world, like video journalists, this would be perfect. Yes, that's an amazing use case.
Yeah. Especially now with the idea that, and then this is a whole nother conversation, so I'm just going to fragment this super fast. When we're talking about ingesting media as consumers, and we're ingesting news in completely new formats, and if we're not live broadcasting it, not just us, but like the format of the way that we all understand the world has drastically changed. It's not just TV broadcast anymore. It's really become democratized where anyone can go live, anyone can post, and think about the speed that you're able to get information out there by being able to film something, bring it into edit, use text space, use search panel, use metadata, and be able to really put out some quality work and get ahead and be current on news, which sets you apart from so many other people, right? So expediting workflow is huge and can be game-changing, especially for journalists.
Yeah, or any documentary filmmaking. I'm sure there are many people who have used text space just to get their assistant edit done pretty quickly, and I would do that too because the sheer amount of footage you'd have to listen to, it's like you don't really have to do that. You can just read it and go from there and see like I know that the producer asked this specific question and I know that that's usable. Let's do that. So really, really, really helpful stuff.
Yeah, and then like we're getting ready to go to NAB in a couple days, and we're going to try to edit in real time. So making sure that once we're filming stuff that we're bringing it in and we're able to organize it very, very quickly is going to be expedited because of media intelligence and search panel.
And we love organizing your footage. But you know what? If you're not the type to organize on the front end, this is also another thing that'll just save your butt a little bit, which is good because not all of us can be super organized. I know that we're certainly not when we're on set and we just need to dump footage really quick, or we're also our DIT people, which is the person who is offloading all of your footage onto your hard drives and backing it up. So not everything gets sorted properly or in a timely fashion. Like, we just need to get this out really quick, which we know that some of you in chat have probably experienced as well. So having that and then telling you exactly where it is, like I love it. I love that so much because that's me. And that's okay. You know what?
Alter,
it's us. It is us too.
Alter, I went back through, we've been trying to archive all of our work because hard drives are failing.
Oh no.
And just seeing over the years from 2012 until 2025, seeing the way that we have saved files, the way that we come back to project files, and I don't think that we cared about ourselves back then. But at the same time, technology has changed so much and so fast that we are able to change our workflow and kind of mature as storytellers and creators now with the assistance of search panel.
We've also definitely created one project. So let's say we created a Twitch VOD project and we're like, well, we already have all the settings for everything. And then we just start creating narrative film projects in the same project that's for something else entirely. So we'll open a narrative film edit and we're like, oh my gosh, there's a film that I forgot and I couldn't find. Why is it in here? And we were like, this is me realizing that I did not know how to organize a hard drive. Yeah, take the second. We're all super eager to look at all of the beautiful things that we have footage of. Yes, we understand, but just give yourself just a little. That's the one thing we learned last year, especially with film and Twitch, is that you just have to always think of your future self. So maybe the 26-hour wasn't the greatest idea, future self, but try to think about it here. Again, you'll thank yourself, and even now we're like, bless me 12 hours ago. Yes, okay. You don't want to make things harder for yourself than it already is, you know?
Yeah. We only have a couple minutes left, and I just want to showcase just two other quick things.
Okay.
So as we were talking about the circle take and using text-based to be able to get there, in here, I literally say, thank you. Okay, let's circle that. That was my favorite take, guys. That's awesome. Okay.
She's such a gracious, look at that. Thank you.
Let's go right back in. We'll go close. Oh, okay, cool. So I'm able to click play right here. And so I am speaking, I think. Okay.
Alter, we completely.
So I'm able to go in right here and find that and be able to say, okay, cool, that's the end of the take. So I can immediately right here put a cut in.
Oh my gosh, the hot dog.
Oh my gosh, how rude of me. See,
Jack, thank you so much.
I told you I was going to forget.
No, it's okay. Teasing us with the hot dog.
I know. So we're going to try a couple things. Hot dog wig did not work.
This one did take us a second to find. So let's see, we did pink wig and it was much further down than we thought. It also, oh, there it is. There it is. Look at my best friend.
Look at me.
Look at her.
I'm having all parts of this right now.
I'm sorry. I just never seen it from this side. We're usually so in it that it's like we're not even, oh my gosh, that's incredible. Ashleigh, you are a gem.
So are you, Courtney. Truly.
Oh, and we don't even see us moving, or like, are we?
I'm gonna just mute because we are definitely talking.
Oh no, that was right as we got the raid.
We got raided.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. So this is a video that we play when when we get rated. So I'm gonna just, not there. Just drag this back a little and let's just zoom in. Have we started or have we realized how ridiculous this is yet?
I don't know. Oh. The fact that we've managed to make this many different outfits with maybe less than 10 costumes and a ton of wigs and beards is really something.
It's true.
But it's always a good time. So if
Okay.
you guys happen to pop into stream for that,
Definitely.
do it. Just try to time it.
Very quick.
Yes.
The last thing is that for captions, right? This is revolutionary. So this is one of our films. It's called First Impressions. It's a Filipino story of ours, and I've already created the subtitle track. Right. Something that is incredible is that you can go to captions, and because this film is a Filipino film, maybe when I'm submitting it to festivals, I just want to have a track that has Tagalog on it. Right. Look at how fast this works. You can go right
This
here.
will work in the time that we have left.
Yes. You go here, you hit translate, and you can select so many different languages, and you can select more than one language, okay? But just
Yep.
got
Okay.
you.
We'll show you later.
We'll show you at 1 p.m. We'll be back talking about color at noon and talking about Gen Extend at 1 p.m. I'm Ashleigh. This is Courtney. Chat, you are so beautiful. Please stick around. There is so much more broadcast happening. Paco, you're amazing.
We'll see you guys so
and
soon.
Adobe, thank you so much for all of these tools.
We're really excited to showcase media intelligence and the search panel. Through media intelligence, it's able to identify so many different markers from visuals to text to metadata.
We are Twitch live broadcasters. We are also filmmakers and vloggers, content creators.
So we have a yellow sandwich that pops up on screen when we hit the hype train. So let's go ahead and look up yellow sandwich. I can go there immediately and know that I can clip that moment of my yellow sandwich just by looking up yellow sandwich. The text-based editing has been really game-changing for us because we ramble a lot, and just to be able to delete anecdotes very quickly is amazing. We sing a lot of songs, so just by looking up Wake Me Up, perfect. I know that I can use text-based and be able to find that moment. And so if we wanted to pull that song in particular, here we go. We're right in here and I can quickly edit.
The
and
playhead
pull-
jumps right to it.
And
which is
yeah,
amazing.
and be able to pull that moment immediately. So I think this is a really great transition. We're really excited to showcase media intelligence and the search panel. Through media intelligence, it's able to identify so many different markers from visuals to text to metadata.
We are Twitch live broadcasters. We are also filmmakers and vloggers, content creators.
So we have a yellow sandwich that pops up on screen when we hit the hype train. So let's go ahead and look up yellow sandwich. I can go there immediately and know that I can clip that moment of my yellow sandwich just by looking up yellow sandwich. The text-based editing has been really game-changing for us because we ramble a lot, and just to be able to delete anecdotes very quickly is amazing. We sing a lot of songs, so just by looking up Wake Me Up, perfect. I know that I can use text-based and be able to find that moment. And so if we wanted to pull that song in particular, here we go. We're right in here and I can quickly edit.
The
and
playhead
pull-
jumps right to it.
And
which is
yeah,
amazing.
and be able to pull that moment immediately. So I think this is a really great transition point for Courtney to
Hello, everyone. We are back. This time I'm hosting Alex Hogue, and he is the creator of Outward Element. Do you want to tell everybody a little bit about what you do?
Yeah, so I run a production business up out of Central Oregon in Bend, Oregon to be specific. And I focus mostly on outdoor content, sports, working with athletes. I did a lot of that. I used to work for GoPro for 7 years. And so now I've been doing this business up there. I do all kinds of stuff, including marketing and everything. But yeah, I basically took what I learned from GoPro and kind of transitioned that into my own business because that's the kind of content I like to do. And if I can get paid to film it and record it and make videos of it, just makes it that much more exciting.
Amazing. So tell us a little bit about what we're going to be looking at today in terms of your workflow.
Yeah, so we're going to be touching just real quick on some of the new features. I want to talk about Firefly. So in Firefly, there is now image to video generation. So we'll touch on that just really quickly at the beginning. And then after that, we're going to dive into Premiere. And I want to focus probably 80% of the stream, we're going to be talking about how the search panel, the new search panel, is super awesome. And I want to try to create an edit in a totally non-traditional way. Normally, I would make an edit from pulling selects and organizing all that. However, we can use the search panel to do that and save time. So we're going to focus on that, and then at the end of the stream, we'll touch on Generative Extend a little bit.
Sounds awesome. If you're watching live right now, be sure to leave any questions or comments in the feed, and I'll be taking a look at that and ask Alex any questions as we go along.
Sounds great.
Cool.
Cool. So should I dive in?
Just dive right in. Or as I like to say, let's jump on in.
Ooh, with the accent. I like that. That's fun. All right, so first off, I said we were going to talk about Firefly, and what do we have here? So imagine we have a client that we want to kind of sell on a project. Maybe it's a 30-second little sizzle reel where we just kind of want to like have a little bit of branding in it and show some of the content we can create, right? So visually, I've had bosses in the past where if you told them what you were gonna make, it didn't really sink in, and like you wouldn't get the approval. But if you went in there and showed them what you're gonna do, they're like, oh yeah, this is great, even though it's the exact same thing. So what I want to talk about here is maybe how we can make a mood board with Firefly. And to do that, like our traditional way is maybe we have something like image. We create an image with a prompt, right? So we can say sunrise of a remote granite valley or remote granite rock area. And it's super fast right now, so let's just see what it comes up with.
Okay.
So far, this is kind of the traditional way, and we already get some great options here, right? I kind of like this first one here. But what we can do now is edit. There's generate video here, so we can click on that if we wanted to generate a video straight out of this. So we can generate some ideas really quick. So what that's going to do is it's going to load it into the video prompt screen, which looks something like this. So it automatically put our frame here. This is the image to video feature inside of Firefly. And then we can say, hey, here's our clip. We want it to reference this frame. Let's say, make a time lapse of the sun rising over the horizon, right? And, okay, yeah, time lapse. I don't know if it has a hyphen in it or not.
Right.
So let's hit generate on that. It's gonna take a minute. While it does that, I'm gonna switch over here because it takes a second to generate this. We can also put our own frame in here. So I have photos here. So if we come back here, I have photos I've taken. I used this one as an example. So this was just a photo from a production where I didn't have video from it. I was just doing some photography. I dropped that into this frame here, and I won't do it here, but I typed in, time lapse of clouds moving across the valley, and just for the sake of the stream and the timing, this is kind of the result it comes up with. So you can use your own photos as well, and it adds motion in there. We can come over here, we can say move right, move left. It's all still kind of being sorted out, but you get that 5-second clip, which let's see if we're done. It's still generating. So what I did with those clips is I made several of those. And then I came into Adobe Express, just express.adobe.com, and I wanted to make kind of this mood board very quickly.
Interesting.
And I didn't need any sort of Photoshop, Illustrator skills. It's super easy. Express is, I've come to love it. I wasn't sure how I felt about it at first, and I absolutely love it now because you can make really cool stuff really easily. So if I click here to play this, you're gonna see all these images here are gonna come to life. And these are all generated. So if we take a look at these versus what's down here, I have the prompts for what I typed in to get that. And you can see I did image to video, we did text to video, and we also did text to image, which is what we're doing on the other one. So if I hit play here, these all start to come to life, and this is just that extra little step. If you're pitching a project, you can show the passage of time or like what is your camera doing during this shot, so you can just help communicate to your client what's going on.
I love that. So rather than going out and having to go shoot all this stuff, you can just really generate it in minutes and put this together and get your client faster.
Absolutely. And I want to call out this number 7 right here, because this shot, which came from this image, so this is text to video. So I typed in a prompt and told it to create video. I was very specific with the prompt. So colorful foliage of trees, but I want you to keep this in mind because it actually almost perfectly matches a real shot that I have, which is kind of wild to me. Like I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, it knew exactly what I was thinking. So yeah, use the image to video generation there. Let's see if it did this other one. It's all done. That looks pretty good.
Got the lens flare in there. I love that.
So it's a great tool to just kind of help sell what you're gonna do, or maybe you might have a need for this in other ways. So
Wow.
Really cool, the Firefly image to video. Now with that, I think we should hop over to Premiere.
Let's do it.
And play with some features. So I'm gonna make a new project, and we can just call this New AI in Adobe. And so what I want to do is kind of create, we'll go ahead and just skip this for now, and I'll drag in what we need. I want to create like a 30-second little sizzle reel. We'll put some music to it, and it's going to be just kind of like a quick montage of cuts, but I want to do it using the search panel instead of the traditional way of pulling selects on everything. So I'm going to bring in this clip I have here, just a single solid clip of a bunch of footage. Actually, before I do that, let me show you the way this works. This new search feature over here, which I know we've been talking about it. This is the search panel. But if you ever don't have it working, if you come into your preferences over here and we go to General, this media analysis and transcription, make sure this will be checked on by default. So you download the new version of Premiere this morning. This will be on by default. And what that does is when I bring in this footage, oops, let's close out of this first. It's going to automatically start analyzing the footage here. And we can see here, analysis complete super fast. That was wild. So we can see kind of everything. It went through, it's a 6.5 minute clip, but each shot is probably only 2 to 3 seconds. So if I play through this, it's just a whole bunch of selects of various shots, and I wanted a mixture of land, climbing, different sports, so we can make kind of a full little sizzle reel of the outdoors. So we got a little bit of everything in here. So with that, let's go ahead and bring in some other stuff. We can bring music and sound effects in, bring in graphics. That's fine. Okay, so what do you say we make a quick edit here? So what I would traditionally do is I would drag this down. Let's make my window a bit bigger. I would drag this down into this little icon here. It would make a sequence to that exact specifications of this file, so the resolution, the frame rate. And we can have this here, and I would typically, the reason I did it like this is because sometimes clients send you a finished product and they say, it's pretty common for me to get something and they're like, hey, can you make a social edit off of this finished video like after the fact that it's done? This is all we have. Here you go. Good luck. So this isn't super far-fetched to just get a clip that's strung together. It's not ideal, but it happens a lot in the real world. And what I would traditionally do is go through frame by frame, put a cut, you know, at each spot, and you go put a cut. The other thing you could do if you're not familiar with this, and again, this is kind of in the past, I'm just gonna make this short so we don't have to wait long. You could right click and you could do scene edit detection.
Oh yeah, I love that.
Tell it to apply the cuts, and it's gonna go through, analyze the clip, and automatically put those cuts, which is great. That's even better. So then I could take these clips, we have a whole bunch more of them, which I didn't do for processing times, but I would organize these all to say, these are all the snow clips, etc. Still takes a long time, so what we can do, don't have to do any of that. I can just come up to the search panel, again, hit this icon over here, and we can just say snow, and go to our source file. It's gonna look at this, and it's already done the work. So there's a whole bunch of shots in here, but it's already pulling ins and outs on these clips. So I can just double click, and if we zoom in on our timeline, we have all these different shots here. And we're gonna go through and create an edit that way, as opposed to organizing everything on a timeline. I'm just gonna pull straight from here. So.
Right. I like this way of working better because when you have everything kind of cut up in the timeline, you can like move things around, but it's nice to build it like individually like this with the in and out points already done for you.
I think it's so much easier. Like honestly, this to me, it seems very simplistic, but to me, it's one of the biggest updates in Premiere. Like I'm gonna use this all the time to search for things, and I think it's only gonna improve and improve with each iteration. So I'm really excited to see where this goes, and it's already pretty sweet. Let's throw some music in here, and let's start just seeing how this would work, how I would do it. So I have a music track here. Might need to dive into the headphones here. Let's see. Have some audio. We can turn that down just a little bit. All right, so what I'm gonna do, first off, I've already heard this track, and what I wanna do, the song kinda ends here. There's that extra little beat. I don't really want that. And all in all, this is about a minute long clip, and I don't want an edit that long. So let's come to like, zoom in here so you guys can see. Let's go ahead and just quickly remix the music. So simple tool, remix tool here on the side. And I'm just gonna click and drag this down to somewhere around the 30-second mark and see what it does. So this isn't new, but it's a great feature. And let's, oh, I didn't hear that transition at all. Our vocals kind of come in. I think that's pretty good. The one thing I do want to do here, because I'm familiar with this track, let's go ahead and make it bigger so we can see everything that's happening. We have the vocals of 1, 2, 3. There's kind of that extra guitar strum there, and I kind of just want to, right on the hit after he says ready, the next one. So what I'm going to do, and this is just pretty straightforward audio editing. I do this all the time. So I'm going to take my clip here, I'm switching between the V and the C, the blade tool. So I'm gonna take this track, and I wanna line up this hit with right where this one is, so I keep the timing and tempo of my clip. And I'm gonna hold Alt and push the down arrow to move it down one track. And then I'm just gonna drag this over and kind of line it up here, so that way everything in my song kind of keeps that same beat structure, and I can hold the Alt key and move it frame by frame just by using the arrow keys, holding the Alt key. And then I'm just gonna get rid of, actually no, where's the clip that I wanted? This is it. So let's see if that works. Using the plus and minus key to zoom in and zoom out. Perfect, so we got rid of that extra little guitar strum. And now we have a clip here that's about 30 seconds or so. So let's go ahead and dive into some clips. So I think we can get rid of essential sound for now. So again, we have this sound, or this search panel here, new. And I think I want to start with something scenic, just to kind of open it up. So what does it come up with? And in fairness, I think it's all kind of scenic, but there's a particular shot I have in mind for this edit, because I've kind of done this before, just to play around with it, but we can take a look. And this is all footage I've shot, and just from various projects. And I love how, you know, this is a 6.5-minute clip, and I didn't have to set ins and outs. I just typed it in and dragged it over. So let's go ahead and make this a bit bigger.
What drone do you use?
Thanks for asking. So I do a lot of work with Skydio, and they're not in the consumer market anymore, but they're one of my primary clients. So I fly Skydios. I also do search and rescue, and I'm on the drone team, so I also fly DJI drones, but I do those more for rescue purposes. And then I also fly FPV drones, so the race ones. So I do a lot of drone stuff. So a lot of drone stuff you'll see here. Let me know, are anyone else in the chat here? Do they fly drones? Do you like them?
Yeah, let us know
any
your
other race drone
preferences.
pilots? So let's see. We got this shot here. So on that cut here on the music, we're just going to kind of go through and edit this. I'm going to set this endpoint here, just because I want to go to my next shot, because I feel like we're kind of setting the scene, we're getting into it. And this was a production I did last summer for a car rack company that makes bike racks. And we just had some, this is in Central Oregon, actually, in Sisters, Oregon. And we trimmed this here. I'm gonna use the Y, I'm gonna hit Y, and we're gonna use our, I think it's called the slip tool. Yeah, slip tool. I'm gonna hold this, and what I can do here is right on that music hit, I want to have her just be out of frame before we go to the next shot. So I want it to finish all the way, and I can see on the right-hand side here, she's in the corner and she's right out of frame there. So that's telling me where we're ending our edit right here.
Nice.
And then we're into our next shot, and we're kicking this off, and we got a lot of shots, and we want to convey the idea that we have all these different activities, different environments. So we're gonna get cutty with it and give it some energy.
Okay.
So let's do. We have tons of motorcycle stuff. Let's see what we got here. I didn't even have to finish typing it in. So I spelled that wrong. I'm not here for spelling, so let's just start over. Motorcycle, there we go. Okay, so my favorite part, it sounds like I'm just like a super fanboy of this, and I am. But my favorite part of the search panel here, and I didn't even realize this until I started using it, is it's so awesome and quick for just matching cuts in motion. So I can look here and I see, you know I have a drone shot moving, so I probably want something kind of quick and still moving as opposed to going to a static. But I can see here I have this rotational shot here, but I can also quickly see I have a rotational shot here that's also a motorcycle. You can kind of quickly look and get a sense of what is the shot before you even drag it in and say, oh, this rotation matches, or it's moving to the right here, and then this shot is also moving to the right. So I think building stuff for match cuts is kind of my favorite part about it. So we have another music hit right here, and we'll just throw some shots in here and see what happens. All right, so I know I have that shot. I have another drone shot. Oh, let's go to view all visuals.
Yes.
So we see everything here, because I know there's others.
Yeah, motion is really important with like eye line with editing. So you don't want to like be
Exactly.
jerking your viewer
Exactly.
back and forth.
And I don't have to leave my timeline here and come over here and look, okay, where's my other clips, and look through every one of them. I can still be here and say, oh, this person in the frame is about the same size as, maybe another shot, or that movement matches. So we can go from here. I know, actually it's this shot here. I remember this because it was so cool that it's called roost when all the dirt kicks up behind a dirt bike or something like that. And this is my friend, this is like 2 years ago, but she hit a rock and it just kicked up so much dirt in front of the drone.
It's a beautiful shot.
But what's cool here, thank you, we can kind of play with that same sort of motion. So The way I like to do this is kind of just continuously build this out. So we can grab a couple other shots here of rotation, and maybe we have a little fun with it and do some time remapping. So I right-clicked here on this effects panel, speed, and now I could kind of come in and figure out maybe I want to speed up the timing of this for different clips.
Right.
So,
and you're using the pen tool.
Pen tool for setting a point on here. Make sure it's set on that speed thing, and then we just go back to V for the V tool, and we can speed this up here.
And then create the ramp.
Yeah, so.
Do you find when you're making these type of edits that you try to mix it up so you're not just hitting all the beats, but maybe you're looking at maybe the motion of the visuals to hit a certain beat?
I do, and I think as we go through the edit, like that's kind of where I would look for certain moments of like what's happening in the footage. Like maybe, I know there's this, and I don't think we'll get through the whole edit, but we can, like, I know there's a motion here where, you know, maybe you're not cutting exactly on the cut, but you're cutting right when he kicks up that snow to a particular moment or something like that that feels natural, or like what's going on with the footage. Yeah, so let's see here. We can do maybe, you just play around with this and the timing. So our next cut could be maybe kind of in here. And let's say I didn't want to trim that. We just speed this up more so it kind of lines up.
What frame rate do you shoot this in?
So I typically, most of my stuff is in like 60 frames or higher. However, the Generative Extend, for the purposes of this stream, I made this export kind of all in 30 frames at like 1080, which now it does 4K. The beta wasn't quite there yet, a week or two ago. So now you can do Generative Extend in 1080, you can do it in vertical, and you can do it in 4K, and also 29 frames is what it currently accepts. So I exported this into 29 frames, so I didn't have the 60, just in case we want to show Generative Extend for this. So we have kind of this next cut here, and then again, I think we can kind of, like, I type in dirt, and what's great is you kind of see all these different just shots here of, I mean, dirt. I guess that's the best way to put it. And there's one I'm thinking of. This is from a production out in Vegas where we kind of have this rotation here. I know I have a shot of like a side-by-side also doing a rotation like a donut, excuse me, a donut in the dirt, and I want to see if we can find that clip. So, oh, here it is. So let's bring this in. So we're kind of matching the same direction, camera movement. We're still sliding to the side, which I think feels good. And maybe we can make this shorter. So
it's interesting that you said that it feels good, because I feel like when you achieve a certain mastery of editing, you develop this kind of sixth sense. I like to call it the sixth sense of editing, where like something just feels good, and you may not be able to tangibly describe exactly, but it's just from the experience. You feel it.
Yeah, and I think that just comes with experience too.
Yeah.
Like you kind of just feel the energy of the motion and the clips and what's working, what's not working. And again, this is a very simple edit. I just wanted to kind of show how we can utilize this, but even still, like you want to feel like it's part of the music, and you want to get your viewer involved. So definitely agree with that.
Do you find that when you're editing, you tend to go with like starting with establishing shots more, and then you go in like more closer later on, or have you experimented where you start slow and then you do, or sorry, you start close up and then you do like the reveal?
That's a great question. I think the best way to describe that is it depends on what type of edit you're doing and what you're going for. Like if I'm doing something more documentary, or maybe a little bit longer form, I'm gonna set up kind of an establishing shot, and maybe we would do this completely differently. I have shots of him unloading the bike and we see them hiking up. So that's kind of a creative decision of the editor. So you could start off with that setup, you build, and then your music drops and you're into it, right?
Sure.
And working on launch videos at GoPro back in the day, that's kind of, if you watch their videos, that's kind of what happens. You have multiple scene setups of people basically getting ready to go do their sport, and then music hits, and then the next several shots are living in that moment, and then a resolution. So you're always thinking that kind of rising action, the setup. With this, and with the kind of advancements of social media and people having such short attention spans, there's the flip side of that too, right?
Sure.
Because you're also don't want to lose people's attention. So this is only a 30-second edit. I want to get into it right away and get some energy going. So I'm maybe going to opt to not have those setup shots because you're going to lose people. So like, get into the action.
That's a good point. Do you find like if this was for a client, would you send them the music beforehand to approve? Because music is such a crucial part of this. It's like guiding your edit.
The short answer is yes, to some extent. I'm not going to spend a lot of time editing and like really dialing in the details until we have music approved, because my goodness, please raise your hand in the chat if you've had that client that was like, yeah, the edit's great, let's change the music. You're in editing long enough and that's like your worst nightmare. So when you can, if you have the option, send maybe one or two, maybe 3 tracks. I think studies show like if you send just 2, a yes or a no, like you get better response out of one or the other. So maybe send 2 tracks and like say, hey, here's some options, or let them provide something if they got something in mind. But I also tend to not do that with clients because they can't, like I said, with the visualizations, they can't necessarily always visualize what you're thinking.
Sometimes they rely on you to make those choices.
Exactly.
And they want your opinion of what's best.
That's where I'll do like a rough or a structural cut, like pretty quick and basic, and say, hey, this isn't perfect. We're going to do all this other stuff. How does it feel? How does this music feel? How does the content feel? But I think that's kind of the best way to work around the music discussion.
Do you have sound effects loaded up? Can you find sound in the search panel, like for like the dirt or?
I do, yeah. So we can also search here. We have visuals, we have everything, visuals, text, metadata. Let's see if we just search music. Not coming up there. Let's search everything. And then, yeah, we have, well, that one's called music, but we also have the actual music tracks here too. So pretty cool. Sound effects, I don't think my sound effects are properly named, but let's try like bike and just maybe scroll down and see what happens here. Because I know there's like, okay, well, these all have bike in the name. That's a dirt bike, but again, it's probably sourcing that metadata as well, which can include the title, it can include all sorts of stuff. But to me, it's still a lot quicker than coming over here and toggling through all these carrots to find my music track. So yeah, use it for kind of everything. I'm gonna switch back to visuals here. Now we can just build out. So we have, I didn't want this quite here. So maybe we have this, I'm gonna use that Y slip tool. And then if we go.
I've never actually used the slip tool. That's so funny.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is where it's funny because first day of the rest of your life right here. So I never used to use the slip tool, and then someone showed it to me, and yeah, game changed. Like now I use it all the time because I don't have to fiddle here with
That's interesting.
You know,
I mainly
lining all
use
this
the
up.
rolling edit tool.
That was another one.
And that one I use all the time. But the slip tool, maybe I was like intimidated by the time code thing that was happening in the monitor. But yeah, it makes sense why it's there.
Yeah, and maybe actually I'm thinking of the rate tool. There's a couple different ones here. So there's the slip tool. You use the roll tool, which I don't use. So refresh my memory on what that does.
You press N.
Okay.
And basically it lets you change the position of a cut point between 2 clips. So if you want to shift it over a few
just
frames.
to move this whole
yes.
Okay, yes.
So that way you can make it. And so I usually do that when I refine the edits. If I want it to be not necessarily on the beat, but I want to like change it to maybe when there's a different sound in the music just to match the motion better.
I think this is so funny. We've both been editing for probably well over 15 years, and we're both like, oh, I never used that tool. Yeah, I'm a total professional, I swear. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna use that. And then, yeah, I like the slip tool. So again, we have this dirt smash here. I know there's a shot of driver and dirt. Let's just try that. I think it's this here where we can you know, we have all these different splashes, so you could really play with a lot of this. Where are we going? Oh, wrong screen. So there's like just similarities you can look for to cut between shots that really match. In this case, this is kind of cool, and maybe we transition to them splashing here, which is a great cut.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good one. If you guys are shredditors in the chat, raise your hand, because Alex is a shooter and an editor, and I love the word shredditor. And what's interesting about this whole process that Alex is demonstrating, it's almost like, because if you're the shooter, you know your footage, right? But you don't know exactly where it is in that particular clip. So it's almost like the search panel is like an extension of your brain, but like faster. Like you can just go be like, I know that shot, but let me just type it, and oh, there it is. So it's just like so much faster at helping you like know immediately, okay, I know where to find that shot. And you can find that thumbnail more easily because you remember in general what the shot looked like, but not that particular in and out point that 100%. You needed.
Yeah, so, and that's what's great is I know some of these shots, some of these are pretty old, and I don't remember what I threw in that clip and what I didn't. And the thing is, if we were doing this the traditional way without this search panel, the reality is I would still be sitting there chopping up these clips and organizing them all. Like I literally, I use a title, like a title card, and I just say like scenics, you know, action shots, and I organize them all onto a timeline. And then that's at the end of my timeline, or I do kind of the duplicate style where you have your timeline underneath as well, and you're just dragging clips up. This is a million times easier.
Yeah, so just a lot faster. Peter Gardetsky says hi.
Hey,
hi,
Peter.
Hi, Peter. It looks like you have a Polish last name.
I might know someone in this room that speaks Polish.
I'm at a B1 level of Polish speaking, so cześć, Piotr.
What does that mean?
Piotr is actually how you say it in Polish, Peter.
Okay.
Piotr. Or Piotrek, you can say, is like a short form. Piotrek. It looks like Jurek chimed in, fellow Shredditor chiming in.
Fellow Shredditor.
Let's go Shredditor.
How long have you been a fellow shredder, and what type of content are you shredding? Is that a word?
Yeah, what type of content are you shredding, Jurek? If that's, sorry if I'm messing up your name. E-U-R-I-K.
And so actually here I'm using the slip tool again as well because I wanted to go with these cuts here. And I'm just kind of timing up some of this, but I wanted to stay on this same clip because I want to go into like where her hand's going up, and then we get into some emotion of the edit, and maybe we have, you know, some stoke, and all right, we have an arm going up there, so
an arm going up there.
I mean, it is what it is, and I know this because this was my buddy and I was with him. We were doing some backcountry snowboard touring, which if anyone knows what that is or does it, let me know. But I know there's a moment where I was like, hey, I'm recording you, and he throws up his hand, he's going, you know, kind of cheering. So let's say snow, ski. We have this clip here.
What's so cool about this process is like oftentimes half of editing you're trying to find those moments of action because you're gonna have a lot of dull in-betweens of just maybe a B-roll shot but without anything happening. So the search panel, like it can find those little pieces of action within a longer clip so you can just quickly bring that down and get your rough cut done faster. I just love that. The best moments, right?
It's
a highlight reel.
I don't even know how it does it, but like I said at the start, this is kind of my favorite new thing in Premiere.
Well, it's AI media intelligence, right? It's scanning the visuals for that action.
Totally. It is. Well, actually, I don't know if this particular search panel, it's like not the same as like generative AI. It's because that's what's also cool about this, and we didn't talk about it, is that it is it's like locally based, so you actually don't need an internet connection to do this. So if you're on the plane, it still works.
Yeah, you can search on the plane anywhere, airplane mode.
Which I don't know if we've mentioned that yet. So
that is true. I forgot to mention that too.
Look at this. We're matching arms. We're matching hands. We could probably. Oh my gosh.
High five. There we go.
You know, so you could kind of just try to match the stoke of all these things. And
I see
and
what you
cut it
mean
to
now
timing
about the
here.
match cuts, creating those match cuts on action.
And let's see, so we're a little ways in. I'm gonna jump to my finished project of this. But before I do that, like another match cut here, we type in trees.
Ooh.
And this was one I found by happenstance as well, is like, I have this shot here, and this is not something I thought about. We'll just put this anywhere on the timeline for now, just to show it. But I also found one, if I type in trees and like winter, it's like the same shot, totally different areas, totally different
Ooh.
years. But then in my head, I was like, well, check this out. How cool is that? I mean, both of these trees are here. I would have never thought to put those together because I need
There
to
we
see
go.
them side by side for it to actually like register in my head of like, you know, maybe I don't do it right here, but I could speed remap and like, and we're
Maybe you can
into-
try a morph cut between them
That could be interesting too.
to see how it morphs it
So we could
together.
throw it on here. I would personally, and I actually kind of did this on the other one, is take the time to time remap both of these and I mean, we can do it here.
Yeah, let's see it in action. Yeah, Peter, who's watching, this is actually the new update that was released today in the general application, not the beta, which is awesome. So it's 25.2 is released today, so you can go to your Adobe Creative Cloud app and you can download it and get started with the search panel today. And in the previous stream that I was doing, I showed the new caption translation, and we talked about Polish as well, translating my English into the Polish language. So there's 27 languages that you can do. So pretty crazy.
27. Not to be confused with 27 dresses, 27 languages. So I like to just do simple things and kind of just throw on that like
love
little
that.
movement there. And especially you put that on a cut with some music, and you're gonna kind of feel that a lot.
You can get into the
more.
creative part of editing faster with the search panel.
Absolutely. I mean, we have other shots here too, like, again, all these tree shots, you're like, random trees. But I don't know, you gotta kind of think about it too, because like this one here, it's pulling up and reversing and rotating, whereas these are kind of looking up, so it feels a little jarring, but it could still
Right.
work if you're, you know, you're trying to match where your eyes are going. So that feels to me, again, it feels
The
a
feel, the
little
sixth
jarring.
sense kicking in.
So, let's see here. What else can we do? Let's briefly, I'm going to skip this section here, but I know how I want to finish this, just in the interest of time. So I want to kind of show maybe some generative extend and like what
Sure.
it might look like in the context of trying to create an edit like this. And then I want to switch over to my other project and we can show some other examples of generative extend. It does take a little bit of time to process, so I didn't want to waste that time waiting for things. And
Sure.
we'll do one or two of them here, and then we can show some other examples.
Okay.
Let's see here. I think I'm going to turn this back up just a little bit. It's a little quiet in my headphones. So I think here too, we have that kind of like that, which
Yeah.
again was kind of like that hockey stop sort of thing. Like this is where you could kind of play around, and you're gonna notice I use time remapping quite a bit to help with just the timing of cuts and like the action. So I like kind of coming in slow, but maybe we play around here. Does anyone else time remap? Anyone else remap the time?
I remap the time occasionally.
Yeah, I remap the time.
We have a question here from Peter who said, is it possible to give meta tags after a visual search? So I'm thinking he's asking, like, can you apply tags inside the search panel?
Yeah, so unfortunately at the moment, I don't know of a way that you can add your specific meta tags into this panel. My one thought that might work, don't quote me on this, we can have our moderators check on this, is you could potentially add your metadata as you would through your metadata columns in the project or through Bridge.
I don't think it filters by the columns there. I think it has to be on the file itself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Which you can add. I believe there are tools, like when you're like preparing your footage to be imported, There are metadata type of tools where you can add metadata to your files before you import them.
Exactly, and it'll create, sometimes it creates like a sidecar file that'll be next to it as well and add it
Yeah.
on there. So we could do here with kind of that slash. So I'm not cutting exactly on that hit. Oh. And then maybe in the middle of that, and we're just getting like a variety of all kinds of shots. We have this shot here, and I kind of see that she's turning. It's really small on your screen, but she kind of does the same motion. It's just further away, cutting to that left side. So I think if we were to take this shot, maybe shorten it, we could cut straight from there because we're not on a music beat, so we're trying to match the action. Maybe even a little bit sooner. And then Y tool, I'm gonna set that first frame to right where she's kind of in the midst of that turn.
The slip edit again.
And maybe we move this. I'm gonna hold Alt and just hit the arrow key to move it over frame by frame. So that feels a little better. And we can make this big. So it kind of draws your eye to the snow coming up. Let's go ahead and maybe this lives for a minute. So the ending here, let's grab, I wanted to end on like some copy that comes up on screen. So let's say,
Copy like text?
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, the marketing term.
Gotta end on the copy.
Gotta end on the copy.
With the British accent. I don't
Yeah.
know. Don't forget to end on the copy.
The
Sorry,
first
our
time
British
I heard, and you were
viewers.
saying, is it the R, roll tool?
N for the rolling
N,
edit.
N. So this is gonna be great because I want it right on that frame. Oh, look at that. Okay. So I got this time lapse here that I took on this trip, which most beautiful place I've ever been. This is up in Alberta, Canada. Actually, no, this is in BC, Canada. So, but I'm out of shot here because we go to the next shot. And I kind of want to have time for some graphics to come up on screen here.
Do you sell any of your shots, by the way, to stock media? Because you have so many beautiful shots.
I do stock media that goes through a platform called Blackbox. They do
I've heard
video
of it.
specifically, which also then goes to Adobe Stock and filters to all the
So
other
cool.
major ones. It's a lot of work to put it together.
Oh yeah, it is
to
like
tag everything, export
lot of work.
perfectly. It is
Yeah.
a ton of work, but
this could help
I
you,
do
the
that.
search panel. You can sell.
Look at her.
You can find your in and out points and be like, oh yeah, the person taking a sharp right turn on the ski, and then you can export that to Blackbox and sell.
Exactly.
Monetize. Search panel can help you monetize your media.
I mean, just to go through and find your selects already and just be done with it.
Do you want to explain again what you just did here with or what Generative Extend is to viewers that are new to it? Do you want to explain?
Yeah, so Generative Extend is pretty sweet. It's new, update your Premiere this morning, and on this left-hand side in the toolbar, we have the Generative Extend tool. You can extend video 2 seconds, and I think we touched on it can be vertical, it can be 1080, it can be 4K. So video's 2 seconds. You can extend audio clips up to 10 seconds. And what we're doing right now is I just used that tool while we were talking. I just dragged out this clip that I want because we want some text to come up here on the beats. So I kind of want to hold on this shot a little longer. We're going to let this one sit for a minute. And again, right here, I know the exit shot I want because it's a pretty epic shot. Do you do any sort of action sports or anything like that?
Action sports, not so much. I've done some skiing in the past, some snowboarding too. I can rollerblade, but nothing like this with a motor.
Nothing.
Nothing with a motor.
No motorsports.
No motor sports, but I'm a big. I was an athlete in high school. I did lots of sports, and I'm a huge tennis fan, and recently pickleball enthusiast. So.
The pickles. Who else plays pickleball?
Pickleball fans in the chat.
Like, how do you get better at pickleball and like without seeming too serious about it? Like,
sure.
Like, I've looked up videos and been like, how do I get better at this pickleball?
I think just playing casually once a week with a friend, and then just getting more confident in your underarm serve with more power, and like knowing when to do an overhead shot versus like a subtle drop shot. Yeah, getting better at your volleys before it touches the court.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. So what I'm doing here, our generative extend just finished. Let's make this a little bigger so folks can see. I mean,
Nice.
I can't even tell, like, we were watching that, I couldn't even tell where it extended and where
Yeah.
it didn't. And what happened to our little bar there?
What the?
The little generative extend bar
Did
went
it
away.
finish?
So yeah, it's extended. This is the extended clip.
Okay.
We can, oh, there it is. Okay, so yeah, it just wasn't showing up there. So with this little extended clip, you can right click, you can generate again. I think it did a phenomenal job. You can also revert to the original here. And remember, our clip wasn't that long to begin with, so it ended back here.
Yeah.
So now we have that clip. We can put some text on there, and then I want to do the same thing for this ending shot. So I want my logo to come up after the camera kind of tilts over here. So maybe like right in here, but then it feels just a little quick, so I'm gonna do the same thing here and just extend this out so it can sit on the logo for, you know, just a little bit longer because it's a little short. So that's kind of some use cases of the general extend. It's just, the best way to put it is, I don't look at it as like a gimmick or anything. I'm not trying to fool people with, you know, video that's not real. In fact, I'm very much opposed to that. But I do look at it as a great tool in the toolbox for solving the problem as an editor where you need a couple more frames for an edit, or you just need to sit on something for just a beat longer. That is where generative extend to me is useful. It's a tool that we can utilize as editors to really make something better that's going to resonate better with the editor. And we're not like manipulating and completely changing the content. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just watching this whole process of you selecting the clips, it's very much like you're in control, you're deciding the cuts, and it really comes down to like maybe little moments where you're trying to refine your cut, you're really down to the fine cut, and you're like, you know what, I just need to maybe extend this a little bit, or I don't, you know, maybe, you know, a piece of clothing falls off somebody, I mean, with action sports, and you want to, you know, extend the part where the helmet stays on a little bit longer. Like, there's a lot of use cases for this, and it's, yeah, you're exactly right. It's not gimmicky, it's just a useful tool.
It's a tool for, you know, when something enters your shot to trim it out. And I can show some examples here. I didn't want to let them all process, and I know we're close on time here. This one's still going, but I've done this before. So that's just kind of the use case of generative extend. I have a bunch of other examples here. Let's take a look at some of these if we have a moment. So again, with that generative extend tool, you're just going to drag out with the generative extend tool. This is a shot I had, and this car enters the frame, and I kind of want to continue the shot, but I don't want the car there because I like it just an empty road. Or maybe the subject in my video is not a car and it's a van because I have a ton of van shots. Somehow I ended up with the van life of like vans roaming the world. Here's the generative extend version. I just turned that one on. So now, let's see, we have the same amount of time, and it basically just did all the compositing work for you. That would have taken me a while in After Effects to match the motion of all that.
Yeah, instead of removing the object with content-aware fill inside of After Effects, you can just extend your clip and get rid of it that way.
Exactly.
That's super cool. I didn't even think about that use case, but you're right. It's like removing the need for object removal in some cases where you just go to that frame before it appears.
One other one I just wanted to show, which is close to my heart because anyone here do night photography and night just astrophotography? If you've ever taken a shot, you know, while you're camping and you look at your shot and you realize this is a really short shot because it takes a long time to get these shots, but right at the end of the shot, I realized the Milky Way was starting to rise through the middle of my shot and then it stops. And I've been devastated about this shot. I was like, oh, I should have just left the camera going or like something. And look at this. Like, it just continues onward. So now we can live in that just a little bit longer. I thought it did such a good job at, you know, stuff like that.
All right.
So
That's amazing. Well, perfect timing, Alex. Very punctual man you are. Let's do a little recap on like everything that we talked about in this stream.
Yeah, so we talked primarily, well, we started off with Adobe Firefly. If we come over to the Firefly page, we have the text to video. Oops, sorry, not text to video, but we can do the frame to video now, where you can drop in your own frame from a photo that you have and tell it, hey, I want you to make a time lapse or whatever you can do. We also talked primarily about the new search panel inside of Premiere. So that's this search panel up here where we can search for things like trees or whatever, trees or skiing and, have some fun with it. All sorts of just great ways to get through content. And then we talked about the Generative Extend, which is also new, which can be done on video or on audio.
Amazing. And where can people find your work?
So outwardelement.com is my business and my website. We can pull that up here. This is my company. And then low-key started a YouTube channel end of last summer and got busy with other life things. So hoping to get back to that very soon. But a subscribe would probably encourage me to put some time into that. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Alex, for your demonstrations today. Check out the search panel. If you do not see the update yet from your Adobe Creative Cloud app, it could be that Adobe is releasing it in segment. So if you don't see it yet, just stay patient and it should pop up sometime today for you. And yeah, we're very excited to see what you guys create with these new tools, and I'm excited for it too.
Yeah, let us know what your favorite tip was today. So thank you. Thanks for joining.
Hello, jazz hands.
I was gonna drink water and then I didn't want to have the video start with that, but oh my God, the blue's keyed out. That's amazing. Who knows what's happening.
Are you even drinking water? Who knows?
Yes, I am.
Yeah,
it is water.
Yes, just to be clear. Just to be clear. Hi, Umo. Hi, Wade. Adobe Live. Hello. Jack. Hello.
I know this desk is ready.
It is.
Our desk, we usually got to bring up a little one.
Oh, it's so...
Make it a whole bit. But now we can sit with our hands like this and we are ready to broadcast again. But how is everybody doing? Welcome back.
Alex and Kelsey have done phenomenal this morning,
Yes.
and we're really, really excited to be back. Anyone that is new, hi, I'm Ashleigh, and this is Courtney.
Hello.
We are CA in LA. We are live broadcasters. We are indie filmmakers. We're musicians, artists, professional crochet haunts makers.
But I dabble. I would not say professional in any way. Yes, hydrating is very
You are
important.
professional. You've sold your work.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Define professional. It's a little bit different every time.
Yeah.
We're really excited to be talking to you guys about color today. If you guys want a more in-depth color theory explanation, Ashleigh and I have been doing a lot of Adobe Twitch streams as well, so check those out and check out a bunch of the other Twitch creators who have done work for them as well. All of it is amazing, and I don't know how I'm going to cram what I did into, well, I won't be cramming all of that, but just talk about color. I'm really, really excited. So just before we get started, how do you guys, let's say on a scale of 1 to 5, being super knowledgeable, or how much do you pay attention to color, if at all? If you're in the media space, or even if you're not, just if you're watching films, how much attention do you actually pay to color?
And this doesn't necessarily have to be just film or television. It can also be when you're watching YouTube videos or you're watching TikToks. How much does color affect what you are seeing? And there's so many ways, from wardrobe to set decorations.
3, 5. Okay.
That's a great metric. Also, Zach, Chris.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
And we're gonna be talking about color in our very neutral tones here.
Yeah.
But also, we can't compete with what's happening back here, and I would never want to.
That's so funny. What's the color of your t-shirt?
I don't know.
Yeah, you've got like very neutral stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
a nice pink. Yeah. We're in very complementary colors.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and then your shirt matches my sweater.
Yeah.
Totally planned.
This was planned on my end.
Really?
Yeah, I was gonna wear pink, and I was like, that's too on the nose.
No, it isn't.
A little bit.
We sit and stream wearing the same thing all the time.
I know, but stream is different because it's like very.
This is more polished.
Our stream. Well, I think that this is really awesome to talk about in the context of color because in broadcast, especially on Twitch, blue, pink, purple lighting, that is all of the rage. And it helps you stand out a lot, especially in thumbnails, because thumbnails on broadcast, much like every other medium, that is a huge thing that makes people click in or not. And so when you have a really beautiful still that has balanced lighting, and
Ashleigh is a hot dog with a pink wig. Beautiful still.
beautiful still. Hi, Barbara.
Hi. You haven't missed anything yet. Well, just Ashleigh and I gabbing.
And Alex and Kelsey did a great job with 2 streams earlier. We're back for a second stream, and then you're stuck with us in an hour. So we've done remote video editing for YouTube creators, and that was Kelsey and Alex. And then we did Edit Smarter, Not Harder, talking about media intelligence and the search panel that just is in Premiere Pro from beta. And then Alex and Kelsey talked about fast track workflow to adventure video editing, which was so informative.
Yes.
And right now we are talking about color psychology, color theory, and color grading in Premiere. And then at 1, we will be talking about Generative Extend.
So super excited.
Yeah.
And Franco, welcome in. Had to switch to YouTube. Behance are hanging.
Oh, no.
Okay. Well, we will try our best to answer any questions, or we can always walk back on things. The last thing we want is for people to be confused because there is so much to cover.
Yes.
And we're gonna do our best to explain things as easily as possible. So if you are a beginner to color or intermediate, all of these things will absolutely work for you. It's just going to depend on the use case.
Can I
Okay.
jump in super fast?
Of course.
Cool. So Zach said 3.5. Umo said 3 or 4 maybe. I notice if it's jarring. That's a fantastic piece, an anecdote, because I think that about sound. I think that about edit. Usually, if it is noticeable, it's either extraordinary or bad. And that's something that can be very overwhelming as a creator and kind of a barrier to putting stuff out there, because you never want to post something and then comments be like, your audio is terrible, your color, what? I don't feel like people talk about like, your color's bad, as much as like audio or video, your video's great, you know, like that kind of thing.
I think that they would more refer to it as production quality.
Yeah.
I think is how they would refer
Yeah.
to it instead of color, but sound design is like the number one thing you just don't want to hear.
And Wade,
what they say.
I think as well, it depends on the film usually. I think that like when, if sound is off, it's kind of done. Exactly, right? There are some non-negotiables when we're watching something that we can kind of say, that's not right. Something's off. And I think it's important to break down that it doesn't have to be that difficult for creators, especially with the tools that we have in Premiere Pro. You can pretty simply make very drastic changes that can level up your game. So even if you don't have the best quality of footage, you can still do really basic color grading and color correction in Premiere and make your videos and your content shine.
And Miss Circle, welcome in.
Hello.
Welcome in. Okay, so I do want to talk a little bit about why color theory is important. Not necessarily for you to implement, but just how it makes us feel as an audience member. There are so many different occasions that color has affected Ashleigh and I, or colors can have a host of different representations. Red can make you feel angry, but it can also make you feel really peaceful depending on the setting that it's used in. Blue can also make you feel really calm, but it can also make you feel really stressful. And it's really interesting how much that does affect a film and solely dependent on the context in which it's used. Or some films are super stylized. I think Fight Club is a really great example. That, like, it's gritty. Those green and yellow hues and then the dark shadows really make you feel or have a grungier feel as opposed to more of a pastel light color scape. So
Matrix is also another great example of the backdrop of technology. So it's a very stylized look.
Yeah. So it sets the tone. It also helps the filmmaker express themselves, and it's so much more than just what happens in color grade. The color grade is there to enhance everything else that you already see on screen. So it's gonna help enhance your costume design, which is why costume design is really important. It's going to enhance your set deck. Anything that the cinematographer already wants captured, you are there to help supplement it and just turn those up a few notches to make the best film possible.
And we all want that.
Yes, we do. Part of what makes films amazing is when you're using a camera with high dynamic range. I am going to go into what this looks like in Premiere, but just to give you an idea, high dynamic range on a camera is basically what is going to give you the most longitude from your highlights to your darks. You want a really wide scope. If you have a low dynamic range, which for most cameras would be anything under 12, it's just going to and give you about this much.
Hi,
How are you doing? Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome in.
We were talking about Hans's. That's what did it.
Yes. Not only did we talk about it earlier, but then we brought it back. So this is why. Yes, it's your ears were burning a little bit. So you want to have as much longitude in your lights to darks as you possibly can. So knowing what camera you shot on is really important because then you'll know how much you can stretch the footage, which is really, really important as a colorist. And if you don't know which camera you shot on or don't know any of that stuff, hi. That is completely okay. There are ways in Premiere that you can find that information, but also you can ask your cinematographer as well.
Hi, Rico.
Hello. Oh my goodness. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thanks for being here.
And again, like we said before, anybody who has any questions or use cases for Ashleigh and I, we would be more than happy to answer your questions to the best of our ability. Robert, wait, hello. I hope Behance is back, and thank you guys for your patience. Welcome in. All right, so let's look at this is our color workspace, specifically for me. Okay, so Ashleigh talked about color spaces a little bit earlier, but I love working in the color one because it shows me all the things that I want. Ashleigh doesn't want to look at these little scopes over here, except over my shoulder when I'm color grading because she likes watching them move.
They dance.
They do. Okay, so the first thing about color in Premiere is understanding how Premiere manages color. It manages color in a lot of different ways. So I'm going to show you really quick. First is going to be in your project setting, which is the entire, how it manages your project as a whole. So we're going to go into Premiere settings, and we're going to go into color. Yay! So then it's going to show us our display color management, extended dynamic range monitoring. I keep these on all the time. That is one way that it manages your color. Another way it manages your color is in your sequence settings, which is going to be very particular to exactly the timeline that we are currently working on. So if you don't want to set it and you have multiple timelines open and you only want to work on this, Keys, hello, how are you doing? Welcome in.
Hello.
Then we can go, you have to make sure that your sequence is selected in this. So it is my Adobe demo. So I'm going to make sure that I have that clicked in my project panel, which is right next to Ashleigh's head right here. Then we're going to go into sequence settings.
I was like, what are you talking about?
What are you saying, my head? You can also adjust your color management here. Now, normally it is going to be set, I will talk about this because this is a newer feature, but we're going to leave it direct Rec 7 SDR, which is normally what it is set at. So we're going to leave that there for now. So that is our sequence settings. And then another way that we do it is per clip. So for instance, this clip, when it comes into Premiere, they have now released that when you bring your footage in, it applies a LUT automatically. So if you're working in S-Log or any flat footage, it is immediately going to bring you to Rec 709. So yes.
What is a LUT?
A LUT is a lookup table. So it's basically going to help you bring your footage from something like this that has less saturation, and it's going to give you full color to get it kind of like to your base layer of color, which means saturation is set, exposure is set, your highlights and your darks are set. So if you are, and this is where it gets a little bit nuanced, but if you guys are in a space where you're editing a vlog or the color isn't that important that you're not working in flat footage, this will be a great feature for you because it immediately has Rec 7 on it. If
That's stuff like iPhone footage, right?
Right, exactly.
GoPro footage. yeah.
Exactly. It will already be there for you, and in this case, it wouldn't really make much of a difference because it shoots with Rec 7 already. But if you are not wanting to work with that, and you're like, well, I would like to have my flat footage, and I don't want to have a LUT applied to it already, this is another way it manages color.
It is a LUT to talk about. Exactly, Wade.
You get a gold star. That was so good. Okay, so we're gonna pick a clip that I know already has it. So it's gonna be the one that we are looking at with Olga and Val. Look how happy she is.
Hi, Dad.
And we're gonna right click, hi Dad! We're gonna right click on our clip and we're gonna scroll down to modify and color. Now
So you can do that straight from the clip.
Yes.
That's amazing.
It's another way to do it. And so we're going to use the media color space. This is in Rec 7 already, but the important part is that there's an embedded LUT here, which means this is not something that you're going to apply in the color grade later. It is immediately already baked in there for you. So if you don't want that, that's completely fine. You can just hit none, or you can add your own if you want, but that's a whole other process.
Wade, we will always encourage you.
Oh my gosh, please. Every time we go live on stream, there's a dad joke. So please keep oning. So we can say none and turn it off. I'm gonna leave it on because for this part of the demo, I want to leave it on, but I have other clips that don't have that. And you can also highlight all of your clips, modify color, and turn it off for multiple clips. It doesn't have to be just one, but for this example, I want this one on here. Okay, and then the final way that it manages color is if you are going to select your clip, we can see that you have an input LUT over here, which says none. So remember what I said that just before, you can have one already baked in, or you could not, and import one from here. These are different than the LUTs that you can import in the project panel. I know this is a lot, but stick with me. So these LUTs will be different.
Question,
yes.
If you don't mind.
Yes.
What's different about the two?
So I prefer to have the LUT on the back end, but that's because I like creating the color leading up to that. I like creating the Rec 709. But if you don't work in flat footage or you don't know too much, you're just the editor, let's say, and you want to see the footage exactly as it was created, that would be when you'd want your LUT baked in on the front end.
So
it just depends.
So you would do it over here.
Correct.
If you want it on the front end.
Yep.
Versus doing it over here on the back end.
Correct.
Can you adjust both of them?
Yes, but I feel that this in the basic color correction gives you a little bit more latitude, but that's also because I work with flat footage and I like working with flat footage. So if you are a complete beginner, then this is already going to be set to Rec 709 for you, and you don't even have to worry about it, and you can just do a couple tweaks here and there for color if you want. And you can also get to your sequence settings this way, and we can see in our source clip that it has that same embedded Amira LUT. So we have the same information from your project panel to your Lumetri color panel. So it's really nice to have access to both of these. If we were shooting in an S-Log color space, then it would show right here, use media color space, and it would tell you exactly what that was. But then it would still apply the LUT to give you Rec 7. So, are you guys with me so far?
I think so.
Okay, I know, like I said, I know it's a lot.
I mean,
there's so many places.
Courtney is so knowledgeable at coloring, and it is
thank you.
Absolutely stunning to watch her work.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys a really basic color grade.
Really delved into the use of color for storytelling purposes. To me, it's the best example of deliberate color use. That's awesome. So
Completely.
2002 Hero.
Okay.
Okay, we'll definitely have to check that out.
I feel like films, anything Wes Anderson, very particular with color.
Yeah.
After Yang, I think, is a really great example as well with design and, production. I almost said product design. Kind of. Production design is very similar, and they always amplify their color in every part of it. So that's another.
Also, this little movie called Everything Everywhere All at Once that just does an extraordinary job with color.
Oh, I love color. It's just so good.
Every essence.
I hate that they're removing it from the world.
Yeah.
Like that's any major city, if you guys don't have a chance, just go check out their murals if they have them, because such a beautiful use of color. Okay. Excuse me. So we've got this LUT on here. it's a little bit warm and maybe I don't like it and I just want to get a basic correction on it. So in our Lumetri color panel, again, we have no input LUT here. I'm just going to use what we have in our basic correction because for the most part, this is where you're going to live, I'd imagine. So it's a little bit warm. And what we could do is go down into our curves or color wheels and start dragging all of this hue highlight all over the place, but we don't necessarily want to do that. What we're gonna do instead is in our basic correction, there is this little white balance friend, which we love because we've also worked many weddings and as the editors, and there were times when the camera operators did not have their stuff white balanced.
But it happens, you know,
Yeah.
like sometimes you just need to get the shot, especially when you are documenting something, docu-style, a wedding, a vlog. You don't have that opportunity necessarily to fix your camera, especially if like your battery dies and your camera resets. Like you're just very lucky that you got the footage, right?
Especially if you have your cameras set, which a lot of people do if you're on a multi-cam shoot for a wedding. Then when you're moving around, and let's say your camera's on auto white balance, they're all going to change depending on the subject that you're focusing on. So what we can do here is just use this little white balance eyedropper and find the closest thing to white in here, which for me is going to be this wall. And that is already such a huge difference of balancing out. You can see the temperature changed, the tint changed, so it's gonna cool it down a little bit so that we now have a, in quotes, perfect white. And then I can also adjust my exposure, contrast. Now, if you're looking at the exposure or any of this stuff on your footage, your scopes are gonna be super, super great. The scopes aren't something that you necessarily have to pay attention to. It's good to know the rules so that you can break them because they don't always do exactly what you want, even if you're perfect on number. So for instance, you want to have your skin tones be somewhere between 60 to 70 for lighter skin tones. For darker ones, you're gonna wanna say 40 to 60. Now again,
What are you talking about when you say 40 to 60?
When I say 40 to 60,
Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's perfect. These numbers along this side, here. You wanna see that those are living there. So right now, we are looking at our waveform LumaScope. So this is gonna tell me the highest of the highs and the lowest of the lows, so my lights and my darks. You really don't want to have your darks hit this 0 line and certainly not go below it. That means you will have crushed blacks. You're gonna lose a lot of the information, especially if you have a high dynamic range camera. You wanna get as close as you can so you get that full bottom range without losing it. But this is also really important to pay attention to if you have a camera with low dynamic range. So remember, again, we don't have this full scope of numbers, maybe we have a little bit less. So you really wanna pay attention to those bottom numbers and make sure you don't hit 0. So this is a pretty good exposure because our cinematographer is sitting right next to me and she's perfect.
Oh, okay, let's not go that far. I appreciate you, but...
She did the cinematography for all of the clips I'm going to show you today. But it is important to just note these and then you can see automatically, like for instance, let's just drag the exposure up over here super high. You can see this line crushes at the top.
That's a style.
We lose a lot of information. We don't want that.
If the cinematographer were sitting in, they would not approve of that grade.
I don't think that they would approve.
No.
No.
That's, yeah.
No. So then we've got our shadows. So let's bring them all the way down. You can see there, you can just watch it squish at the bottom. The whole, which is like, these are way too dark. We have the wine here that we lose. We've got this stuff here in Olga's hair. We just lose information that we don't need to lose. But the rule of thumb is always have everything well exposed on set. And then if you want to darken it in color, you always can. Color is magic, but they can't create what isn't there. So if you're not exposing the information on set, there is only so much we can do.
Yeah, this is really, really important because each camera, the sensor is different, and you really need to make sure that you can be shooting on a very, very high quality, expensive camera that has a huge sensor. But if you aren't lighting properly and you're not exposing that image properly, it doesn't matter how expensive of a camera you have, you're just gonna have a poor image. that's captured on an expensive camera. So that's why color, as Court said, is really, really important, but you have to make sure that you are capturing a image that is utilizing all parts of that sensor with making sure that it is lit really well, because I think that's a critique of modern day cinema and filmmaking, is that films are very dark, TV shows are very dark, and a misconception is that you just, because sensors have gotten really, really good in low light, some filmmakers have decided that that is its own style, is to film really dark. But if you do have the vision that in post-production you want the overall look to be very dark, you are better off shooting pretty light and lighting the image very well, and then going in post and now darkening the image there in color grade.
Right.
Yeah. Also, Paco, it just drives me further to watch Hero, because that's really beautiful that the color of each chapter dictates a part of the story.
Yeah, that's amazing. And we love intentional storytelling.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to write that down.
Color driven.
Especially color, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move through this pretty quick, but let's look at the skin tones, because I did talk about your skin tones and how that is important. So if we want to check that, how do I know if my skin tones are, 1, properly exposed, 2, the right color? I think having proper skin tones is one of those rules that you can bend, especially when Fight Club was the example I used earlier. When a film is completely hued one way, it's okay to have green in the skin, or like it's just, you have to have it match your environment. Nobody's going to sit in a blue room and have natural skin tones. It's just not going to happen. And I have a blue example that I will show you momentarily. But if we want to check, so this is not a super stylized image. So let's just see what we have going on. So we're going to go to our HSL secondary. And we are also going to open up in our little wrench over here. We are going to go to our vector scope. Our vector scope is what is going to, this sounds so educational, our vector scope. That's important. This line right here is going to show you your skin tones. You want your skin tones to be as close as possible to that center line to show that they're balanced. This already looks balanced to me, but let's say it's not and you want to check just in case. So we can click in our key, we can set our little eyedropper friend, and we are going to just select Val's skin right here. Now you can see that it is going to have a general selection of what color you're searching for, and you can adjust your selection based off of these, and you'll see that it has only selected their skin, which is really, really nice. We can also turn off the saturation if we want, but watching it move in what color you want is very, very nice to see your selection. So we can still see that this line is pretty neutral, which is good. This is what we want. So maybe we only want to do a little bit of a basic color correction now that we've checked that. And once I've selected that, did our scopes move? Yeah, no, this one did. Okay, yeah. So center line. But if we want to change the color and say, I like that it's white balanced, but maybe I just want to warm it up a little bit, especially with the context of this scene. It's very family oriented, everyone's having a good time, and so maybe we don't want it as cool as we do here.
Quick question.
Yeah.
When you, personal preference, when you are working on an image, would you say that this is your order? You go white balance and then skin tones?
Yes.
Yeah.
I always want to make sure that I'm starting with the baseline image that is clean, that is as close to, I want to say 0 as possible.
Okay.
It's just like, it's right at your starting line, especially if you're working with flat footage. There's no point in doing all of your color grading if you don't have your white balance, you don't have your saturation set, and you don't have your exposure set. You have no image yet. So you gotta plant the seed. This is planting the seed.
Also, Alter, hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
This stuff is so fascinating.
Color science is amazing, and it's such a
It's blending art and
yes,
science.
It is. So we're gonna go to our color wheels and match. So this is gonna be where your highlights, your midtones, and your shadows exist. We already did our shadow and highlight exposure since this was already a really good, well-exposed image. But if you needed to do it down here, you can always use these sliders. If you wanna adjust a little bit, and we can watch our waveform move on the side. But if I just wanna make the whites a little bit warmer, I'm gonna go into my highlights right here, and I'm just gonna drag up just just a hair. So it adds, I don't even know if you guys can see that difference. I can see it, but let's make them super dramatic so you guys can actually see that.
Oh,
and that's
wow,
all
yeah.
that's all color is. It's just like little tweaks here and there. So I think that that's too much. So I can just double click in the center and it'll bring me back to a 0. And that's why I say 0, because it's just nothing's been done to it. So I would bring it up just a little bit to warm it up, but not lose so much that I lose the fact that this is white balanced. Okay, we're gonna move on to another example.
Thanks,
where,
Sam. And we're really glad that you love learning.
Good. There's some really cool stuff, and I'm gonna make sure that I don't run out of time here. Okay. So we're gonna take this shot. This is a film called First You Then I that Ashleigh and I worked on a couple years ago. This is a very blue tinted shot. Again, this one does have a LUT applied in Premiere, and I just wanted to show this as a second example if you already have that LUT in there and you need to do some other corrections. Okay, so this one I might bring up in the shadows a little bit. We can see on our scope over here, they're a little close to 0, but I also really like this contrast, and this was shot with an area mirror, so we have that dynamic range to play with, so I know how much I can push this footage. But let's say I want to bring it up just a hair. Let me click on my clip so I know I'm affecting the right one. I do this all the time. Please make sure you select the proper clip before you do things. Oh, okay. So then I can adjust the blacks a little bit, and we can see I have some detail coming back into my jacket, but I also I really like that there. So we're gonna leave that there. And we can see my skin tones. We are well in the blue down here. So I really wanna make sure that we affect this. There's my clip, it's so small. If I accidentally play this, it is flashing lights warnings. It is in slow motion, but just for anybody who might be affected with flashing lights, trigger warning. Okay, so a little bit blue here, but the whole room was tinted blue. We had blue lights, but if I want to white balance or adjust any skin tones, I would click my shirt. My shirt was closest to white. You can also click on the skin if you want, but I do have a white shirt as my reference, so I'm gonna click on that.
Wade, that's great as well. The scopes should let you know how much you can push it as well.
Yes, absolutely. This is too pink for me. It did white balance, but I can, like in my face, it's a little too red, and I want to bring back some of the cool tones. So I'm gonna go back to my color wheels, and again, just getting your footage to a ground 0 is the best thing that you can do for yourself. Mm-hmm. So you can see that my skin did get closer to this line, but this is also where this is an experimental film. So stylistically, I do feel that I can take some liberties here, and I'm absolutely going to do that. So don't be afraid and don't get stuck on the scopes, because again, they're just parameters that if you're way off, it's something to bring you back to, but then you can adjust from there. So I'm gonna go into my color wheels. And it's the highlights that were affected the most that made this too warm for me. And because we had blue lights, you can see I have this blue cast on my face from my thumb, which creates a shadow over it, and the shadows are blue. So I kind of want to balance it a little bit. So I'm going to take my highlights. Let's overdo it so you guys can see. So color theory as well, the beauty of a color wheel, which you guys are looking at, is that every color that is its opposite is essentially like this on the wheel. So for blue, it's going to be orange or cyan. So we're gonna see it's gonna be right here. So you're gonna wanna shoot for red or blue. For green, or yellow, it's gonna be purple to blue, somewhere in here. So you know that you're always trying to go the opposite. So for instance, my skin tones are too pink. So I know that I need to go to the opposite end of the wheel, which is going to make it more in the blue tone, cyan that I'm looking for. So let's overdo it. That's really blue.
Yeah.
We don't want that, because we did white balance, and we want to make sure that we're only tweaking here. So I would probably leave it if it were me. Again, just small tweaks. If you guys want to see what is before and after, you can just turn this off. So if your director or whoever is like, I don't understand what you did, you can just bring them to the before and after so they can see those two comparisons. which is really, really important when you're trying to explain yourself. It's like, it's in the minute details,
Yeah.
though. You really want to make sure that you have that option to show them. So I would probably leave it about there. It's still cool, but it also gives me those skin tones, and then it is white balanced, so it's not as jarring of an image. So that is your basic color correction. If you have a LUT on here, or if you're trying to work with footage that someone gave you, if it's, a GoPro or any of that stuff. So let's say we do want to work with flat footage and we have gone into our settings. Let's find my clip first. Okay. Oh, look at that. So you can see that this is flatter. There is less information there. So if you do want to bring your footage in and in your settings, you have no input LUT here. You have not done that, or you haven't in your project panel. It's the same way to get to the same destination, different way. Modifying your clip from there, and you see that there is no LUT imported. So I can start from the ground up. And this is also a great way to just teach yourself, is by working without a LUT applied and just move things around and see what you like and learn the scopes. Okay, so we can see here that the highlights are a little crushed, and by crushed I mean really, really bright. So we essentially want to try to get this to a Rec 7 look. So what that would mean would be dragging your shadows down just to add a little more contrast in there so we can see on our scope. I usually work with the waveform Luma scope. There is an RGB parade and many different scopes that you can play with. I'm usually using my scopes for light and dark to make sure that the exposure is proper. But I'll show you this really quick too. So if we want to do the parade, this is going to show you down here the saturation of each color in there, of your red, green, and blue. I just eyeball things, so I don't tend to use that, but the light and dark is really, really important of exposing your image. And that can be something, if you guys notice, a lot of films are super dark now. I don't personally like that look, and it just makes things harder to see. And when we're all looking at screens, we're already squinting anyways, or maybe when you're, I was about to say our age. No, but really though, it is like you're already starting to squint at things and just zoom, pinch, zoom. Okay, anyway, oh my goodness. Okay, so we wanna fix our highlights a little bit. So you can recover that. I brought my shadows down. I can recover my highlights a little bit. So now they come down from the top, but we don't wanna do it too much because we wanna make sure that we still have an exposed image. I think what this is seeing, which is really important, we're looking at the top of Tony's head here, and this is where it's super, like what they call hot, super hot highlights, where if you were to fix this on set, then you would have a scrim, or you would have a shower curtain, or something to help diffuse the light. But we didn't have that, nor did we have the time, which most people don't have those. So it's important to know that if something is super clipped at the top or at the bottom, it's knowing where that point is, and then what you can let go and what you need to adjust. Again, I know that this is a lot. Please slow me down or let me know if this isn't making any sense. But since I know that it's this, I think it's okay. So we're gonna bring our shadows down here, maybe bring up contrast a little bit more, and then let's bring up the saturation a little bit, just a hair. And then we'll bring our exposure up a little bit. So it's just, again, these tiny tweaks to get you to a Rec 7 look. You can also play around and add a LUT on top. This is where knowing what your color space of your footage is, which in your settings, it will tell you, it'll say use media color space. So this is Rec 7, but it'll tell you what it is, so then you know what type of LUT, because for instance, let's say I wanna try these out and I did not shoot on an ARRI, but I want to.
That's a look.
This isn't, it is,
That's
but
a
this is
decision.
not Rec 7 for your camera color space. So knowing the camera is really important. So we aren't going to do that. But I do like the warmness of this scene as well. And maybe if I were to cool it down, temperature affects the entire image. But let's say maybe you want to make it cooler in the shadows and warmer in the highlights, just to bring out the blue of this curtain. To be completely honest, your color wheels are going to be your best friend in all of this, and it's what I learned with on how, or when I started color grading, these 3 wheels were what I used the most to just play around. So because it's a little bit warmer in this, we know that we want to go to the opposite end, so we want to bring it to blue. and just warm it up, or I'm sorry, cool it down a little bit, which already now we are closer to a white balanced image. We could use the white balance eyedropper, but you also want to make sure your image is exposed properly before you use that. I think it's better to play around and try to find it on your own. Just if you want to go more advanced. So if you're in that 3.5 range, like you were saying, where like you know about color, but maybe not so much, and this is a really great way to teach yourself. And just again, play around because color is so much fun. So yeah, this cools it down a little bit, and then maybe I want to bring back a little bit of the warmth in Tony's skin. Because we can see over here, our skin tones are a little bit off, but again, those scopes are just, to me, they're just for fun. So maybe I want to bring back Tony's skin a little bit, and I'm okay with adjusting the overall image and not necessarily selecting his skin tone like we did prior. This is also where costume design becomes really important when you're selecting color. I do talk about this on our Twitch stream as well. If you have, so for instance, me, if you were to put me against a white background and a white shirt and you tried to select my skin, we wouldn't have a great time. And it would make your job really hard. So again, paying attention to those little things on set. And also, if you guys pay attention to costume design, I hope you do more than ever watching films, because colorists do amazing work.
Costume designers are unsung heroes.
They are.
Yeah.
They really, the more we do this, the more we're like, okay, and this is why every area of production is important and you should listen to them.
Yeah.
Okay.
When they ask for 5 more, I just want to give them that 5.
I want to give them that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's just warm up his skin. So I know that it's in my midtones, and I can tell because we have a pure black in here, which is what's on his shirt. And then we know the skin is somewhere in the middle, and we know his forehead is at the very top. Hot highlight, right? So I want to bring that up just a little, and I want to make it warmer. So I'm going to go to the warmer end of the wheel, and not purple. I want to take it more towards the red-orange, because everybody has one or the other. Either your skin leans more pink or it leans more orange. So knowing what tones, and this is also just the nerdy color theory, but it's really important. So if I want to warm up the skin just a little, we can already see that makes a huge difference. It warms up the entire shot. So if I was like, oh, nope, did it too much, then maybe I can go back into my shadows and cool those down a bit. And it's just a push-pull of colors, unless you want to start getting into selecting and the really, really, really in-depth nitty-gritty stuff. Mm-hmm. But let's say I deeply, deeply enjoy how this looks. And you've spent all of this time making this beautiful image, and then you're like, I have another one. And how am I gonna apply this? What am I gonna do? I've made all of these beautiful adjustments. Yeah, this right here. Oh no. And how do I apply it? Premiere makes it super easy to do that. If you guys are interested. All right, so we have this selected here. But we're gonna select this new clip because this is what we want. There we go. Okay, so we are gonna go into our comparison view in our color wheels and match, okay? So click on this and it's showing, let's see, let's get to, so right here is where you're gonna drag your reference point. So I know that I want this shot right here, and I want my footage on the right to match my footage on the left. And this is really, really good. Like, it does such a good job. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we wanna make sure we're selecting the proper clip that we want adjusted. We don't wanna adjust the left clip to itself. So on the right side, we are gonna, actually let's start a little bit earlier in the clip, maybe when we're both sitting down. Back in bed, okay. So then we wanna make sure we hit apply match, and then it's going to match the color as close as possible from the left to the right, which is really, really important for you to have if you can't control the daylight in a room and the sun starts to shift. It makes it really hard to match your color grade. So we're gonna apply match and just see what it does.
For those indie filmmakers of us that don't have access to giant lights outside of windows.
Which again, most of us don't. Or if you're getting started in color grading and you're working on client or working with a client for the first time, they are probably, like, if you get started, maybe you're working on a student film, maybe you're working on someone like who doesn't really have a big budget, and all of these different circumstances are going to make your life really difficult, or you're gonna learn a lot, or all of the above, or it's gonna be really easy, but it doesn't have to be hard. And this is such a great feature to be able to do that. So let's do our before and after. So this is before. It's a little bit cooler. We're also outside of a room, so the lighting is completely different. We also don't have any of this wonderful light coming in from this side because the camera is not even capturing that. Again, this is why these look different. A white balance will change because there's a camera outside. So having a color match is really important on top of that white balance feature that I showed you. So that's before and that's after. It immediately warms it up.
Yeah.
And you can get really, really nitty gritty in color when you're looking at the before and after of seeing, well, Courtney, those aren't dead on. They're not a perfect match. You would be surprised how much you see when you start watching films and you see shots that don't match. And that's just part of it. Like, they're not going to always match because when you're in a world of different things, like if you guys could see from our point of view right now, the shadows are much different than when you're looking at us. So it's okay. It never has to be perfect. And if you're talking to a client who's like, just kindly remind them of that, but also try to get as close as you can, which this does that. And I think that this balances them really, really well. Like, for instance, this wall is white. I wouldn't want to go in and white balance the wall because then we lose everything that's here. A good metric is trying to get your walls to match. That is like the number one thing that someone would notice, or what I notice and what I've heard other people notice is if these walls are two different colors, they're like, I'm completely taken out of the scene. I can't do this. This is.
And that goes into what we were saying at the top of stream, is that you as the audience tend to notice things when they're really good or not great. And so the job of the colorist especially is to make sure that you're not taken out because of color.
Yes, absolutely. So we've applied, so now we know how to match our shots. You can also copy and paste a color grade, but that can get a little bit complicated if, let's say, your audio has already been mixed or if you already started leveling, then I won't even show it to you because it's just, if you get it wrong, then you really get it wrong. And I've gotten it wrong many, many times where I didn't select the proper things to apply to a clip, and Ashleigh's done this beautiful sound design, and I've ruined it with color.
You didn't ruin it. It's just workflow.
It's a workflow,
Yeah.
and so we just want to eliminate problems before they can happen. So it's always better to apply, match, and then you can start going in and tweaking with all of your curves, selections, or any of the in-depth stuff that you want to do.
Or just copy, duplicate your sequence and have your colorist working elsewhere, not all in the same.
Right. The time that may not always work is like in a 48-hour film festival where we're like, I'm just passing the computer back and forth. This is very specific to Ashleigh and I, where we're constantly like, okay, your turn, done. And it's like we hit a timer, we've completed the Rubik's Cube. Anyway, but yeah, so even right here, we see that these shots match pretty darn well. So now let's go to a use case. Let's get rid of, we can also turn off comparison view. We don't want that anymore.
Ooh, this is some fun footage.
It is fun footage. Woo! Okay, so I'm gonna do that same thing. I'm gonna do that basic correction, and then after this, I'm going to show you a really, really cool feature in Premiere. Okay, that was just added. All right, so let's go into our basic correction. Again, this is very well exposed already, but let's try to get it to a Rec 7 or just somewhere that is in a quote-unquote workable state for me. All right, so I'm gonna bring my shadows down, and let's bring our scopes back. Yay. Okay, so this is pretty crunched, but not in a bad way. It's just there aren't super light, super dark. It's kind of in the middle, which soft lighting is my favorite. I just really like working with it, but those are the pastels I was talking about. Okay, so let's bring them way down just so you can see, but bring down the shadows a little bit here. And I think you were shooting behind a lamp, so there's this really beautiful out of focus piece and depth of field in this shot.
This is, we shot this in a hotel room and we did not have lights like that. So we actually blasted lights from the room that was right off, and we put something that was like super vibrantly white right in front of Courtney's face to try to get that light. So this is a shot that needed to be made in color.
Yes.
Good luck.
Oh, thank you. We're gonna do our
got
best
this.
here. So this is pretty well exposed. We have the skin that's nice. We're sitting, there's a little line right here. I don't know if you guys can see it. We're sitting somewhere around 70, the highest highlight, which may be this little spot right here. It may be, it's definitely, or maybe these two little dots up here. So we're in good shape. Let's bring up the saturation just a hair. Okay, so now I can see that this image is warm, but also it was warm when we were there. Like, these are warm bulbs that we were working with. And I mean, I really like how this looks, but it also depends on the look that the director wants. If they want it to be a cooler image or any of that, then you can adjust. But Ashleigh's usually sitting right next to me and I'm like, do you like this? But she also lets me pick the color that I want. She wants to see what I do with it before she tells me what she's looking for. So she allows me to have that play, which I really appreciate.
I don't allow you. You're amazing.
Well, but you
I
know.
gotcha, I gotcha.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So let's say I want to bring up the blue a little bit. And by that, I mean I only want to saturate the blue. Then I'm going to want to select my blue. And this is where it's going to be interesting because there is a blue here that might be too close in this little skin tone range, so it might select too much. But let's see what it does. And let's say I want to do this blue in this painting up here and just make those colors pop a little bit more so we can keep the warm of the shot, but then add those cool tones in the back, almost like it was intentional. Okay, so let's select in here. And it's got a little bit of a blue, yeah, like greenish blue range, which is really interesting. Okay, so I want to see what it selected. So I'm going to click color gray. And it did select up here, but maybe I want to do this. So now it's got the whole painting and we can see it also has what's in my wardrobe. So now let's turn that off. This is also a really great way to just see what you're selecting so you're not pulling buttons all over the place. But let's saturate it just a little bit. And so I want to bring this up, copy. So you can see it selected the white and now we've just made this too warm. So I want to select the blue. So we're going to go, I think this is, you can also drag around and watch the scopes try to find the color. But let's do that. Let's drag it all the way to 100 and see what happens. Can you guys see that difference? Can you see the difference?
I can see the difference.
Okay. And it's just making little tweaks like that that can make all the difference in a shot. You can also not only saturate it, but once you've selected it, you can decide what hue you want it to lean. So I could make it super blue if I wanted to, and this is also knowing how much you can stretch your footage. All right, now that I spent way too much time doing this, I'm going to show you the really cool thing in Premiere. All right, so this is airy footage. This is with a Rec 7 that was applied as I brought it in.
That is Sony A7S footage.
It is Sony A7S footage. Thank you. So I'm gonna go in, the LUT is already applied, but what Premiere did, which is super awesome, is, actually, no, we're gonna go into here. So they've added a setting here, which normally, as we showed you before, our sequence settings was direct Rec 709. It brought in Rec 7, but what they have now added is a wide gamut tone map. So now they've just completely removed you having to work in a Rec 7 space, and they're giving you the entire gamut space. So they've given you the full longitude that you want, and they work with so many different cameras to have all these color spaces embedded in it. So you can already see a huge difference here.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right.
It was a very magical set location. Hi, I film things.
So you can watch the big difference. So let's say Direct 709, and I want to do a basic color correction, right? And I want to just drag down my exposure. That really muddies it and makes it super gray. We don't want that. But in my settings, if I now go down to wide gamut, look at the exposure change. Do you guys see that? Because it gave me the full longitude of the color space of the camera. Direct 709, again, all I did was adjust the highlights and it just squishes, like it just destroys the image. I can't work with this, right?
Yeah.
No, who can work with that? If you can, call me. So it makes everything not definable. But as soon as you jump into wide gamut tone mapped, I have a really good source to work with. Oh, I'm sorry. This thing is so cool. And now I can go in and edit all of my other things if I want to change my exposure a little bit there. This is so much more of a well-balanced image than flat, but also if I were to just have my Rec 709, so let's go back so you guys can see.
Dawn, yeah, this was
the start of it.
This had to be the icing on the cake.
Oh, of course, yeah, this is the icing.
Thanks for being here.
We had to go Rec 7 with nothing, then we had to go flat footage, and then we had to arrive here. So this is something that they just released. Shout out to Jason. And you can see that this already makes such a big difference while you still have a LUT on there and you still have the image. We are super clipped in the highlights up here. But now having that option to be able to go into my settings, wide gamut, and do my color corrections from there, it was the same exact adjustment that I made, and we just bring it down, and now it's a perfectly exposed image. We are right at the end, so
great job.
Whew, okay, man.
Courtney just marathoned that.
I did. I was,
so I hope you got all of it.
I hope you guys got all of that. But yeah, please check out that new feature. They're going to be talking about it at NAB as well. Super excited to talk about it with you guys. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for coming on this color crash course. Thank you for being a lovely host. And
thank you for being an amazing teacher.
Oh,
I learned a lot.
I did too.
I hope y'all did too. And I just hope that this breaks down the ability and the stigma of grading color in Premiere, because the tools are here.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you guys so soon.
360 definitely is a camera that's a tool in our bag that is really interesting. You have this entire world of vision, I guess, and it's up to you to kind of pick and choose where you want versus the traditional 2D camera where that lens has to be pointed at a specific target for it to obviously be filming. So this is actually the file that comes out of GoPro's cameras. A new item, start a sequence. Let's say we're just gonna start with the YouTube. So I have presets already made. I'm gonna go a 4K image, 3840 by 2160. So essentially there's our sequence. Let's grab that file now. We're gonna toss that in here. Say keep existing settings. And you're gonna see that it has black bars right now. So it's here in effects. I'm gonna look up GoPro FX reframe. There it is. So this is the plugin that GoPro's created, and this is what's gonna allow us to basically rotate this image freely, do everything we want with it. So once it's tossed on, you're gonna see it's unrendered. Gonna go up here to effects controls, and this is where we're gonna start here is on the source image. So your end goal is gonna be a 16:9 3840 by 2160. Let's go ahead and choose that. So these are all sliders that are gonna dictate where you look. If I slide them, you're gonna see as the camera moves up and down. Rotate, obviously at rotate, and then your zoom feature here. I adjust the zoom to 50. We're gonna start with basically reframing the position back to his face. And what I do is I actually go through here and just start with clicking these all on. At point A, I want it to be here. Point B, I want it to be there. And then Adobe does whatever magic, voodoo they do to make sure everything in between is matched up to those, and it does the camera movements for you. But basically there is this fancy little feature, and it's only when you click the actual plugin title. So there's boxes that exist on the outside here, and they all have to do with something, whether it's, I think this is rotate on the sides. The top one is actually going to be zoom. And then everything in the middle is really where you want it. And you can see it's actively dropping keyframes in here. So I think at that point, I'm gonna switch him around, and maybe I wanna zoom out at this point. So we're gonna add a little bit of fun to this. You see it, maybe some more handlebars. As we're going through this, if you watch it pretty closely, the turns and the keyframes are pretty sharp at this point. And these are because these are linear keyframes. The tighter the keyframes are together, the more you'll notice these like jitters in a way. The next steps here after this would be totally keyframed out is we're gonna highlight everything. You're gonna right click on it, go to continuous Bezier. So basically I go through each of these and I'm basically just trying to smooth these out. I go through each of these little, what do you call them, handles, and you're gonna drag these out essentially. So this is a 9:16 sequence. As you can see, it's a little too close and I wanna readjust it. All I would do is go back to the plugin here. So I'd make sure that clip is clicked. I'd go back to projection, and then I would choose that 9:16. And what you'll actually see it do there, let me undo so you can see.
Yeah.
It's gonna actually adjust it properly to have the projection to match the 9:16. Like let's say we do go in here and we want him to flip insanely fast into this shot. What you'd actually have to do is set all your keyframes properly. And then you'd wanna go here and actually nest this clip. And that kind of like bakes the 360 in. Now let's say we want to speed ramp him from here to the jump maybe. So I'm gonna go right click on this little FX square. You're gonna time remap and go to speed. So if you double click into this like little gray area here, it's gonna make the box bigger. And that's gonna show me my like speed line basically. So you're gonna go to the pen tool. You're gonna drop a keyframe here. And maybe let's say I want it to like end right here. So I'm gonna drop it there. And then from there, you really drag this up, however many percent you want it to speed ramp. And then if you want to ease that out, you know, I drag these little handles out. Boom. The lens curve, all that's gonna do is actually take that bubble effect away. So if you did want to take this and make it look like a traditional 2D image, you absolutely could do that. You know, you'd zoom in, you'd probably pull this lens curve out, and what you can see it doing is it's affecting the sides there. And that's essentially just bringing that like bubble fisheye aspect back to the 2D world. That's where the benefit comes in, is it's full stabilization because you have the full world where it's stabilizing. That's why this footage looks so smooth.
Thank you so much. It's absolutely a huge pleasure, and hopefully we get you back on here. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you guys.
We're
Back. Hello,
Hi.
I'm Ashleigh.
I'm Courtney.
Thank you all so much for staying tuned today. I know that there's been a lot of amazing programming and there's been a lot of information that's been coming at you. There's been so many updates in Premiere Pro. We've been following and tracking generative and search panel media intelligence since Premiere Pro beta, and it's been really, really exciting to see everything move from beta over to Premiere Pro. So we hope that, I know that it launched today, but we hope that you have had some time to check it out and that you will have the opportunity to check out all of these amazing features because it's been a lot of fun so far.
Absolutely, and welcome back everyone. Sean, hello, welcome in. Aaron, thank you so much. Welcome back. Zach, Wade, Jay, thank you so much. So glad that you loved the segment, and welcome for another one.
Yeah, and Gabriel, Wade, Paco, Jay, Sean, Zach, M. It's really, really wonderful to be able to share our experiences as filmmakers and broadcasters and content creators. We nowadays have to do so much, and the expectation for us to turn around any type of project edits is pretty imminent, especially when we're talking about blogs. We're talking about all of this stuff that Adobe is premiering at NAB, and we hope that we're able to help showcase some of the things that you can do in some ways that you may be familiar, some ways maybe you haven't thought about, but we've had a lot of fun playing around with a lot of these features. What would you say is some of your favorite use cases?
For
just
anything. I mean, the text-based edit is one of my favorite features. Now the wide gamut tone mapping is in color is insane because you just have so much more to work with within Premiere Pro, which is absolutely crazy to me. You can really have a start to end workflow, which we really, really love. Those are probably, I mean, media intelligence, but text-based just because it expedites the workflow so much. What about you?
Yeah, text-based is incredible. I think that for our use case of vlogging and Twitch broadcasts, being able to pull things in from the search panel and being able to search via text-based edit, visual cues, it's just been really remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're really excited to talk to you guys about Generative Extend, because now we're going to talk about what happens if you make an oopsie or someone else makes an oopsie on set, or there are just things that you don't have that maybe you might need, and instead of being the editor in the situation of being like, this transition doesn't work, or there's something there and I just don't like it, and these are all made to help you and make your life super, super easy. The black boxes in both laptops, well, they are hard drive holders because they usually sit on the side and you pick them up and you walk away. It's just a little pouch for all of your, and it just moves less, for all of your data, which we love.
Yeah, especially with hard drives getting a lot smaller these days, we are always editing on laptops, and to be able to have our, hi Arco.
It's actually a water bottle holder.
Yeah, these
They're
are
so good.
super, super clutch. Like, I can't recommend them anymore, especially as drives are getting smaller and you aren't having to plug into like really robust setups. I mean, there's definitely still the time and place, but yeah, these are fantastic.
I've definitely put a pen in there before.
Oh yeah,
So I just wasn't gonna
it's-
carry it.
It's really great.
We've also put a coffee cup plushie in there, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, no, Sean, thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Umo, great to see you. So yeah, we want to dive into Premiere Pro and show you exactly what we're talking about when it comes to Gen Extend. These are things that the community has been asking for. These are features that people have recommended on forums, in direct feedback to Adobe, and that's what we love about Adobe. The staff and the teams that are behind building these products are so receptive to feedback, and they really want to hear what your use cases are. We are a very niche case oftentimes, and we do have a lot of experience across different mediums, but it is amazing that not only does Adobe listen, but they implement these into these products.
Right, like what other company is gonna sit down and say, tell me your woes? Probably not a lot.
Yeah.
So it's really nice that Adobe is listening.
Yeah.
They're always listening.
Yeah, so for those of you that are familiar with the media intelligence and the search panel, so one of the new things that just came over for Premiere Pro from Premiere Pro Beta is the implementation of text-based and the search panel. The search panel is right here, and just a very, very quick recap before we get into Gen Extend so that you can understand the difference between the two of them, is that we have the opportunity and ability to edit via text-based editing. So here's a Twitch broadcast, or 2 Twitch broadcasts that we did, and over here it generated transcripts. So this is your text-based edit. I was like, maybe I can find a fun moment. Okay, cool, that's great. So you can go in over here, and this is your search panel. If you don't know how to get to the search panel, it is this magnifying glass right there, and then you can dock it. We talked about workspaces a little bit earlier, but we'll jump into it again. If you want to change and play around with your workspaces, you can go right here to Window and Workspaces. And these are pre-formatted for you, so play around, find what works for you, and find what doesn't work for you. It's all part of the
They're so
experimentation.
good that they probably just work for you as they are.
Yeah.
Which is great.
So in Search Panel, you can go in and using Media Intelligence, you can search all of your footage and use everything. So all of the footage that you've loaded into each individual project. Not just your sequences, but all of the footage from your projects, okay? So this is everything, including visuals, text, and metadata. But if you wanna just go in and search visuals, you can do that. If you wanna just go in and search text, you can do that. If you wanna just go in and search metadata, you can do that. So metadata, let's say that I wanna look for iPhone footage. So here's using specifically just metadata, right? If I want to go in and say text, something that we say is thank you so much.
which the metadata is something that you have to set as well. So iPhone actually went in and labeled all of the iPhone footage as iPhone, so it was able to come up in the metadata.
There's different cameras that in metadata it comes through. It just depends on how the footage was captured on your sets and how it is ingested. It's all very case dependent, but you usually do need to build that in for camera angles, all of that jazz.
Right.
As far as using the search panel and media intelligence with text, here's an example of every time that we say, or sometimes that we say, thank you so much, via text.
That's a lot.
It's a lot.
We're very thankful.
And likewise, if we wanted to just look for a visual cue of any time that we said, thank you so much, on screen, there you go. That's really nerds. And
it's really, really nuanced too. Like it gets a lot.
Yeah, and so you can see right here where you can find it. So in this instance, this clip where this thank you graphic is on screen is found in the Twitch sequence. Versus right here, this exact same piece is from the video file Saturday, March 29th. So that's why you see it twice. And if we want to search everything, you get an overall of all of the visual cues of thank you so much and all of the text-based, and it doesn't show up in metadata because we don't have any, we could tag thank you so much in metadata, but we don't.
No.
What's really special about Search Panel and Media Intelligence is all of this is localized. You do not need to have internet access to be able to use any of these items. This is where, when we are talking and getting into generative AI, generative AI needs to be connected to the internet. So you do need to have an internet connection to access what we're about to show you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it does that basically because it takes your video and your audio as a reference, uploads it, generates it, and then brings it back into your timeline. So it has to have somewhere to go, which is why it can't be localized.
Yes.
But it is still very cool nonetheless. And I feel like this is going to be super helpful for people. It certainly is for us in our use cases, which we'll show you.
Yeah.
And we'll show you right now.
So let's jump into Gen AI for your workflow. So first off, this is assistive to your workflow. We're talking about correcting things like room tone in audio, or maybe you're looking that in this shot we'll show you some other examples of live performances where we love the shot, we just wish that it held a little bit longer. Or maybe we're talking about a vlog and we wish that we would have been able to keep something a little bit longer to make a transition cleaner. It's to help aid storytelling and help not take your viewers and audience out of the story. Because as we touched on in color just a segment ago, you want to avoid any of these fixable problems that can take your audience out. And these are minor fixes.
Yeah.
With Gen Extend, you can only do 2 seconds of video and up to 10 seconds of audio.
The audio, I love that there's 10 seconds because if you guys have ever been on a set before, or if you haven't, I will tell you exactly what happens. The poor audio person is like, I need everyone. So let's say we wrap out of the scene, like, oh, we're good. Before they say take 5, the poor audio person is like, everybody, nobody move, and everybody stand and don't say a single word. Do not move or chew or breathe or knock anything over for 30 seconds to a minute. And you want to have that room. As soon as people start moving or gear moves, it completely changes the tone of how the sound is reverberating off the walls. So everyone has to stand there in complete silence. And if you ask a crew of even 5 people, I'll say 5 to 20 people, and tell them to be silent for a minute, people just can't do it. That's when they decide to cough, Chris.
Oh my.
Just late. I love you so much. But that's when everybody needs to adjust, or that's when we all haven't eaten in 10 hours, hopefully not that long, but things happen, and then you hear someone's stomach gurgle, and the room tone's just not
Planes
usable.
and cars and air conditioning
automobiles
kicks in.
and trains. Yeah.
So just
you
for
only have like this much usable room tone.
For those of you that don't know the purpose of room tone, specifically in narrative, you are going to use that if you need to fix any audio problems in dialogue. So sometimes you have the capabilities of, sometimes you have the capability of going in and re-recording your audio tracks and your dialogue, and that's called ADR. And that's industry standard, but sometimes you don't have the time or the resources to be able to do that. And so that's where you will take your room tone and you will help fill in those silences, any gaps where it's like very, very discernible that there's an airplane. And so that's why if you don't have usable room tone, it's a really non-starter.
Yeah, you can try to find it online and find just little bits of room tone, but it's just not the same as being there on set.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound the same.
And so sometimes what you have to do is you take a pre-roll, and it's only like maybe 5 or 10 seconds of room tone, and you just keep copy and pasting that. But the issue is that unless it's a true clean tone, which it always sounds like it is until you put it in succession with one another, you start to hear it and it's a cadence, and it's like, you can't, that it becomes unusable. So the longer room tone you have, the better. But again, oftentimes out of a 30-second minute of room tone, there's 5 seconds of usable space.
Yeah.
So
and that's what helps you, like you were saying, rebuild your sound in post if you need to. But most of the time, people aren't going to go in and re-record all of the dialogue with the actors. They're not going to re-record all of the sound effects. If you're trying to do something run and gun during any sort of time film festival challenge, you don't have the time to rebuild everything. So your audio, especially the parts like your room tone, has to match as closely as possible. And let's say, you only get 2 seconds of usable ones, which has happened to us because there was like someone was like, oh, the refrigerator's off. We can only get 5 seconds with it off. Okay, go. And that's all you have. So that's one use case, which again, we will show you how that works.
And Rajiv, hello.
Welcome.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, exactly. In Foley work as well. So
yes.
I also just want to reiterate, this is not meant to replace assets. This is not meant to replace creativity. This is meant as a tool to help move stories forward and not take audiences out. Again, you can only do 2 seconds of generative video, and once you've done it on a clip, you can't keep doing it and then backing it up and doing it, if that makes sense. We'll show you like several use cases, specifically with footage moving, someone being in a shot, just ways that we've been able to save things, because when you're on set, you don't always have the luxury of being able to go back in and do reshoots. Like it's kind of like once you're there, that's your opportunity to get it, and you don't always get it. In this instance that we're about to show you, I was standing over the talent and I was holding this really, really heavy rig for an extended period of time. I didn't want to have that much shake, and I really couldn't see if the shot was in focus because I didn't have an external monitor. We were very, 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 very indie.
Yes.
So it was like, I couldn't see the monitor, and I know that that's not like an excuse in the real world, but in our case,
it is a use case in the real world.
In our use case, we were in this really stunning location. We got really inspired and wanted to film footage with it being what it was, right? There was this color changing fireplace. Okay, it was amazing.
Also, I'm gonna go into, can you go into our keyboard shortcuts so I can just show real quick an easy way to scrub through your footage?
Yeah, go for it.
All right, can you just type that in right there? So just a quick edit tool, because it's gonna be really important if you guys need to scrub through footage really quickly before we go into the extend or anything like that. So I have my Q, W, E, and D set to different things. This is really gonna help when you need to just trim a piece of the timeline. Your ripple trim is, I kind of have it set up like this so that your fingers can just roll across the keys, so it's much easier. Your ripple trim, if I let my playhead go and I want to just remove the top, I hit my Q and it brings it right to where my playhead is at. If I need to splice through all of the footage, if your video and audio is linked before we start extending, and I want to just make a quick cut right there, then you have your W key. And then if we're on the back end, I need to delete something on the back before we want to extend. That is where the E is set to ripple trim at the back end. So then it comes up to your playhead, and it's just a really easy way to sort through your footage and quickly get rid of things that you don't need. And then we have ripple trim delete on the D key, so D for delete. And then it will not give me any extra space in the timeline. It'll just sandwich it right ahead. The only time I wouldn't use the ripple delete for this would be in Gen Extend, and I'm going to show you really quickly as well, so we can get out here. I can't see. Okay, thank you.
Just open
because
your eyes.
Open my eyes. See, what did I say? We're already squinting. It's the squints. They'll get you every time. But you want to make sure that if you have an entire timeline, let's say, not in this case because we don't have that much footage in here, but let's say that we want to gen extend in the front. You do have to make sure that you have the space on the timeline to do that. So if we have a clip in front of this and we try to bring it forward, it's not going to do it. So again, you want to make sure. Do you want me to show this or do you want to show it?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, cool. So in here, Ashleigh was talking about our use case, and if we play it out, you'll be able to see that the camera goes a little bit out of focus. Let's see. And then we come back, but we really like this color blue, and we only have a couple seconds before it turns to yellow. And we're like, ooh, man, maybe the actor gave the performance of their life. I was just laying here, but let's just say they gave the performance of their life or something like that. And you're like, man, the camera was a little bit out of focus. The number one thing that we say all the time on set is the camera team always has to get it right. There is no room for error. Actors can forget a line. Audio people can be like, nope, that take wasn't good for me, or whatever it is. But a director is watching the camera monitor. Mm-hmm. Everyone is watching the camera monitor. So the camera people can really, really, really never, ever get it wrong. There's such little grace. And that's why I like this feature a lot, to give us that room to play. And like we were saying too, this clip is relatively short.
Yeah.
So we don't
need the back
that
end.
much. Yeah, right. We don't need the back end. But let's see, we come into focus about, let's see, there, let's say. So I'm going to use my cue to bring us right to where we want to be. Okay, so let's say I just want a couple more frames of the blue to really make this shot wonderful.
Pop. Okay, so
Poppy.
We're going to make sure that we select everything and that we are not linked to audio and video. So that is
if we just want to extend the video, let's say.
Hi, Monkey D.
Monkey D, we quoted you earlier.
We did. If you duplicate your unextended clip, it can be extended both ways for more seconds.
Yes. Yep.
Yes, but you cannot extend and keep extending on the front end.
Copy you.
Copy. Okay, so the Gen Extend tool is this one right here.
Right under the T tool.
And it does have a little bit of explanation going further. So generate extensions of 2 seconds for video, 10 seconds for audio.
Beautiful reminder.
Or 2 seconds both video and audio.
That's important to know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, I really think it's important in a lot of these use cases to make sure that your audio and your video are separated, because you aren't going to be, in our case, generating audio and wanting to have that audio as use. So it's just wasting processing time where you can just go straight into your video. So
especially if it's transition based.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there's no need for us to do audio in this case. So I'm going to just make sure that we are muted. Cool. So again, the problem was that the camera shakes. So we are going to extend this.
This first.
I did. Maybe. Okay. So there's even a prompt that shows up. Just click and drag to seamlessly add a few more frames at the beginning or end of a video clip. And this is powered by Adobe Firefly. Okay? Cool. So this is the Gen Extend tool. We're going to just drag that out, and we are going to sit and experience this in real time because it is requiring an internet connection, but you'll see how long this takes in real time.
Yeah, this is very dependent on, obviously, upload speeds, but it was important that we showed you guys what it looked like in real time. We could just start at the beginning and then be like, and now it's done, great. But we do feel that it's important to show you guys the amount of time per workflow, especially if you're working for something that you need a lot more time for. Just how much time do you need to allot? So it's really important to take into account all of these things. Like we're generating already.
Yeah, we're generating right now.
Okay, so that's really good. It uploads pretty quick. We also have good Wi-Fi here, so a little bit different. But yeah, it's generating, and we're gonna sit and see what it does.
Yeah. Which is super fun. I'm really excited to see what happens.
You also don't have to keep everything. Like if you generate on the front end, you're like, well, I really only needed 1 second maybe. You can always edit it back. But we really, really like that at least you can get those solid 2 seconds and then go from there. This will also be, once we get there, we'll show you. This will also be marked as AI generated so you can see on your timeline what it looks like.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wade, appreciate you. And again, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to let us know.
Yeah.
This is a newer feature. And we also just would like to stress again that this is for fixing problems, not taking the viewer out of the story as opposed to trying to just replace and all of those things. Because again, we do know that this is really tough, but there are, like, we use it for our vlogs and transition points just to make the edit a little bit smoother, so that again the viewer isn't taken out of the story. And I don't know about you, but when I'm working on anything or I'm watching something and I'm like, oh, they had a hard time with that transition, I know, and like, respect, I appreciate it so much. Thrish, welcome in. We are demoing Generative Extend. Hello, how are you doing? We're watching it generate, so this is taking a minute or two, I'd say.
So we are connected to the internet, and it is sending it across the internet, generating it through Adobe Firefly, and I think we've got about a second of footage here.
I would say, like,
okay,
do it as you go.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. So it's generated. Let's see what we got. Okay, that's really interesting.
Okay, so yeah, it took more color and added it on the front end, but even still, it's trying to make slight adjustments, and we don't have to use all of that. So what if, yeah, Thrish, it's really, really great, and transitions is absolutely a use case, and a room tone, which we talked a little bit about earlier, which we'll show you guys in another piece once we get there.
Yeah.
So you can see that it tells us exactly what is AI generated, so that you know, and that whoever else is working on the project also knows. Again, not trying to pull the wool over anyone's eyes, very, very transparent about what's being done here.
Yep.
And let's say that we didn't like that or we don't want it.
So what you can do is you can right click and you can generate again. You can revert to original, and then you can give feedback
of
if it was good or it was bad.
I love that so much. Because you gotta tell it what to do. Feedback is always important. Adobe is very feedback heavy. You guys know that. So I really, really like that those two options are there, and then revert to original. Because if you try to just delete it and bring that footage in and then re-extend again, it will not let you do it. So if you want to duplicate the clip, we can show it. But.
So I want to showcase again. So the clip that we fed it, we cut right in here originally, right? And so all it has is that like quick second of blue, and then it immediately jumps to yellow. So I don't like that. What it did was it gave us yellow, and now it's rapidly flashing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go in here. I'm gonna revert to original. And we're actually going to extend this side. We're not gen extending. No, not yet. We're not gen extending, but I want to go in here, and I actually want to not even feed it the yellow information. So let's see about this. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm only going to give it this much information. Now I'm gonna go in and gen extend here and see what happens, because it was that front part that was causing, that has that camera shake in there. So.
Also, you would be really surprised if anybody edits, really surprised how long 2 seconds actually is.
Yes.
If you are doing any sort of, I always go back to time challenges, but I feel like it just is perfect for so many use cases. But if it is, I think it is. And then they're like, oh, and by the way, your film can only be 3 minutes long, or you have a quote unquote perfect short film that should be anywhere from 10 to 12 minutes, but your film is 12:53. Cutting down 53 seconds is abysmal to do. It's so hard. 2 seconds is really, really a lot of time for footage.
It is so much time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there have been times where we're like, okay, it's like 10 seconds here and maybe 1 second here. And
then your credits are now like, zoom.
Right. I mean, we're just like any TV show on streaming then.
Oh,
Just
man.
fly through the credits, all the people who made this happen. Nah, just kidding. You have to pause and read all of the names. I mean, sometimes we do. We're also the people that sit at the end
We
of films
do.
and watch all of the credits.
We stay in the theater until the very end.
Does anybody else do that? I feel like it's important.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to pay respect to the people that have made the work, you know?
Especially as filmmakers.
Yeah, so we are still generating and we're regenerating the same footage, but I actually moved it back so it doesn't have any frame of reference that it changes to yellow. I've only given it that it is blue and that I need to replace the front end that the camera is kind of out of focus. So
Yeah. And also, it's nice to do that and have that workaround instead of trying to revert to original and then generate again and hope that it does something different. Like, you want to try to make it as clear as possible what you want it to do. And the best case, would be generating on the front end and then dragging the clip on the back end to leave the rest of the yellow, I'd imagine.
And Thrish and Wade, we love that. Yeah, it's really, really important to us, beyond like post-credit sequences, just to pay respect and dues to all of the people that missed weddings and birthdays and sleep, really.
Which makes us appreciate all the films that also never come out. Bless them. But you'd be surprised how many second camera units exist in credits too, or if they're shooting half in the US, half anywhere else, it's like they have all of their camera teams for all of the different countries that they shot. It's unbelievable, and pay so much respect to all of those people because, like Ashleigh said, they miss birthdays and they work on a bunch of different jobs, or maybe they don't, and maybe that was their main job that they worked on for a really long time. You don't know.
So our clip is
That's
generated. Let's see if it's different. All right, so that's discernibly better. Now keep in mind, it's not going to be perfect, right? It's not going to be an absolute identical match. If you zoom in, you absolutely will be able to find differences. But that's kind of what you're dealing with. You either have the camera shake and make that be a part of the aesthetic, or you deal with this.
And also, I don't know that I'd want it to be perfect.
No, for sure.
Yeah, it's supplementary, and again, we don't have to use all of it. But what I love too is that it takes in the camera information of the cinematographer, so it sees that there's camera shake in what it's trying to prompt from, so it adds it in the generated.
Yeah.
Or if it's a still image, same deal.
Yeah,
any sort of movement.
Also, want to show you. I did prompt this, and I did prompt a little bit to see what I would get, and this is what I ended up getting. So I only extended that, or maybe this is the extended. Yep, okay. So this is what it did when I was like, okay, first time. So
it might not generate the same time every time.
That was really surprising because in this prompt that I did previous to this, I actually did keep the long take of the clip turning all of these different colors. So it's interesting in the live demo of that it actually converted it and had all of the colors, changing at the front end as opposed to this other iteration where it really kept the quality of only the blue and removed the out of focusness. So
and this is why the feedback on there, again, if you right click, you'll be able to give feedback or revert to original.
Yep.
Why that is really, really important, because you want it to work for you. It's supposed to help you.
Absolutely.
So that was really interesting. I actually did not think it was going to do that.
Yeah.
It was going to pull the color. It's wild.
It's generative, right? And so you can go in and re-prompt it and see what happens.
But again, how much time do you have? What's the turnaround time of your client? What do they need? So you have to keep all of this in mind. So if you are on a tight turnaround, then make sure, again, this is not localized. You do have to use internet. So make sure that you are giving yourself enough time if you see somewhere that this is going to be a problem.
Yep.
And render as you go, or give yourself that time.
All right, cool. Next example is Court and I will produce live shows because we're musicians. And as filmmakers, we also want to have really high quality behind the scenes of our work. So this is our amazing drummer, Mark.
Yay, Mark!
He is jamming out.
Look at him go.
Cool. But I want a little bit longer of a clip. It's just that our bassist, Coco, rocks into the shot.
Not a mistake on her end. She's
Not a
just
mistake.
really vibing, and we
She's
love this.
Amazing. We love her. But maybe I don't want to have her in the shot. Maybe I really just want to have this long take of Mark, but this is the only clip that I've got. And it ends right there. So I'm going to try to generate from here. So I'm going to make sure that audio and video is disconnected.
Can you imagine if it tried to generate live audio? Like, I don't know what it would come up with, but it would not be
I don't want to learn that, actually.
accurate. It wouldn't be great.
But it would be interesting.
So maybe if you are interested in that, you can play around.
Cool. So I'm going to extend it out. Cool. And it's going to prepare. And it's going to be really interesting to see what it comes up with.
Yeah, especially because he's drumming along with a song.
Yes.
So in this use case, you actually might want to see, I don't know, like in this is a very niche thing, but it's also something to think about. In this use case, if it wasn't a song, let's say, you might want to say, all right, well, I would want to extend the audio with the video so that the drum knows what to fit with, but it doesn't know the song. So again, very, very niche. How much of the video are you going to be using? If this is behind the scenes, you may not use the audio at all. And so the song underneath doesn't matter, but just something to think about. And then how does it know what it's going to generate? Again, simply based off of the clip that you gave it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, copy you. Thank you. So in this case, this is going to be, there's going to be music underneath it because it's just a recap video. So the visual of Mark playing drums is what's important to us. We don't need to have that, the audio.
Right.
So yeah, we're at about 48% generated and 52, and we'll see. So again, the initial audio or the initial video clip had our bassist rocking in. And now that we took her out and we extended from the back end to the front end, we'll see what it generates.
Yeah. And again, not trying to, I don't want to say create something that's not there, but not trying to be like, this is what he did when he didn't. Definitely not that. It's just adding those little extra seconds that you would need to fill time in your video in the behind the scenes to fit on a beat or something like that, just to give you a little bit more of a clean shot. And that is all that we're looking for in this instance. We are not trying to ask it to create, Mark played this song that he did not play, or he did these movements he didn't do. It's just like, just giving a little bit of a tweak so that we can time out our behind the scenes a little bit better.
Yeah. Because you might have a cut of music and you need a specific length of a clip, and you don't always have that. And that's exactly what happened in this case.
Yeah,
okay.
And the last clip as well.
Okay, so that initial clip had Coco, our bassist, rock into the frame. Let's see what it generated. That is wild, right?
Isn't that insane? So the first thing you'd say was, how does it know? How does it know that we didn't want Coco in that shot? Is because it generated off of what Ashleigh had it edited to where she wasn't in it. So it knows the information that was already there and then tries to extend from there.
I agree, Vidor, and hello.
Hello.
Thanks for being here.
A little drum fill, as it were, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
There was some talk about and some questions saying, all right, well, in the future, what does this look like? What am I only able to generate off of video that's there, or can I prompt it and tell it what to do? We don't have that answer right now. It's an amazing question to say, is that something that maybe could be coming? Adobe's always listening, so if that is something that you guys are interested in, to try to tell what type of extend you want exactly, then definitely let them know, because otherwise, let's say you have a really, really complicated use case where like maybe we didn't want Coco in the shot, but we only had Mark there for like a split of a second. And in that case, it was less than a second that it could generate from, so then Gen Extend would not work. You have to have a little bit more footage for it to decide from. So it's like if you only have that much to go off of, it will always generate with Coco in the shot because that's the amount of footage that you have. So it's something that may come up in the future. I don't know, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, so
We got to move.
Sorry.
It's okay. I love your yapping.
I'm a great yapper.
So this is another case of this is Greg of the compliments. We have this really awesome shot, right? And we're moving from the crowd.
First show, let's go.
And I see what I was trying to do, but I don't love it.
Which part?
I don't love how this is that it's shaky and then we go out of focus. So I want to play around and see what we're able to generate. So we're going to go ahead and jump in here.
I agree. Yapping is fun, but also there's so many. I think Ashleigh and I always tend to over-explain. I would say just because our use cases are very, very, very niche between live shows and film and Twitch. It's all different. It all requires different things.
Yep.
They're like Gen Extend, we wouldn't use for everything, but we use it for this. And so it's really important to talk about that because I feel like we'll read forums or something and we go, okay, but what about this? And then you have to go in the trenches to find anything that is even remotely close to your problem, and you don't want it to be that way. So at least while we're in these chairs, we are going to try our best to talk about niche use cases. Oh, Wade, thank you.
Thank you so much, Wade. So we're just waiting for this back half of this clip to generate and see what it thinks is happening because there is a lot of movement in this shot, right? We go from the audience and then we get up on stage, we see Greg, and then it goes out a little bit on focus on the microphone and loses focus on Greg. So I'm very intrigued to see what it generates and thinks the prompt is based on what we saw with that very first cinematic clip of seeing the lights, and it was all of these different colors, and it prompted that and gave us a lot of different colors. But then in the other example that I used and found, even though I gave it the exact same prompt, it didn't give me any of those colors on the front end. So you just never know what you're gonna get, and that's kind of the fun of figuring out what you can do and the capabilities that you can push.
So it never generates the same thing twice. So create the digital clutter.
Okay, I wouldn't go
You have
that
permission.
far. I wouldn't go that far.
You don't want to keep it? But no, I mean, if I ever generated something or it gave me what I needed immediately, just save it. And if you want to get curious, then duplicate your clip and do that later. But just keep it, because going backwards is I don't recommend it.
Also,
I agree, Thrish. Yeah.
I hope that you can also see right here, it actually creates a completely new clip. And so now this specific clip that I'm extending is called C0023 Extended, and this is the second version of the clip.
So then, and this is just me, maybe in theory, since the clip has a new name, if we were to search for it in the media, like in the search panel, would that come up as a clip as well? If we gave it the name C001 or the native one, it might also give us the option. So if you were just looking for extended clips, maybe you could type that in and it would show up. Who knows? But it is an option.
Let's see what happened. So the original footage was, we were focused on just the microphone.
Wow.
That's really interesting.
It only kept the microphone.
I mean, no, like the focus went, like he kind of fell out of focus. And so now in the generated version.
I see. I did see it.
Yeah. So that's really fascinating that instead of incorporating any of the crowd movement and like going back to the crowd, it stayed on the musician. So again, it does show up on your timeline as being AI generated, and if you right click, you can generate again, you can revert to original, and then you can rate if it's a good or a poor input, or output. Cool, so that's the case for it in two different situations, from a clip from a narrative to some behind the scenes and live capture of a concert, where just in the nature of it being live, you catch things that you wish weren't there, or when you're trying to create an edit, maybe you just need a little bit longer of a clip. All right, we're gonna jump over to
bucket list. Okay, cool. So we're gonna use audio. And this is where we're going to...
Put these on the right ears, right?
Maybe. This is where we're going to listen to the set audio, okay?
Not getting it. Are you getting it?
Yeah, I am not getting it either. Let's just make sure we're all good.
We will check in just a second. Thank y'all for your patience. But we hope that you guys did.
Perfect.
Oh. Hey.
Hey.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be quiet now.
Okay, so this is the audio of the clip.
I don't even know what to sing. You know, I get shy and I don't want to embarrass myself.
Hey. It's just us. Beautiful. Just you and me.
Let's sing and do it.
Okay, so audio's good, but we're definitely gonna have to do some work, right? So
Yeah.
this was the room tone that was recorded that day.
Okay. 30 seconds of room tone, scene 1.
Nice.
Okay, everybody sit still, and starting now.
Okay, that
Someone
first,
could not sit still.
first couple seconds is completely unusable.
Did you hear it?
And this is all of the room tone that I have.
If you duplicate it, you're gonna hear.
Yeah, it's going to sound very repetitive. You're gonna hear, this is in the part that's supposed to be quiet.
And starting now.
Okay, I'm gonna turn it up and so that you can hear that one more time before we generate.
Still, and starting now.
Cool, so
And there's always someone outside who goes,
so I would say that this whole part is unusable. So we're gonna go ahead and drag that out. It's gone. Let's try Gen Extend to create cleaner room tone using this as our source.
bless it. Like I said, there's always someone who's like, oh my God.
There's always someone or something or someone's tummy
Always.
rumbling. It's just
like
nature's way.
It's like telling someone not to look at something. They're just gonna, you can't, or like look inconspicuously and then do a full head whip and you're like, well, okay.
All right, forget it. Okay, so this is what it did. So you can definitely hear the change in
But like
audio.
that was so long.
Yeah, but like that extra time is huge.
Yeah, don't be hungry.
Yeah, just don't be hungry.
Tell that to someone on a set. They will look at you cross-eyed.
So yeah, this is a really interesting. I'll shush. And do you hear movement in the actual room tone again?
Generated nothing, and then back to that you hear.
So I would say in this case, the generated is much cleaner than the actual room tone just because of that little bit that it had right before it was prompted. So that's fascinating to hear. But this is gonna save my butt when I'm doing the audio design. Instead of me having to duplicate everything, I can extend that room tone out and save the story and hopefully not take the viewer and audience out of it because you're like, that audio sounds like it's on a loop. Did they just copy and paste the same 5-second
Which
clip?
you might not hear on your laptop, but as soon as you put headphones on or play it out loud somewhere else, you will hear it.
Oh, it's so palpable.
I feel like on set for room tone, people just need to stand like this, like no arms touching, and then your legs like shoulder width apart, and then that way there's no clothing rustle, there's no nothing. Someone's stomach will probably go. But
Courtney is really dreaming of a new future of filmmaking. Puts everybody in a soundproof
bubble.
Beautiful.
Thank
so what do you guys think so far? It's really interesting to experience this as a vlogger, as a filmmaker, as
The room tone's my favorite.
yeah, the room tone's really, really great. We're gonna show you just one last case. We film vlogs a lot, and when we went on vacation, we went to a grocery store, and we put a fade in a little bit too early, but we burned it into the footage. So this is a little bit jarring for us.
If you hear audio, I'm just really upset about this payment system, obviously.
So right there, not a fan.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Whew, okay.
Wade, tell us. That was a good one.
That was great.
That was
All right.
good. Okay.
So this is the part that we're not a fan of, right? It's just a little too jarring.
I'm sorry. I'm here now. Okay.
Oh. So I'm gonna first unlink these.
Yeah, because the sound is nice in the transition. I like it.
But I do not like that.
Yeah.
That transition. So I don't need a transition. But we're gonna back it up and we're gonna see.
And if you have something or like a friend has a video and they're like, hey, can you just fix this one thing really quick? Like it's baked in, I can't really know. I would, in theory, approved. Yes. Yes. I would really love to, but maybe you can't. So this is another really, really great way of using it, especially if you have a repetitive pattern. So in this case, the fan rolling.
Yep.
We have other shots in here that there isn't any movement happening in it. It's just, this is a lighter use case, but still something that you would want to fix. Or if you're in any other program and you only have, like you don't have the footage anymore because your hard drive died, and you just have the completed project, you can still fix it. And it is okay.
Yeah, and especially nowadays, this very Wes Anderson cinematic vlog is gaining steam and is very stylized and again, is like becoming a very popular style of vlogging. So in the case that you set your camera up and maybe somebody walks into the scene or you didn't get a long enough clip and you just want to extend it, I really enjoy that you can fix problems like that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I film things. Yeah, yes.
Here's my invoice.
Depends, but yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So we're at 70% generated on fixing this fan. All right, and again, it does say AI generated, and it has created an extended clip. So this is now a completely different clip and is in my timeline here, or it's in my timeline here, and then it is in over here. All right, let's see what happened. I think that generated beautifully.
I do too. So then if you wanted to add another transition, because you can see it's on the front clip too, but maybe that part doesn't matter, or like the camera moves down, we can just edit that out and then bring those two clips together. So it's completely fine to now remove the transition if you don't need it. So yeah, I thought that worked really, really well.
Yeah, because I think that the problem was the transition on the fan clip.
Yes.
And so by extending it out by just fractions of a second, I think that this looks much cleaner and this transition isn't as jarring. It's more of a direct cut.
Yeah.
A jump cut instead of it being a crossfade.
Right, which again, if we wanted to clean up the front end because that clip before also has a transition on it, you can just blade it, remove it, and call it a day. So yeah, that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
What do you guys think? Do you see anywhere that you would, yeah, it's super cool, right? Anywhere that you would use this stuff? And with that, we leave you, But yeah, this stuff is really, really awesome. And again, it's just meant to supplement and help and make your life easier. There are so many things that you can do in Premiere, and I really do feel that this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
But also, Adobe doesn't know what to help you with unless you speak it. So please make sure if you're using stuff, always leave feedback, leave ideas if you're in any of the forums, upvote things that you agree with. Just try to constantly give that feedback so that these will work, so that we all have less of a headache. where you want to.
Absolutely, Vidor.
Yes.
Completely agree. Yeah, matching
Yes.
transitions, making things work into specific cuts of music, or maybe extending cuts of music just so it hits that full cut. Because sometimes there's really great footage and there's music that I really want to use. It doesn't fit, it doesn't work, and having the ability to extend. There's a feature in Premiere that you can actually remix music and make it like 30 seconds or 90 seconds.
that's cool.
That's been really awesome. I'll usually compose our music for vlogs, and when I'm composing, I don't have understanding of how long a thing is going to be, and sometimes it's short by like 15 seconds. And so being able to remix it is amazing.
Especially because we know that when we're editing weddings or any music videos, we all edit like.
Or maybe
it's
just
me.
us.
Yeah, or But
watching Courtney edit Wedding to like 1,000 years, and she's like,
you gotta know exactly what
she's
the
really
beat
in
is, and so then it's worse when you don't have that footage to help you out. You're like, I just needed a second, just like a little bit. Anyways, thank you all so much.
Thank you,
I hope you learned a lot.
so much for hanging out with us
all day.
It seems. It's been such an amazing day of programming, and kudos to Adobe for hosting today and making it possible to highlight what is going to be shown at NAB, all of these brand new rollouts, and I'm really excited to see what the future of creation looks like.
Same. So go try it out and let us know if you guys ever stop into Twitch. Let us know if you tried anything and how you're liking it.
Absolutely. I'm Ashleigh. This is Courtney.
Hello.
We're CA in LA and Miss Ash Productions and 100 other things. But we do broadcast on Twitch. We will be at NAB, and we are so thankful for all of you. Thank you so much to the Mod Squad in chat, keeping us safe. Thank you so much to all of you from around the world for tuning in and spending your day with us.
Absolutely.
Paco, amazing job.
Thank you so much.
And please check out Premiere. Use this to fuel your creativity and help you play.
Bye.